Hello. What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Saturday stream. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. How are you guys? Welcome to the Saturday stream. We have a lot of TCG action, hopefully, today with the new set Blazing Dominion, which should hopefully be exciting. How did you guys like the Challenger Cup on Thursday? I thought it was fun, the 3v3. So we had some Master Duel action with the new pack on Thursday on this channel, and now we are going to jump into some TCG action with Blazing Dominion. So we're going to see how that is going to go. Of course, it is the first weekend where the new set is legal, and we're going to see if it has any impact, because today and tomorrow actually is the Irish National Championships. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to stream tomorrow. I told you guys this already earlier this week. It's my fiance's birthday, so I'm not sure exactly what the plan is for tomorrow. Because she's a little sick right now, so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to properly celebrate. But we'll see about that. I don't know yet. At the very least, we're going to be watching day one together, and then that's going to be fun. The thing is, I have no idea when it starts. I asked Vlad about 35 minutes ago, because Vlad, if I remember correctly, I think Vlad is casting. So I asked Vlad, and I asked like, when are you guys gonna start? About 35 minutes ago, I asked this, and he said like 1 hour probably. So I'm assuming it's gonna be soon, but I was not able to get a precise information. The thing is, I decided to start the stream anyways, because it's the time that we usually start. And I figured, we have a couple of things we can do. There's a couple new cards that were announced yesterday, so we can take a look at those. As well as there was also the WCQ Melbourne already happening. The first day, at least, is already done. So if we have spare time before the Irish Nationals start, we can just look into that. We can just take a look at that. Yeah, there's a new OCG report as well. We've got plenty of things to take a look at today, thankfully. So we're going to be fine. We're just going to start with those. And then as soon as Irish Nationals start, we're just going to jump into that, right? Like we're going to be fine either way. So yeah. All right. Well, let's warm up real quick, since I don't know if we have we have some time to kill, I assume. So let's just do a warm up. Let everyone assemble. Yeah. All right. Let's start. This is Screams of the Branded. Ooh, this is in Rarity 5. I don't know what it's called though. It's the link that's in the thing. Armorill. I don't know how to spell it. Army tile? No, that's not it. This one. Armillire. I don't know, dude. Melfi? Playhouse? Penny? Could be Penny. But it's not Penny. Mary Melfi's. Oh. Oh yeah, I've seen this card. This is the... Is it this? Is it the Supremacy Berry? Yeah. Where did I see this? This was relevant somewhere. Maybe Duel Links. Don't know what that's called. Oh, number 51. Right. Is this Rescue Ace? This is fire engine. No. Monitor. It's not one that you played, right? Oh, dude, why do we have this this score again? Not good. That's a generator. Generator. Hila? No. Bala. This was an out to Mystic Mine. High rate draw. Gaming puppet. Young puppet. Dragon Seeker. Silverface, thank you for the prime. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Thank you. Lightning Vortex. Grandmark, thank you for the 42-month. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Easy relinquished. Gladiator Beast, I think. Yeah. Charge. What is this? Oh, the recycling fusion plant. Fear from the dark. This is the time. That's one of the pendulum graphs. Time. The trap. I don't know this one. Base gate. That is skyscraper. No, is it Dark City? I'm confused. Oh, living fossil. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Overload fusion. Pylon something. Yeah. Spell card. Is this Successor Soul by any chance? No, damn it. Vision. Which vision? Eyes of Blue, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, that's a Nordic. Nordic. Should I try this even? Valkyrie of the Nordic Ascendant. All right. This is Orcust lore. I don't know which one that is. Orchestrated release. We have not talked about the new Joey cards yet. We will do that today, though. I have them open in another tab already. This is Shiv. This is Dragoonity? Yeah. Today's tough. I literally can't see anything. Oh, God. What is this called? Legacy of the Duelist. Okay. Jokers. Wild? Great. Nope. Imperial Bower. All right. I was not even close. Electric Virus. This is a galaxy like photon spell, but I have no idea what it's called. I've seen it though. Galaxy Zero. Infernoid? Infernoid. Antra? It's one of the smaller ones. Okay, it's Antra. That is just Galaxy Ice Tachyon Dragon. Yeah. I know that one. I know that one. This is a Mayakashi. This one? Nope. Yuki Onna. Well, they got multiple of those. I've tried 2 of them already. Of course, it was the last one that I hadn't tried yet, naturally. Why would it not be? This is this the Carrot World Carrot Weight Champion? Yep. This is the Neos card. I have no idea what it's called though. And I feel like this comes up multiple. This has come up multiple times over the last couple of ones. I should remember. Assault Armor. Hmm. Oh, Kokimeru. Spell Trap. That's the hardest part. 4 Overclock. That is Titanic Lad. No idea. No idea what that is. That is the best card of 2017. That finally sees play now, 9 years later. Expensive card? How expensive is it by now? Ancient Gear Box. Orchestrion? No, then it's just Gearsu. Why did I think of Orchestrion before I thought of Gearsu? Weird how that works sometimes. Well, number 43. 10 euros. Okay. Is that Cyberstein? I don't think it's Cyberstein, actually. Oh, it is. Okay. Carbuncle. Dino Wrestler. Not Pancratops. Which means skip. I feel like I've seen this before. Yeah, it's Lightning Rod Lord. Isn't that a card that they play in Blitzclick, or can play at least? I think we looked at that like somewhat recently. That is Ulti Gaia Pelio. It's not Gaia's Trio? Oh, that's the Naturia version of it. Okay, I see. Yeah. Yep. Train! Skipping. No idea. Ghost Bird of Bewitchment. This is eliminating the league? No. Then I don't know. Overcapacity. Okay. Oh god. That is Ancient Sacred Wyvern. Come on, we can get 700 at least. Is that the Gladiator Beast? Vespasius? No. It is a Glad Beast card though. Giant Starfall. Plunder Patrol Golden Hair. Yeah. We got 690, man. It was that today was washed. Today I'll allow it. Today I'll allow it. It was a tough round, but it was washed. Definitely. Absolutely was. Oh well, oh well. Oh! Vanilla time. Okay, wait. Hold up. Not a warrior. Very old vanilla. High level. Let's do this one. Level 7 dragon from 2002. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. Hold up. Level 7 dragon 2002. Not light, not dark. So it's not Red Eyes Black Dragon. It's not Luster Dragon number 2. That's level 6. It is... Wait, not normal. It's not normal. It's not normal. It's a level 7 fusion dragon. But wait, no, is twin-headed thunder dragon a fusion? A dragon or a... No, that's a thunder. That's not it. What attribute is the Gaia fusion? What is it called? Gaia... I'm blanking with the name. I'm trying not to look at chat. The Gaia the Dragon Champion, isn't it? Yeah. Well, that's wind. Yeah, that's it, probably. Yeah, okay, easy clap. Yeah, dude, I got the Ankh cards. Leave them to me. Leave them to me. The old ones. I can do those. I can do those. All right. Crow D Law, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you a lot. L Germany, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back as well. Appreciate that. Porygon Prototype, thank you for the 39 months. Very long time. Appreciate that. And Bunka Uwe, thank you for the first time Prime as well. Appreciate that too. Welcome, welcome. Okay. And for good measure, Denny 2001, thank you for the Prime as well. All right. Here we are, gamers. Welcome to the stream. Here's the thing. Like I said before we started the warm-up already, I don't know exactly when the stream for Irish Nationals is going to start. But yeah, first round is up. Oh, I thought Vlad was going to message me when they start. Okay, well, hasn't happened. Can you link me? Can you link me real quick? Because I don't know what channel it's on. I asked Vlad what channel it was going to streamed on, and he said, quote, "I will let you know when I find out." And then nothing has happened after. So someone in chat earlier said they're still preparing the live stream. Oh, what the chatter just meant was probably the first round is like the pairings are up. They're maybe they're at the event. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, I see. Right. So what they mean is that the pairings are up, so the round should start soon. Maybe there is no live stream. There is a live stream. The Vlad is commentating the live stream. So yeah, we should there is a live stream. I know that, but I just don't know exactly what channel it's on, and I don't know when exactly it's supposed to start. But yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll find out. Because the thing is, we have a couple of things we can just talk about while we wait. There's a few things that we can look at. We have some new cards that I haven't looked at yet. And also, there's also feature matches from the Victoria Melbourne WCQ. I believe, I don't know exactly how it works in Australia, but I think they have, like, it's not called regionals. It's also not called nationals. It's, I think, state championships. I think they have state championships in different, well, states. And then after that, there's one big WCQ for the entire region. So it's like one of those state championships is also happening this weekend. And the first day, because of time zone differences, the first day has already finished. So we technically have some, let's call it backup feature matches for now, for in between rounds or whatever. We can check out some of the stuff that happened at the state championships for Melbourne. All right. Yeah. That being said, I still haven't looked at the new cards from Beyond the Brave, which this is the pack art for this set, and it's got Joey Wheeler on it. The only thing I know about these cards is that everyone, and when I say everyone, I mean literally everyone, has been complaining that these cards are bad. Everywhere on social media, everywhere I looked, I just saw people say, like, they did my boy Joey dirty. So we got to find out whether that's true or not. That's the premise basically I'm going into this with. I have no idea if these cards are good. I will say I think Red Eyes is a pretty cool archetype. Besides Dragoon, I don't fuck with Dragoon. But other than that, I think the Red Eyes cards have been pretty awesome, and I would love for that deck to be viable. And historically, it's not gotten a lot of love. So I hope I'm not being disappointed, but from what I've heard online, I might be disappointed. Let's see. Swift Panther Warrior. God, I love when they retrain old classic cards. Level 4 Earth Beast Warrior, 2000 attack, 1600 defense. You can only use this card's name, this first effect once per turn. During the main phase, quick effect, you contribute one other monster from your hand or field, then activate one of these effects. Special summon a monster that mentions Dark Time Wizard from your hand or deck, except Swift Panther Warrior. Send a spell trap that mentions Dark Time Wizard from your deck to the graveyard. You cannot declare attacks unless a monster was tributed this turn. Or this card cannot... Wait, no, you cannot declare attacks. Does that mean this card cannot declare attacks, or... you cannot declare attacks? I'm assuming the card. This card, okay. I mean, it's not the worst start so far. It's a 2000 normal summon, which is not the worst. And it is somewhat of a starter. Oh, it's worth noting it cannot tribute itself, so it's not a one-card starter in any case. But you contribute another card from your hand and then just Pop-Off. I don't know what Pop-Off means because I haven't read the other cards yet, but let's see. Alligators, Sword, Dragon, Knight. That is a cool artwork, like that one. Level 5 Wind Dragon, 1700 attack, 1500 defense. You can only use this card's name first and second effect once per turn each. If this card is in your hand, you can reveal one other card in your hand that mentions Dark Time Wizard, special summon this card. If this card is normal or special summon, you can add up to 2 spell traps with different names from each other that mention Dark Time Wizard from your deck to your hand. Then discard a card, and this card can attack directly. Okay, not the worst. You know, here's the thing, right? So far, what I'm seeing here is that none of these cards are true one-card combos. In reality, I'm not upset about that because I'm, quite frankly, not really the biggest fan of the whole philosophy of like every deck needs 15 one-card combos and fills out the rest with engine requirements and hand traps. I don't mind if an archetype goes into a different direction, so I'm not too upset about this. This card seems neat to me. I mean, on special summon, you do go +1, you add 2 cards, you discard a card, that's neat. Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, it does matter a little bit how many other cards are going to mention Dark Time Wizard in your deck, because that's going to basically dictate how likely it is that you're going to brick with this card, or whether it's like live in every hand. Like if every single engine card in the archetype or in your deck is going to mention Dark Time Wizard, then it's going to be very easy to make this live. And if not, then it's going to be kind of whack. But yeah. All right, and then we have Jinzo Energy Shocker. Level 7 Dark Machine, 2400 attack, 1500 defense, of course, Jinzo stats. You can only use this card's name's second effect once per turn. This card's name becomes Jinzo while it's on the field or in the graveyard. If this card's normal or special summon, you can destroy all traps your opponent controls. If their card is set, reveal it. Then this card gains 300 attack for each card destroyed this way. Your opponent cannot activate trap cards or effects while you have another monster in your field or grave that mentions Dark Time Wizard. Okay, this seems like a mediocre card to me. This is the first one where I'm saying like, okay, this is not really that good. I mean, it's good in some matchups. So this is the kind of card that you would maybe side deck if there's a trap deck in the format. Like, let's say, I don't know, against Draco Tail or something, you could maybe think about, okay, playing this card depending on how easy it is to summon it out in the archetype, because it has no effect to summon itself and it's a level 7 monster. So that's already bad. So it's going to be a brick in your hand unless you have a very easy way to get it onto the field. This does not strike me as a main deck card, right? This is, if anything, in an already good deck, this could be side decked. You know, you can summon it from the deck with the Panther, but realistically, like if that's the only way to summon it, then you wouldn't play that, right? Even against a trap deck. If you are reliant on resolving this, then it's not going to be great. It really is not going to be great. Okay. Fisherman, Legend of the Sea, level 4 Water Warrior, 1850 attack, 1600 defense. You can only use this card's first and second effect once per turn each. If your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, or when their monster declares an attack, and Umi or a card that mentions Dark Time Wizard other than Fisherman, Legend of the Sea on the field, special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summon, target a monster your opponent controls, destroy it. Also return this card on the field to the hand during the end phase of this turn. Okay. I mean, it is a pop, and that's about it. Not the worst card when you're trying to push into a board going second. Other than that, it's like a slightly worse Ghost Ogre, I suppose. But you do get a body from it. Yeah, it doesn't strike me as the most amazing card here. It's interesting that it also has the Umi thing incorporated, making it technically work in 2 different decks, right? Like you can play it in the Dark Time Wizard deck, or you can play it in the already existing, like the Umi deck, for lack of a better word, right? The Kairyushin, Electric Jellyfish. I don't know. It's not really a deck anymore. People don't really play it anymore. But there was a time where some people tried to mess around with that. But even in that deck, it doesn't seem that great. Ooh, this card looks good. This is a cool looking card in both versions, honestly. I mean, of course, the overframe is sick, but even the regular one looks kind of badass. I like that one. Red Eyes Black Dragon Exceed, but it's a fusion monster. Level 9 Dark Dragon Fusion Effect Monster, 3400 attack, 3000 defense. Red Eyes Black Dragon plus a monster that mentions Dark Time Wizard. Must be either fusion summoned or special summoned from your extra deck by attributing a face-up monster on either field. During the turn, a monster was destroyed by the effect of Dark Time Wizard. You can only special summon Red Eyes Black Dragon Exceed once per turn this way, no matter which method you use. If this card is special summoned, you can special summon one level 8 or lower monster from your hand or graveyard, unaffected by your opponent's activated monster and spell effects. 3400 unaffected by monsters and spells is not bad. That is genuinely not bad. In a lot of matchups, that is going to be completely unaffected because not many decks play traps. It's always going to be weak to like Imperm, right? It's always going to be weak to Imperm, but other than that, there's going to be a couple of matchups where you simply cannot do anything about this. I guess it really depends on how you summon this, because all things considered, it is not that crazy of a card. It's just like a little bit of a tower. 3400 is not small. On summon, you get a revive, which is not terrible, but also not crazy. It depends on how easy it is to summon it. So, yeah. It looks badass, though. I like this card, even if it ends up not being good. I don't know. Yeah. Some Yu-Gi-Oh cards, all they need to do is look pretty, and this is one of them, I suppose. But we'll see how easy it is to summon, because so far, we haven't seen the Dark Time Wizard yet. Oh, the Dark Time Wizard is a spell. Okay, I was confused, because I thought, like, well, we've gone through all the effect monsters, now we're looking at a fusion. Where's the Dark Time Wizard? Dark Time Wizard is a spell card. Okay. That's not what I was expecting. Quick play spell card. Activate one of these effects, but you can only use each of these effects once per turn. Add a card that mentions Dark Time Wizard from your deck to your hand, except Dark Time Wizard. Also, add a Dark Time Wizard from your graveyard to your hand during the end phase of this turn. Okay. So it's an infinite Rhoda? All right. Toss a coin and call it. If you call it right, destroy as many monsters your opponent controls as possible, and if you do, inflict damage to them equal to half those monsters' total original attack. If you call it wrong, destroy all monsters you control. Okay, so what you're saying... Wait. What you're saying is, in order to summon this with its alternative summon condition, I have to Gamba with Dark Time Wizard? Because, like, here's the thing, right? I guess the idea behind this is that no matter what happens, as long as both players control a monster, right? As long as both players control a monster, if you activate Dark Time Wizard, no matter which way it goes, you will be able to summon the fusion after. Because even if you call it wrong and you destroy your own monsters, you can then tribute an opponent's monster to summon the Red Eyes Black Dragon and also bring back one of the monsters that you destroyed on your own side of the field, right? I suppose that is the idea, right? The idea is that there is a Gamba here, right? There's a Gamba here, but no matter what happens, it's somehow gonna like work out in your favor, right? The only problem is, like, let's say you're going second and you're playing into a board and you activate, like, in order for you to guarantee that you can summon the fusion, you do need to summon a monster to your side of the field, right? Because if you can you activate this if you have no monsters? That's my question. Like, can I activate this if technically, because like if my opponent has no monsters on the field, I can't activate Raigeki, right? But that it's different because with Raigeki, there's no coin flip involved. Right? Yes, you can. All right. But you cannot summon red eyes if you miss and have nothing to destroy. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. I'm trying to think if this is good or not. Because, like, like, it'll always do something, right? It'll always do something. It'll always get rid of some monsters on your opponent's side of the field, and you will always get the red eyes. No, Shirley. That's the thing, right? I'm thinking of a scenario, right, where you're playing into a board, and I think this card is bad if it's like the first spell you activate. Because if it's the first spell you activate, you have a 50% chance of it being Raigeki, and you have a 50% chance of it doing nothing, right? But in the case where, let's say, you're playing into a board and you already have a play, and you start playing, and then your opponent like does something about it, and like let's say you normal summon a monster, use the effect, and then your opponent activates Imperm, and in response to the Imperm, you activate Dark Time Wizard, right? There's a few ways this could go, but I feel like in all cases, this is going to be at least solid, right? Because if you destroy your own card, well, you've dodged the Imperm, you get your effect, and afterwards, because a monster has been destroyed by Dark Time Wizard, you can make the Red Eyes Black Dragon exceed by attributing an opponent's monster. Then you have an unaffected monster on the board with 3,400 that also revives the monster that you just destroyed for yourself, right? Like you basically get your monster back for free, you tribute an opponent's monster, and so on and so forth, right? Or you call it right, and then you destroy, then it's a quick play Raigeki, right? Which, funnily enough, in that instance, it's actually maybe even like better for you to destroy your own card if you're trying to dodge Imperm. But yeah. And what I'm thinking, just to finish this thought process, what I'm thinking is like that interaction, right? That specific interaction, you don't technically need to play the Joey deck for, right? This is something that you could do in technically any board breaker deck. In any board breaker approach, you could just play these two cards. The annoying part here is that you can't use the search effect for this card unless there are other good targets for it. But in theory, like that could just be like a sort of generic. It could just be like a sort of generic engine that you play in other decks. And there's some Gamba involved, but if both outcomes are okay for you, then maybe that's fine. You know what I mean? It's a quick play, Radiant Typhoon Sky Striker. I mean, it's a quick play, so you could play it like with Vision, Droplet, Super Poly kind of like approach. It's, dude, it sounds very wacky. I feel like it sounds weird, but it might not be the worst. I think what I feel about it is like it's somewhat solid as a splash in other engines if you actually have a target for this. Because then it's also a good card in like grind games, right? Because you can just like Rhoda, end phase, go back to your hand. 3+1. If there's another good target. Because so far from what we've read, these other cards are all exclusively good in the Joey deck, right? Like, which so far from what I've seen, unironically, the Joey deck does not seem great. Like this does not strike me as, oh, this is a good deck, right? I don't feel like, so from what we've seen so far, this deck on its own doesn't seem crazy. So what I'm trying to find out right now is like, can we maybe splash these in other decks? And with the Dark Time Wizard and the Fusion Monster, I could see it. Well, let's see if there's another good target for it. We have Graceful Skull Dice. Quick play spell card. Oh god, there's more Gamba. Roll a 6-sided die twice, apply these effects in sequence for the rest of this turn. Monsters you control that mention Dark Time Wizard will gain attack and defense. Monsters your opponent controls will lose attack. Okay, this is technically a very big swing in attack points. Like, but this is obviously bad. This is obviously bad, but in theory, if you roll a 6, your monsters will all gain 1200, and all your opponent's monsters will lose 1200. That is a swing of 2400 damage per monster, like per battle, pretty much. Yeah, the average roll of a 6-sided die is 3.5, so that's going to be a 1400 difference on average. Wait, twice. You rolled 2 dice, so the average is 7. So the average swing is 2800. So worst case scenario, it's 400. Best case scenario, it's you roll a 12. In which case, all your monsters gain 24, their monsters lose 24. Well, that is actually because the thing is, like, typically like attack and defense modifiers are not very good in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? The way the game works. But when the numbers become absurd, then maybe it could matter. But yeah, okay. If your opponent normally special summons a monster while this card's in your grave, banish this card, target one of those monsters. Roll a 6-sided die twice. If the total is 6 or more, destroy that monster. Okay, we have a bonus effect in the graveyard that is also gambling. That is relatively likely though. That is definitely over 50%. 6 or more. Someone in chat said 72% to hit, which is not bad. It's far from guaranteed. Right? It's far from guaranteed. 28% to miss is still rough. That means more than 1 in 4 cases, you're not going to destroy the monster. But that's, yeah. Okay. There's no once per turn? I mean, yeah, sure. There's no once per turn on Graceful Skull dice. Yeah. Yeah. Not the best card, but it's kind of wacky. Sleeping Scapegoats. Quick play spell. Special up to 4 scapegoat tokens in defense position. Then if your opponent controls a monster, you can special a Swift Panther Warrior from your deck. Also for the rest of this turn, these tokens cannot be attributed for a tribute summon. Also, you cannot special from the extra deck except fusion monsters. If a card you control that mentions Dark Time Wizard would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can destroy one of your tokens summoned this way instead. Okay, there's a few neat things about this. It's a great card for going second because you get the Panther Warrior for free. You can't link summon with the tokens, but that's fine. You can just tribute them for the effect of Swift Panther Warrior, I suppose. The tokens themselves do not count as monsters that mention Dark Time Wizard, so they won't gain attack points from the Skull dice. Also, they have to be in defense anyways. And also, it can protect monsters that you control from. If you ever destroy yourself with the Dark Time Wizard, you can protect some of your monsters, I suppose. But yeah. Okay. Foolish Grave Robber, normal trap card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name once per turn. Send the card that mentions Dark Time Wizard from your deck to the grave, except Foolish Grave Robber. Then you can special a monster from either grave to your field. You can banish this card from your grave. Set one of these cards to your field. Spell trap in your grave that mentions Dark Time Wizard, except Foolish Grave Robber, or a spell trap in your opponent's grave. That's not terrible. That is not terrible. Yeah. It's funny. It's funny But like, this also, once again, the reason why I'm saying this card isn't bad is because I feel like this is something you could use like in general, right? Like if this card's in your grave, like if you mill it or something, you can just banish it to set a spell trap from your opponent's grave, which depending on the matchup, there's some pretty neat stuff that you can steal, right? The problem with this being a generically good card is that you do need a target in your deck in order to activate it. So like it's not just like a quick, like a trap card, Monster Reborn. But that part is really good when you look at this from a defensive perspective. Like being able to steal a monster out of your opponent's graveyard is good in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Not because you get a monster, but because you interrupt like graveyard effects, right? Like when your opponent tries to revive a monster, or when they send the card for cost that's about to trigger, that you take that card away. That is meaningful, right? That's a meaningful interaction. Yeah. And then after you've done this, you can also gain some future value by like stealing Halt by the Grave, talents, whatever your opponent is using. In most decks and most matchups, you're going to get a good target from this. Imperm, Dominus Spark, Dominus Impulse, Dominus Purge. You can steal all those cards, and it doesn't matter even if it's a Dominus card, because it's going to be face down on your field, so you're not going to have the drawback of, you know, no darks or whatever for the rest of the game, right? So it's neat. This card's not bad. Reversal Box, continuous trap. Once per turn during the standby phase, roll a 6-sided die, place counters on this card equal to the result, max 6. Once per battle, if an opponent's monster attacks during damage calculation or when a monster effects activate on your opponent's field, remove a counter from this card, target one of those monsters, toss a coin and call it. If you call it right, you can special a monster that mentions Dark Time Wizard from your deck, and if you do, until the end of the turn, change the targeted monster's attack to 0. Also, its effects are negated. Dude, there's so much gamba. Six negates. All you have to do is roll a 6 during the standby phase, and then call every single coin correctly, and then you have 6 negations. God, these are so whack. Okay, so I'll say it right now. I see where people are coming from with the disappointment on these. This is also not Red Eyes support, to be clear, right? This is something else. I was expecting Red Eyes support going into this. I don't know why. No one has told me that it's Red Eyes support, but this is just a new Joey deck, similar to how they made like a deck around like the Silent Magician and so on for Yugi, right? This is just Joey, the deck, right? And as it stands, I think that is not a good deck. It's got some fun gimmicks, but it's like, yeah, it's like Shining Sarcophagus, but for Joey. There's some fun cards in here. As a deck itself, I think this is a rogue deck at best, from what I'm seeing here. Unless there is more cards to come in this set. It's a fun idea. I love when they do retrains. But as a deck itself, it doesn't seem that great. It really doesn't seem that great. What I will say, though, is I think that this package of just playing Dark Time Wizard as like a value card together with Red Eyes Black Dragon Exceed in like a board breaker approach, I could see that working. Like maybe you play 3 copies of Dark Time Wizard, you play 1 copy of Foolish Grave Robber as your search target, and there you go, right? When you're going first with this card, what you do is you just activate it. You activate it, you search the trap. The trap can be activated because you can send Dark Time Wizard from your deck to the graveyard, because Dark Time Wizard mentions Dark Time Wizard. So you have like a target for the trap in your deck. So when you go first, you just activate the quick play spell, search the trap. In the end phase, you get the quick play spell back to your hand. So you go +1 in that sense. You have a solid trap card on your field. If your opponent manages to play into your board and it gets to turn 3, you can just use the Dark Time Wizard as a board breaker that is going to do something no matter if you call it right or wrong. So there is, of course, going to be situations where you prefer to call it right, and then there's going to be situations where you prefer to call it wrong. So they're not always equal. There is some risk attached, but you can definitely break it. It does something no matter what, right? Either you destroy your own board and then you contribute your opponent's monster to make the Red Eyes, or you just destroy your opponent's board and then you can still turn one of your monsters into the red eyes and get the reborn effect, right? So I could see that being a viable package, right? I could see that being the case. Which is more than I expected, honestly, because of all the negativity that I saw around these cards online. I thought I was just going to read a bunch of really bad cards, which I guess it depends what you expected from this, right? Like if you expected a full-on Joey deck, then I guess you can be a little bit disappointed here. Like this deck is not going to be meta unless it gets really strong support moving forward. For now, I think what we have here is a fun little rogue deck and a package that could make its way into other decks if the format calls for it. Right? But yes, this is not at all Red Eyes support. I mean, there's a Red Eyes card here that looks insane. I love that card. But it's not Red Eyes support. Obviously not. Right? So yeah, that is that. Also, another thing I've been wanting to ask: is this the first time that Joey is on a pack? Because I think wasn't it always Yugi back then, or has Joey been on a pack? He's been on Joey's World. I mean, yeah, okay. I meant a core booster. I should have clarified. I meant a core booster. Not Legendary Duelist Joey's World, like obviously. But I feel like core sets, you know better than us, Unk. Fair enough. Can't even hate for that one. I think core sets back then all had Yugi on it, right? Yugi, Joey, and Kaiba. The early OCG boosters had Yugi, Joey, and Kaiba. Okay, for us, I think it was always Yugi. Yeah, I think so. But yeah, I think the general direction that they're going right now with the new packs, I'm kind of digging it. I like that we're leaning more into like the classic Yu-Gi-Oh retrains and stuff. I think that is very good for the game. I think that is going to attract a lot of people. It's going to bring a lot of people back into Yu-Gi-Oh. Of course, the main thing that I feel like they're trying to balance right now is like I feel like they're trying to make these archetype, like these anime decks, a little bit simpler. Because of course, I think one of the reasons why they're leaning more into the nostalgia here is because they want to bring people back into the game. And of course, people are not going to get back into the game if the deck is giga complicated. But of course, it does mean that the power level of these is not the greatest. So we're going to have to see how that plays out. I think, honestly, I like that. I think the power level in Yu-Gi-Oh should be lower. But of course, if they don't do anything about the cards that are already existent and already so powerful, then the new cards are going to have a tough time keeping up with that. Which makes me hopeful for some bigger ban lists, mainly in the OCG. Like I think this is more of a problem in the OCG than in the TCG. Not to say it's not a problem in the TCG, because it is. But in the OCG is even more powerful. So bringing out like anime, like lower ceiling, multiple card combos and stuff like that, bringing that playstyle back is rough in the OCG right now. Because yeah. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's a cool idea, and at least we get some generic cards from this. At least nothing, not completely unusable, not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Okay. All right, I've gotten message from Vlad that round 1 of Irish Nationals has indeed started, but they haven't set up the stream yet, so there is no feature match for round 1. So we've got some more time for other cards that have been announced. Quick toilet break, and then we're going to take a look at, I believe it's Summon Skull support and Destiny Heroes. Speaking of nostalgia support, we got more things coming. I'll be right back. All right. Do you think the Joy cards were designed for Genesis? No, I don't think. Personally, I don't think that Genesis is at a point yet where they are specifically designing stuff for it. I think not every Yu-Gi-Oh archetype is designed to be top meta viable, and I think that's okay. I don't actually mind this. I think this is more so supposed to be like, it's supposed to bring people back into the game. It's supposed to be easier to use. It's supposed to be some fun gamba as well, which is like an aspect that this deck definitely has that some people are gonna enjoy. So I think it's fine for this to exist in this shape or form. I don't mind it. It's just gonna be like a roguish deck that people can start using because probably gonna be cheap as well if they're not super strong, and then people can just you know, mess around with it, have some fun. And if you get lucky with these, then maybe you can even beat, like, I mean, you can beat a meta deck if you go first and you high roll with like the reversal box, right? So I'm really excited for this brand new era of card design from Konami, introducing the first negative points Genesis format card. I'm guessing for every Joy card you add, you minus 20 from your total. There's no way these were intended for Advanced or Genesis otherwise, right? That's funny. By the way, I know they're joking, and it is funny, but that is the worst idea ever. Introducing negative point values to Genesis would be basically immediately murdering the format, because you immediately like start chucking random bricks into your deck just to play more broken other cards. That is like the worst thing ever if they ever did that for Genesis format. We've talked about this before, I know, but just yeah. Oh god. All right. Next up, we have Summoned Skull. These are just 2 cards and a new overframe for Summoned Skull. I believe we've seen this one already. I believe the other 2 are V-Jump promos that they've also announced already, but without the effect. I think we just saw this, but they had like a little secret over the text box. But now we do have the confirmed effects for these cards. Let's go ahead. The overframe Summoned Skull, I'm not sure if I love it. This one, I feel like I would want it to look more badass than it does. I don't hate it, but it doesn't beat the OG Summoned Skull for me personally. I don't know. It's not bad, and I wouldn't blame anyone for liking it, but for me personally, it doesn't really. It is the manga art. Okay, yeah, I'm not super familiar with the manga art. It feels like a light monster. It does feel like a light monster. That's a good point. Maybe that's what's bothering me. I don't know. Well, it's not bad though. All right, Archfiend's Origin, level 7. Okay, that's weird. Level 7 Dark Fiend effect monster, 2500 attack, 1200 defense. You can only use this card's first, second, and third effect once per turn each. If this card is in your hand, you contribute 1 other Archfiend monster from your hand or field, special summon this card. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can special a level 6 Fiend monster with 2500 attack from your hand, deck, or graveyard. Okay. When your opponent activates a monster effect and you control Summoned Skull, quick effect, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. Okay. Anubis. Oh! Oh, yeah, this can summon End of Anubis. Do not look up the stat line. Dude, it's so painful for me to react to stuff like this because I'm always like, I always think about, my first instinct is like, what are we supposed to do with this? So I think of like the healthy stuff first, and then you guys always come in and tell me what kind of toxic shit we can do with that. And then I get scared. Okay. I mean, you do have to definitely be playing an Archfiend deck for this, right? This does not work in anything else, because in other decks, this is a level 7 monster. You're not going to easily normal or special summon it. So you're gonna have to play an Archfiend deck, which is surprisingly something like relatively wide, right? There's like different types of Archfiends these days. Like Archfiends have gotten support recently, but then there's also other decks that just have Archfiends. Like you guys are mentioning Regenesis, and this is a 2500 attack stat line. So could see this working as well in something like that. Okay, and I mean, of course, also one of the things that you can do with this card, which is my favorite thing when Yu-Gi-Oh cards do this, is you can just negate hand traps with this, right? Because what you can do is just special summon Skull with it, which is going to be a brick in your deck, I suppose. But if you just special summon Skull with this, this is a monster negation immediately, right? So that's awesome, I guess. But okay. Makurai, the Lightning Strike. Quick play spell card. This card is always treated as an Archfiend card. You only use this card's first and second effect once per turn each. Targeted Archfiend monster you control, it gains 600. Then you can destroy all monsters your opponent controls with lower original attack than that monster's attack. Not bad. That's gonna basically quick play board wipe. Because I mean, you're targeting any of your Summon Skull related stuff. That's gonna go up to 3100. That is essentially a guaranteed Raigeki. It's a pretty vulnerable Raigeki quick play, because if your opponent like chains Fallen and the Virtuous or something to your target, it's gonna be rough, but okay. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, target a level 6 Fiend monster with 2500 attack in your grave, add it to your hand. Okay, doesn't strike me as a card you play in multiples, because it's not a starter. It's something that you can probably search. I'm not sure how many searchers the Archfiend deck has, but I think it's plenty now with the recent support. I think they have plenty of ways to search this. So you can just play a one of and search it if you're going first, and set it and use it as a disruption. And when you're going second, and if you happen to draw it, it might actually not be the worst, because if you can get a monster onto the field, you can quick play Raigeki your opponent. So it doesn't seem bad to me, and also it provides follow-up, which is not bad. Yeah, I don't hate it. It can use both effects in the same turn, which is interesting. So I'm not sure if Archfiend has this, but there could also be a like send an Archfiend card from your deck to the graveyard, and then you can immediately use that effect, which could also be all right. Right? So not bad, actually. And that's it. Those are the two new Archfiend cards. I'm not sure. I felt like the Archfiend support recently wasn't bad. Maybe these are like the missing pieces to make it viable. I haven't messed around with it though. I have not messed around with the Archfiend deck at all with the new support. So, and it's really hard to like look over everything, because they've gotten so many different things, and I feel like it's a deck with so many different directions, right? You can go like the Summon Skull route, but then also like technically not everything Archfiend is related to Summon Skull. Like you can play an Archfiend deck like with the new ritual stuff, right? Maybe that's a direction you can take, and it's hard for me to say exactly how that's gonna work. So yeah, it's really hard for me to fully evaluate these two, but they don't seem like bad cards to me. They do not seem like bad cards to me. I'm not sure if I would go as far as to play OG Summon Skull though. But I guess that's something you might have to do if you're playing the Summon Skull deck. It's weird that this is a level 7. Doesn't the Summon Skull deck also have like an Exceed monster? Didn't they at some point give the deck like almost every summoning mechanic? I feel like there's a Summon Skull fusion monster, there's a Summon Skull ritual monster, Summon Skull synchro, and an Exceed. I guess it's good that it's not a level 6, because then it would just be a Caesar machine. Summon Skull is level 7 in the manga. Well, okay, I guess lore-wise it makes sense then, but it's very impractical, right? If you just can't make a rank 6 with these two. What level did they make the Summon Skull synchro? 6. And how are you supposed to make it? in Summon Skull when your Summon Skull is level 6? Or is that something we just don't talk about? Good question. All right, then. Cool. Good stuff. Because, like, lore-wise, I get it. Make them all level 6, but then it works with Exceeds. That works pretty well, right? It's like, okay, well, you got everything's level 6. Here's your rank 6 Exceed. Doesn't work with Synchros very well, but all right. We just don't talk about it. Dude, this was funny because I feel like we literally didn't we talk about like what everyone's favorite kind of heroes were, like literally last week on stream during one of the warm-ups. And I said my favorite ones are Destiny heroes, and now we got Destiny hero support like 3 days later. I thought that was funny. Destiny hero support from Beyond the Brave is here. So let's take a look. Once again, similar to some other stuff like the Summon Skull support, this could go in a lot of different directions because Hero is a deck that can go in a lot of different directions. Personally, and that's just me personally, what I would love, absolutely love, is if they finally manage to like split up the hero deck into different categories and make it so that you can actually play a Destiny hero deck and not just like everything goes into like the hero deck, right? Everything's like, oh, here's a new small engine that you play in the hero deck. So, yeah. Clueless. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing that you guys are all saying aware and clueless right now. Destiny hero Death Dogma. So a Dogma retrain. That's awesome. Level 8 Dark Warrior. Dogma stats. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned from your hand or graveyard by banishing 3 warrior and or dark monsters from your grave. You can only special summon Destiny hero Death Dogma once per turn this way. If summoned this way, you can activate this effect. Inflict 2,000 damage to your opponent during the next standby phase. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can fusion summon a dark or warrior monster from your extra deck by shuffling its materials from your hand, field, and or graveyard into the deck. Okay. That's cool. I like that. That being said, is this good? Because here's my problem right now, right? I'm looking at this through the lens of heroes. And I think in heroes, the way the deck is recently being played, I don't know if this has room, but maybe in a different world, this is kind of like a cool card, right? I'm gonna say a very Ankh thing right now, but back in my day, the cards that were most commonly played with Destiny hero Dogma are Trade-in and Destiny Draw. And this card is technically really good with both of them because you just discard it to the graveyard for free. And then you get it back later, which is kind of awesome. I don't think anyone is going to do that in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably no one is going to build a hero deck around Trade-in and Destiny Draw and stuff like that. Probably not going to be the case. But yeah. I don't think what's the reason for the 2,000 damage here, like lore-wise? Did Destiny hero Dogma inflict burn damage? I forgot, because it never hit the field. It was always in grave. I don't feel like Dogma halves the life. Oh, right. Okay. It halves the life points. Okay. I see. Because of the equip that it has in the artwork. Oh yeah, this is one of the Destiny hero equip spells. The rotating blade thingy. Yeah, you're right. All right. Ooh. Dude, I don't even care what it does. That's an awesome looking card, man. I love Destiny hero Doom Lord. I love Destiny heroes in general, man. The artworks on these are pretty sick. Destiny hero Doom Liege, level 3 Dark Warrior effect monster, 600 attack, 800 defense, which is Doom Lord stats. You can only use this card's first and second effect once per turn each. If this card is normal or special, target an opponent's monster, banish it until the next standby phase. Nice. You can send a Destiny Hero monster from your deck to the graveyard. Add a Clock Tower Prison or Clock Tower Prison City Dark City from your deck or grave to your hand. You cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except Dark Hero monsters. Okay, Clock Tower Prison is the old card, the bad card. This one does not exist, so we have that's probably in this batch of cards. Sending a Destiny Hero from deck to grave for cost is definitely good. At the very minimum, this is like sending Malicious to do stuff with it. So at the very minimum, this is good. And then on summon, banish until the next standby phase is also good. Potentially could even be a disruption if you can summon it on the opponent's turn somehow. So that's promising. Dreadnought, Destiny Hero Dreadnought Servant. Level 3 Dark Warrior. You can only use this card. What was this? Was it? It was. This is modeled after, what is it called? Dread Servant? I think there is a Destiny Hero that's related to this one. Yeah, Dread Servant. You can only use this card's first and second effect once per turn. If you control a Destiny Hero monster or a field spell, face-up field spell, you can special summon this card from your hand. Then you can destroy a card you control. And if you do, add a polymerization from your deck to your hand. If you special summon a level 8 Destiny Hero monster, you can banish this card from your grave. Target a card your opponent controls, place it on top of the deck. Okay. Free special summon from hand, optional search for poly. Graveyard effect, not bad. Not bad. Well. Non-destruction removal is very convenient for D heroes. I mean, yeah, and also it's one of the better forms of removal as well. Placing on top of the deck is pretty good. It does target, but it's still pretty good. Okay, this guy looks badass too. Destiny Hero Dreadnought, level 8 Dark Warrior Fusion Effect Monster, question mark attack, 2800 defense, 2 level 5 or higher Destiny Hero monsters. Must be either fusion summoned or special summoned from your extra deck by tributing a Destiny Hero Dreadmaster. Dude, what was the summoning condition on Destiny Hero Dreadmaster again? That was like impossible, wasn't it? If this card is special summoned by Clock Tower Prison, this card. Oh wait, no. It's not that hard to summon. You can technically just summon it, but then it just doesn't do anything. So you don't actually have to use Clock Tower Prison to summon it. You just don't get that effect. As much as heroes get hate for their gameplay, the art goes hard. I'll say it. I'll go to war for my Destiny Hero brothers. Most of that is not Destiny Hero's fault, all right? If we ignore, well, okay, Plasma, yeah, but other than Plasma, Destiny Heroes are pretty cool, all right? There's the other hero groups, like Masked Heroes, Dark Angel. Wait, is Dark Angel a Destiny Hero? All right, well, cut that. No, okay, no. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's move on. Let's not. Clock Tower Prison City Dark City. Field spell card. You can only use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card was activated this turn, you can add a Destiny Hero monster or a card that mentions a Destiny Hero monster's card name from your deck to your hand. Okay. A Destiny Hero monster or a card that mentions a Destiny Hero's card name. Oh, that doesn't add Destiny Draw. That's for like D-Force. Okay. You missed the second effect. Oh, dude, I wasn't done with the fusion monster. Okay, never mind. My bad. Yeah, okay. 2 level 5 or higher Destiny heroes must be fusion summoned, special summon between your Destiny or Dev Master. You can only special summon it once per turn this way, no matter which method you use. If this card is special summoned, you can add 2 Destiny hero monsters and or cards that mention a Destiny hero monster's card name from your deck to your hand. If this card's attack becomes the total original attack of all other Destiny heroes in your field and grave. This card's attack becomes the total original attack of all other Destiny hero monsters in your field and graveyard. Bro. He gonna be, like, infinite. That's crazy. Okay. I mean, it adds 2 cards on summon and it gets, like, infinitely big. That's not bad. You can't Miracle Fuse for Destiny heroes, can you? Miracle Fusion is just E-heroes? Okay. 2 level 5 or higher Destiny hero monsters. All right. Okay, now let's read the field spell. Okay, the field spell also adds a card on the turn it was activated. Each time you special summon a level 8 or higher Destiny hero monster, all warriors you currently control gain 300. Okay, that's stacks. It's not once per turn. So, okay. If this card is destroyed, you can special a Destiny hero from your deck. This is treated as a special summon with Clock Tower Prison. Destroy all monsters you control except Destiny hero. Also, after that, you can special 2 Destinies from your grave. Ooh. Okay. You don't have to destroy to reborn 2. Destroy all monsters you control. Also, yeah, also happens no matter what. Right? This is not many cards. This is just 5. But to me, this feels really clean in terms of support for Destiny heroes. This feels like really high quality stuff. This feels like quality over quantity. I mean, yeah, activate Clock Tower Prison City Dark City. Add Dreadnought Servant, special Dreadnought Servant, destroy Dark City. You can add Poly for free already. And get and summon any Destiny hero from your deck. Now, the question remains, does this make a Destiny hero deck good, or is it just like something you potentially play in hero slop? Is my question. Is there any locks on here that stops you from playing them in any hero deck? This one. Send a Destiny from your deck to your grave, add a Clock Tower. This also searches the field spell, dude. But it locks you into Dark Heroes. Okay, Dark Heroes means we can still do like Extra Hero Cross Crusader. We can still do Masked Heroes, Vision Heroes. Yeah. Lots of other darks. Dark Law Turbo sounds delightful. I'm not sure if it's going to be Dark Law Turbo in this one in particular. It could be. But like, I'm just thinking Destiny Hero Doomleash sounds like a really, really good starter, right? And once again, I'm just doing this with the cards that I know. There's other cards that might be involved that I don't even know, but you can just like normal summon Doomleash, send Malicious from deck to grave, add the field spell, activate the field spell. The field spell searches you Dreadnought Servant, Then you can special Dreadnought Servant, pop the field spell, search Poly. You have a Malicious in the graveyard. You have 2 bodies on the field. You get a special summon from the deck with this, which could be the just Dreadmaster, right? To then reborn some monsters. At this point, you would only have 1 in the grave, but maybe you can do something else beforehand. Like you could go send Mali, add the field spell, activate Mali, summon a second Mali, make like the extra hero Cross Crusader. Then you activate the field spell, get Dreadnought Servant, special Dreadnought Servant, add Poly, pop this, summon Dreadmaster, bring back 2 bodies from the grave. You have Poly in hand, ready to go. You can summon the fusion guy by attributing it to Dreadmaster, and then add 2 monsters from, you know. Dreadmaster pops Cross Crusader though. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I'm just working through this in my head, but like, there's potential, is all I'm trying to say. Is Dreadmaster a Garnet? Not if you play Destiny Draw. And Destiny Draw is a cool card. Because Destiny Draw draws 2 cards. And it was really good in 2007. So, you know. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy to think about that we could be playing, in theory, this is like a 2008 player's nightmare, but we could be playing 3 Destiny Draw, 3 Allure of Darkness, and 3 Trade-ins, which is probably not going to be happening. But in theory, that's something you can scare someone from 2008 with. Yeah, I mean, look, like I said earlier, I would love for an actual Destiny hero deck to exist, as long as the goal is not just plasma. But realistically, that could be part of it. So maybe I should be careful of what I wish for here. But basically, these cards are cool. I love the artworks. Big fan of Destiny heroes in general. I just hope it doesn't just go into hero slop, because I feel like that deck, it's just not that interesting. They just like keep slightly patching, like, oh, now take out this engine for that new engine, and I don't know. But yeah. The OCG Metagame Report is interesting. We are going to take a look at that too, because I do think, because people have been asking, like, hey, when does Irish Nationals start? The reality is it has already started, but they haven't started the stream yet. Which I don't know exactly why or how, or maybe they're setting up the stream, or I have no idea. All I have is I'm in contact with Vlad, who is commentating, I believe. And he told me that there's no round 1 feature match. I don't know why, but we're going to have to wait a little bit for it to start. If you want to watch some stream matches, you can check out the Victorian State Champion. Yeah, I have that open here in the other tab. That's what we're going to jump to in a second once we're done with all the new cards and OCG Metagame Report. We have some other feature matches for the new format from an Australian State Championship. So we're ready to go on that as well. So we're going to be fine. We're going to have some games to look at no matter what, even if the Irish Nationals are going to start a little bit later. But that's fine. That is on the agenda for today. Don't worry. Before we do that, however, we have a OCG Metagame Report from, well, the OCG. But it's with Chaos Origins is the interesting part here. Chaos Origins has just been released in the OCG, and that is that. This report tabulates 231 top-performing decks from 44 tournaments to better gauge the impact of the new booster set on the metagame. Tournaments that did not allow Chaos Origins were excluded. So this is all tournaments with Chaos Origins in the mix, which is cool. So let's see if anything from Chaos Origin was able to overtake Cool Tune as the best deck in the format for the OCG right now. No. We have 22% Cool Tune, 13.9% Elf Notes. Worth pointing out that Elf Notes got very good support in Chaos Origin as well, with the new, I think it's called Elf Notes June Pride. The new synchro is crazy, makes Regina a crazy turn 0 play. So we have a lot of Elf Note in the mix here. However, in third place, and this is the real interesting thing here, Ritual of Light and Darkness. Now, 10.8% in a format that is pretty dominated by Cool Tune and Elf Note is respectable, I gotta say. This is the new Dark Magician of Chaos / Black Luster Soldier archetype. We've looked at it a couple of weeks ago. And I guess the big question here is this so popular because it's like the new toy syndrome? Because people are just trying out the new stuff? Or is it actually performing well? That's something we're going to be finding out soon, I suppose, when we have more reports coming out in the future. But it could also mean that a couple of people were trying it and actually are performing well, and now people are seeing that it's performing well, so this number could even go up in the future. So we'll see how that goes. I hope they included a deck list for it so we can take a little bit of a look at it. Let's jump into it. Cool Tune had no new boosts from Chaos Origin, but remains the best deck of the format. This is also in large because they completely ignored it on the most recent Forbidden and Limited list, even though it was already the best deck. So, yep. There's nothing crazy to be talked about here with Cool Tune. This is still Rose Whip is crazy to me. But yeah, this is definitely a Cool Tune deck of all time. Pretty standardized at this point. Nothing really to talk about here. This deck is completely unhit in the OCG. So, yep. Elf Notes. June Pride Elf Notes is a new level 10 synchro from Chaos Origin. That's a new option that can be synchro summoned with the Power Patron effect. June Pride Elf Note improves Regina's ability as a hand trap, as it could bring out all three Lucina, Tinia, and Fortuna together. For example, with Elf Note Regina and Lucina in hand, Regina's first effect, send Lucina from hand to grave as cost, special summon it. In the center, Regina special out Power Patron increased by 3, and then make June Pride Elf Notes in the center main monster zone. Channeling 2 Regina to add itself back from graveyard to hand if it's used for a synchro summon. Chain 1 Elf Note Power Patron to add Tinia from deck to hand. Then June Pride Elf Note's effect to return itself to the extra deck, special summon Tinia from hand, Lucina from grave, and Fortuna from deck. So, yeah, that makes Regina a genuinely strong turn 0 interruption. What you get from this, essentially, if you have all 3, Tinia, Lucina, and Fortuna on the field, you can, like, basically switch them around and get all of their effects. Tinia is a random hand rip. Lucina is a bounce of a level 6 or lower monster, I believe. And Fortuna returns a spell trap from field to the hand, which is the weakest of the 3. But yeah, basically you get a random hand rip and a bounce from this. Plus follow-up, because the Regina ends up back in your hand. If your opponent doesn't have Ash Blossom. If your opponent has Ash Blossom, you're going second with 3 cards in your hand. Congratulations. But if your opponent doesn't have Ash Blossom, it's a pretty good interruption. But yeah. The Synchron package is currently the most popular build. Jet Synchron and Star Junk Synchron are also useful for the opening combo, besides being used for Synchro Emergency. So this is essentially something that this combo has 48 steps. Okay. The end board consists of 7 disruptions. Baron the Fleur, Elf Note Tinia, Dawn Dragster, Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, Elf Note Lucina, Rhapsodia of Madness, and Fortuna. Okay, dude. I mean, so essentially you have the Elf Note interruptions, and you have Crystal Wing, Dragster, and Baron. Awesome. 3 Omni Negates. Well, I mean, okay. An Omni Negate, a Spell Trap Negate, and a Monster Negate. Cool. So you're going to be negating 3 cards. And then the Elf Note. The Elf Note, the crazy thing is, the Elf Note interruptions are actually not that crazy. They're fine. But, of course, the thing that wins them the game is just summoning the most powerful generic synchros in the game. And, yeah. Cool. Also, you have Cool Tune B2B. And can be used as a disruption against Synchro and Exceed deck. Chaos Angel. Okay, yeah, I mean. Yeah, this deck is powerful because, and I guess this is going to be a big question for us when we get the Synchro Emergency, because like these types of Synchro decks are scary because they are so resilient for going second, because they get to play really strong non-engine that not every other deck can also play. It's not just Harmonia. It's not just Harmonia. because it's also with the new Junk Synchron and Jet Synchron, you get to play like the Synchro Trap, which is pretty scary as well when you're going first. So this deck basically has like, this deck has 48 step 1-card combos that end on this board, and it gets to play Harmonia, Fuba, Ash, Maxi, Droll, Gamma, followed by, and Synchro Emergency. So, yep. It's less non-engine than some other decks, though. This is 6, 10, 11. It's still 15. It's still 15 non-engine, but slightly less than other. I mean, it's 15 plus Regina, which means it's 18, realistically, right? So it's 18. It's still 18 non-engine, 17 of which are hand traps. Why do they play 3 of the bird? I would assume maybe because they want to maximize the number of Elf Note cards to make Regina live. And the Power Patron is just slightly better than playing like an extra copy of Fortuna or something like that. So you just want to play like, you want, because Regina does need an Elf Note card to be live, right? And it's not a bad card in general. And here we go, Ritual of Light and Darkness. Also, it's just a pleasure to see these side decks where every deck has 5 Solemns in the side deck. I think yeah, here too. It's so cool when a deck that already summons 3 negations just sides in like Judgment and Warning. That's awesome. Ritual of Light and Darkness. Ritual of Light and Darkness is a new theme from Chaos Origins that's based on Yami Yugi's deck in the Duelist Kingdom arc. Reworked with powerful effects that is more comparable to the modern OCG gameplay. Ritual of Light and Darkness relies on setting up Mind Shuffle as their main strategy. Black Chaos, the ultimate magical swordsman effect, and Gurifo are 2 ways to bring out Mind Shuffle from the deck. Okay, let me get a quick reminder on what Mind Shuffle was. Mind Shuffle. During either player's turn, add a monster that mentions Ritual from your deck to your hand. Discard a card. You can only... Oh! Yeah, dude, this card is awesome. This is the one where you like keep bouncing back and forth between your stuff, right? Like when your opponent activates a card or effect, return a level 7 or higher monster you control to the hand. Special a monster with a different name from your hand, ignoring its summoning conditions. You can activate... Yeah, you can activate the effects. You cannot activate the effect of Mind Shuffle in the same chain. So you like keep swapping them back and forth, which is really cool. Yeah, this one's awesome. The Fallen package is currently the most popular build. Fallen of the White Dragon provides a quick way to synchro summon the Crimson King, which would fetch Soul Resonator or Crimson Call, and in turn get Gurifo. Okay. So you play it with an Albaz Fallen and the Virtuous package. The end board consists of 3 disruptions. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. If this is viable, that's good news. Lackluster Soldier, Soldier of Light and Darkness banishes 1 card the opponent controls. Chaos Hats changes the opponent's activated effect to destroy a face-down defense position monster your opponent controls. And the Fallen and the Virtuous is part of the disruptions. Ritual of Light and Darkness is a mid-range beatdown strategy. The deck mainly has BLS and Chaos Hats as disruption during the opponent's turn. However, it has a very powerful board-breaking ability in Black Chaos, the ultimate magical swordsman's 3rd effect, which can banish 2 cards the opponent controls. The deck also has a lot of grind power. Black Chaos, the Dark Chaos Magician's 1st effect could add a spell card from grave every turn. Skull Archfiend of Chaos effect can shuffle cards from the graveyard or face up banishment back into the deck. Ritual of Light and Darkness uses effect monsters and ritual monsters for their gameplay. And the Fallen package is used for Synchro Summon, so it can run Fidrolus Harmonia without much drawback. Mind Shuffle's 2nd effect could be used to return Fidrolus Harmonia from field to the hand, allowing Fidrolia to be reused every turn. If you already have Gurifo in your opening hand, then Fallen of the White Dragon can be used to Synchro Summon Stardust Dragon, Victim Sanctuary instead to protect your place. Task went a step further with the Fallen package by including 3 Branded and High Spirits in the main deck to fetch the Fallen of the White Dragon. Granguignol for the Swordsman, Black Chaos Dragon, Drone Lockbird, Albion as a dragon for Fidrolus Harmonia, and Rindbrum for Melchami Fualos. Task went 6-2 and finished 3rd, which had 38 teams and 114 participants. it's decks like these that give me hope. It really is decks like these that give me hope. It's kind of a pile though. I don't know, man. This does not feel like a pile. Or at least like, yes, I guess here's the thing, right? When people say slop these days, do you think they refer to like the number of different engines that go into a deck or the play style? Because for me personally, it's the latter. Like when I say slop, I mean like it's more like a feeling of how the deck plays. I don't mean like, oh, this is slop in the sense that like, oh, you just like you have two different engines together in a deck. Which I by definition I suppose maybe is the correct way to go about it, but it's at least for me it's not what I mean when I call something slop. It's more like the play style of just like heavy combo is how I feel about it. So this is not, to me it doesn't feel like a slop deck. It feels very, this is just mid-range. This is pretty much just mid-range. You dislike FTKs, not slop? Maybe slop is just the wrong word for it. Maybe it's just what everyone like is just using way too much as a phrase. But you know what I mean when I say it. I feel like most people understand. But yeah. It is a little overused. I agree with you there. I mean, I just think, and this is like, it is surprising to me in a way. It almost feels like this is a little bit of new toy syndrome, because as much as I would love this deck to be good, I just feel like when decks in the format do this, with one copy of Prohibited Power Patron Portal Terminus, they do all this. And then I look at this and it's like, here's your 3 disruptions from the end board. A banish, a change in effect to something else, and a pop with Fallen at the Virtuous. And I'm just wondering, like, how on earth is this going to keep up in the long run? And I'm hoping it's good enough, but I just feel like the OCG might be too high power level for this in the long run. The rituals are good. The rituals are good, but yeah. I just hope that this deck is going to be good, man. This deck is so healthy. Conclusion. Chaos Origin has a significant impact on the metagame. Cool Tune remains at the top. Elf Note sees a resurgence, and Ritual of Light and Darkness debuts as a new top contender. Ritual of Light and Darkness had a terrific run at Asia WCQ OCG Malaysia, finishing in 2nd place and in top 4. It would be of interest to see if Ritual of Light and Darkness can carry this momentum into other major tournaments of the upcoming weekend. All right, that is something that we're going to be on the lookout for. Also, we see the new pot here in the side deck, not really being played in other side decks, which is a little disappointing, but okay, I mean, we'll see how that develops. Interesting. Okay. So some fresh air in the OCG, even though it's not everything is changed. There's still a lot of things that remain the same, but at least a new interesting mid-range contender has entered the format, which is a win in my book. So we'll take it. Okay. And you guys are saying Irish Nationals are on. So let me see if I can find it. And then we can start watching some gaming. Is it on Twitch or is it on YouTube? Let me try and find it. Here it is. Oh, the stream has already died. You were right about quick play Spellbreakers versus Cool Tune. They feel like silver bullets. No, you got it wrong, peeps. What you're supposed to do is play hand traps against it and complain about it all format long. So what you're doing right now is not actually helpful. You need to actually what you need to do is you need to effect Veiler their first normal summon and then complain for the entirety of the format how toxic Cool Tune is. Maybe it's on YouTube as well. So the stream had they have started the stream for round 2 of the Irish Nationals, but it has lasted an entirety of 53 seconds so far. Better than 52 seconds. It is more than 52 seconds. That is true. Although the quality is this is a stop motion movie. It's Doom Z versus Cool Tune. I would really love to see that. Is this Konami or a fan production? I don't think it's not on the Konami channel. So I know a lot of the national streams are managed by like someone else. Like in the why is why is this zero so different from this zero? Is what's bothering me the most. This almost feels like it's intentional to be like this, because like why is the round timer so pixelated? Why is this a completely different font than this? Why are the life points like a PNG that's like in the thing? This life points as well. This LP is different than this LP. It has got to be intentional, because otherwise that's crazy. Okay, let me just quickly check whether it's... Oh, it's live again. The stream is live again, but it's not running. We cannot watch it like this. Oh, something happened. We got a new frame, everybody. Analyze the new frame. Oh, another new frame. Okay, now it's going too fast for me. Oh, it's speeding up. Oh. Okay, we're skipping every second. Which is all right, which means we can watch like 50% of it. It's crazy how consistently it is every second as well. It always advances by 2 seconds. Oh. Oh! Now there we are. We have gameplay. Dude, is that ground collapse? I feel like that's the opposite of gameplay. Or gravity collapse, or whatever it's called. Where do I go? I probably go... Here. Here's good. Oh, dude, the font is triggering me like crazy. The font is making me go insane. Why is this LP completely different than this LP? That it cannot be. That's how there's not even a way to make that happen unintentionally. What? They're trying. I mean, right now I'm happy it's running. Right now I'm happy it's running. I'm not sure how we got here because it says 0-0, but we are 20 minutes in and there was a gravity collapse being played, which is typically not a main deck card. So I'm just assuming the score is wrong and it's actually game 2 or game 3, probably game 2. And the Cool Tune player lost game 1 and they went first with gravity collapse. Oh no, it's lagging again. JJ Cool Tune, extra normal Q. All right, looks like Cool Tune's winning this one. Why is the life points flickering? Dude, I got... You guys are asking a lot of questions that I also have. I don't have the answers for you guys. I do not have the answers. I cannot provide them. They're taking the timer and the life points from the Neuron app. Oh. Oh, really? You think they have a phone there with Neuron open, which is what they're using to manage the life points, and they're just like taking that image and cropping it? Did Bro cite Perulia against Cool Tune? Bro, Perulia is ass against Cool Tune. What is that trap in front of the deck? What was that trap card from the Cool Tune player? What was that? These must be the undergrounds that the Malice were talking about. Oh wait, it was another gravity collapse? Oh, okay, awesome. Well, it's kind of hard to commentate this game because we kind of started in the middle of it, and I didn't really know how we got here. It looks like Cool Tune's winning. As soon as the next game starts, and if the stream doesn't lag anymore, then hopefully we'll be able... Oh, there was a mistaken arrest as well. Oh, that's so awesome. So many awesome cards in this Cool Tune deck. Gravity collapse and mistaken arrest? Ooh. Bro, the overlay is going to make me go insane today. Why is it flickering like that? They have the life points the wrong way around. Yep, that too. Yeah. The life points were just reduced on the left side, which is not where it was supposed to go. Dude, it's almost like it's so oh 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 okay. It's so scuffed that it's almost funny again. Looks like Doomsday Raiders effect was activated. It was negated by RS, and now we use Drastea in hand to destroy Doomsday Raiders, which in theory should give us the ability to destroy a monster, right? If Doomsday Raiders gets destroyed, it pops a card, doesn't it? Did we use that or did we not? I feel like we forgot to use that. Only one effect? Oh, you can only use one effect per turn. Oh, that card is worse than I thought at breaking boards. Looks like we're using Drastea's effect to rank up with the spell. That's going to make a rank 8. That's going to make the Drastrius. Drastrius on summon can suck. Right? We're going to suck the RS. No, we equipped the RS. Never mind. I thought it, for some reason, I thought it attached as material. Run over Trackmaker. He doesn't suck. It's a good card. Not what I meant. All right, Synchro Overtake. I don't know how much of a disruption do we have here off of just one Drastrius. Not enough, I feel like. Or Overtake plus JJ Cooltune. The fact that this is not over is insane to me. Is Doomsday actually so good? It didn't seem like the Cooltune player had the biggest push on the previous turn. So this is negates an effect on the field. Negates an effect on the field and equips the mix. Looks like we have no other tuner in hand from Cooltune. Which makes me wonder why we even spent that Synchro Overtake if that's all we had. I think Doomsday is better than people think, although it's obviously not the best deck. That might be true. I think Doomsday's good, yeah. Okay, we make the new Graphlerio by overlaying on top of the Drastrius, which should make the equip spells fall off. Yeah. Can you send these equip spells to make Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon in theory? Because they are not treated as continuous spells, right? Does the in theory, yes? You're XYZ locked? Well, not at the start of the turn, are you? You could send Requiem. Oh yeah, right. I was just wondering if maybe it's like worth using a copy of Doomed Dragon then, because you can like start your follow-up turn with it. Let's say you have like one monster that survives and you've equipped like 2 cards to it, and then at the start of your turn you just make a Doomed Dragon. 2 face-up monster cards from your spell trap zone. Ah, okay. I wasn't sure if maybe it specified continuous spells because that's what Snake Eyes is related to. But then also it wouldn't work with Centurions then, because those are continuous traps, right? Yeah, looks like Doomsday's winning this. Dude, genuinely, I don't even care how the overlay looks. but I hope they fix the flickering of the life points. That bothers me. That's what I do with Flame Swordsman Fire King, which is a relevant example. Yes, absolutely is. Why are the LP flickering? I have no idea what exactly the reason is. I think there's another, like, there's an overlay under it that has life points on it, but they just put the thing over it. All right, Doomsy 2-0's cool tune here, from what it looks like, even though the score does not tell us exactly what happened. Dude, this is awesome. I love how there's like so many small details in this stream, like the T touching the side of the asset is great. The font being the absolute, I don't know what it's called, but it's the default font, I'm pretty sure. It's great. At this point, I feel like it might be intentional, dude. Any aircraft? I would be surprised if there was no one messing around with any aircraft in a tournament like this. The question is, are they going to do well and are they going to make it onto the stream? But I'm sure there's going to be a couple of any aircraft players. I don't know how big the Nationals is, actually. Let me message Vlad. And ask. I'd guess 120. Okay. I mean, I suppose what we'll do now, since this seemed like it was a pretty fast round, we'll just go and watch a match from the Victoria State Championships. Round 1 was Branded versus Cool Tune. Yeah.
Or
Okay. Let me see real quick. For this one, I'll go here. They have about 200 players is what Vlad is saying, which is not small actually for Ireland. Okay, I'll leave you with the commentary for a second because I gotta grab some water.
Now we see Tom activating the remix, I believe, being able to add a tuner to your hand and then special.
I'll be right back.
As well, so target 2 cards, or it doesn't target, but then we can have the Zalen on the field. That could always change with the remix. But we see now the Fallen and the Virtuous being activated, presumably being able to pop the. I think he targeted the field spell there.
he did target the field spell by sending Titaniclad the Ash Dragon. And as we know, Brandon's going to get a main phase 3 during his end phase. Currently, we're going to have that Albion and the Titaniclad activating their effects to either set, special, or add to hand more cards. Fallen and the White Dragon going to get hit with Effect Veiler now to stop the special summon from deck. It's pretty good here. Otherwise, we may see an Ecclesia come out. Actually, I don't think we would see Ecclesia here, considering the Elbaz is currently banished. I think it would be more likely Cartesia that comes out. Regardless, neither is going to happen this time.
the Fulton versus goes strong here actually, because he's able to build it up on the chain of the remix. It means that the Zalen is still alive and it wasn't able to negate the Albaz that's on the field, meaning that he did have to use that Veiler in the hand. But we can.
Looks like the audio quality on that one isn't too great either. Stuff like that, I know people complain about it a lot. It doesn't really bother me because I would rather have this than no stream. And I think for some of the smaller nationals / state championships, they just don't really have the budget for that. So as long as there is a stream, I'm happy. Okay, let's see what we got here. Is that a Cool Tune B2B on the right? There's a little glare, but it looks like it. We have, I believe it is branded playing into the Cool Tune board here. The stream is set up by an Australian YouTuber, not a production company. Yeah, which is fine. So it looks like we're using Ecclesia's effect. They respond with B2B to try and bring back Rico, but we have a forbidden droplet to try and stop that. At least the font is consistent and not flickering. I told Vlad to maybe ask them if they could fix the life points for the next one, so maybe there's some hope. The UI is overloading, too much stuff going on. What I could do in theory is go over here. That should calm it down a little bit. Because, yeah, okay, that's better. Now there's less going on. I mean, the background animation. Oh, because it's moving the entire time? Yeah. I mean, I also feel like with this, they've got a lot of space that they're using where they should just, this should just be, the game should be bigger, I feel. Right? The game should just be a little bigger. What is this event? This is Melbourne Victoria Melbourne State Championships in Australia. This happened a few hours ago because of time zone differences, so we're rewatching it in the break from the Irish Nationals. Why aren't they upside down? They are actually, because they're on the other side of the planet, but they handled it in OBS, I think. They just flipped it upside down, probably. So when you flip upside down, it's the right way again. You can handle that in post-production. Didn't Branded already win Australian Nationals? No, they won Austrian Nationals. I don't understand why people keep revealing all their Fedralis targets. Just reveal 4 engine and 1 Fedralis target. I guess in some cases, though, you might not want to tell your opponent which one you're about to send, right? Sometimes you might want to keep your opponent guessing on what you're going to send for Fedralis, right? That could be a reason to show multiple. Like you show, I don't know, Wind Dragon at Ignister or Wind Pegasus at Ignister as well as Malong, and your opponent doesn't know which one you're going to go for, right? That could be a reason. All right, we Ash Cool Tune Synchro. And it looks like we're about to enter one hell of an end phase. Titaniclad. Titaniclad summons Quem. Sends Cartesia. I feel like Deep Sea Prima Donna is a better target than Wind Pegasus, while decks like Branded and Malice exist. What was Deep Sea Prima Donna's effect again? Is it like when it's sent to grave, you can shuffle a banished card back into the deck? Or something like that? Was it that? Yes. Is it in that moment when it's sent to graveyard? Because I feel like the reason to play Wind Pegasus Adagnister is specifically for when you activate Fedralis Harmonia in a spot where you want nothing else other than just the pop from it, right? Like when there's just one monster, you want to pop it, you don't have anything else you need to do right now, you want to send specifically a synchro monster that does something for you later, right? So just playing another card that does something when it's sent to the graveyard is a neat option, but it's not quite the same. It's not the same idea. It doesn't fulfill the same purpose, right? Because the purpose is you want to send something now that does something later. You could play Cyframe Lord Omega as well, which actually does have a graveyard effect too, which is not the worst. So yeah. But I do like the idea of the Pegasus, because it's going to be like a resource in your graveyard that your opponent has to respect. And if they ever forget about it, it could get you like a huge advantage. So there's a Fallen of Albaz banished, which makes me wonder, did we do that with Albion, or was that banished with Q on turn 1? Because that'd be a very unfortunate Q banish for Tim. Do you think Triff has a correct take for Harmonia or just an act to make it go down? I think Harmonia is pretty strong right now. Like, I get the core argument, I understand, of like, hey, right now there's a couple of decks in the format that are hard, that are like so strong when they make a board that you want to like negate their starters, so you want to prioritize hand traps. You want to prioritize hand traps that negate their cards. At the end of the day, however, that gameplay right now, I don't feel like is very promising either. Like, I just don't think that relying on just like Veiler, Imperm, Ash, Bell or something is good against Cool Tune. Because quite frankly, like the first hand trap against Cool Tune is okay, right? Like hand trapping the first card and hoping they don't have the right levels in hand or another extender, it's fine. The problem is, as soon as they have an extender, you basically lose the game on the spot, even with second or third hand trap. So I think Fedralis, even though it doesn't stop your opponent from playing, it does give you like an outlet into the game. Like you get a better chance of taking part rather than just stopping your opponent from playing, which in some cases is better, in some cases is worse. But overall, I think just like negation hand traps just aren't the way to go in most cases this format. So I'd rather play Fedralis Harmonia, I think, than like Effect Veiler. Harmonia does beat like the one card combo Q as well. Yeah, that's the thing. If you compare Q to, if you compare Harmonia to like Imperm, in a lot of cases where Imperm stops their turn, Harmonia also stops their turn. Because if they don't have any extenders in hand and you get the body off the board, then that can also just work. The problem I have with Harmonia is it's literally never done anything for me or against me. I've won every game it's activated. It's impossible for me to say what the reason for that is, but it is a good card. But it is not as auto-win as people make it sound. Does Harmonia stop Q? Like, if it's just Q one-card combo, it does stop it. Because you can go... Like, they normal summon Q, you activate Harmonia, you destroy the Q, and you send, like, Enigmaster Packbit, and then whatever they summon with Q, you just put it in the spell trap zone, and if they don't have an extender in hand, they can't play through that as well. All right, let's fast forward through the breaks because we're rewatching the tournament, so we have the advantage of going through it. The branded deck was able to win the first game against Cool Tune, so here we go. Cool Tune is going first in game 2. But if they summon Rico, they can add Rotary, and any level 3 hand trap does it. It does still combo, but still, one thing you have to realize in that instance is you still significantly weaken what they can do with Cool Tune. Like, because if you get rid of the Q as well, like they don't get to look at the top deck for you, and that matters. So Harmonia does usually make the game more playable for you in a lot of cases. The most glare on that synchro? Yeah. Yeah, that is Trackmaker. I don't think Harmonia is good because one of the effects is also pay 100 euros for me. Yeah, I mean that is a real concern. I think at the end of the day, it is not like this end all be all crazy solution to everything in the format. Like there are ways to play without it. So, which is ultimately also why I said like I don't think it's going to be a 100 euro card. And it has been dropping since the release, right? So it's not been at least at the moment, I don't think it's 100 euros anymore. It is a really, really good card though. Like that part you can't really deny, I feel. I'm hoping it doesn't end up like Ash where it takes years to become affordable. Years is unlikely. I think realistically, it's probably getting reprinted in a year, like the latest, probably. They're going to reprint it at some point soon-ish. Like the Mold Charmies, right? Like Fuwalos was an expensive card for a while, but they when was the first Fuwalos reprint? Like half a year in? They've been faster with reprints recently, I feel like. Stampede. Yeah, Rarity Collection 4 was the first Fuwa reprint. So Fuwa came out in 2024, and Rarity Collection 4 was what, in 2025? Less than a year, yeah. Wasn't it a Maze set first? No, that was Perulia. Perulia was in a Mace or Battles of Legends or something. I forgot which one exactly it was, but Perulia had a reprint before Fuwa. I have someone who agreed to trade a Fedralis for 2 Spark if they pull an extra. I don't even think that's a good deal, is it? I think two Dominus Spark, at least in Europe right now, last I checked, 2 Dominus Sparks are worth more than a Fedralis. Spark is 40 in the US and Fedralis is 110. Okay. I think in Europe right now, I checked on Card Market yesterday. I think I checked for English copies, and I think Fedralis was like 90 and Spark was around 50 almost. So 2 Sparks, they roughly equal Fedralis either way. $45 right now, yeah. Does Harmonia even turn into anything for Cool Tune? Not really, is another annoying thing about it in Cool Tune in particular. Like, the level is just awkward, because the only thing that level 7 is really useful for in Cool Tune, in theory, is for making B2B, but B2B needs a synchro, and you don't have a level 3 synchro, so you can't make B2B with the Harmonia, which is really awkward. You play the Visas, right? You play the Visas, but that's not really that great. You can make Chaos Angel. Yeah, you can make Chaos Angel with especially with Q, it's really nice. Yeah. Wait, no, you can't make Chaos Angel with 2 tuners. You'd need a non-tuner. Yeah, you can make it with Zaylin because Zaylin says it can be treated as a non-tuner. That's why Zaylin works, but Fedralis cannot make... Fedralis cannot make it unless you have a level 3 non-tuner somehow. What about Psychic End Punisher? You could play Psychic End Punisher to make it with Fuba, but I think in practice, that's going to come up very rarely, and the extra deck already gets more tight with Fedralis because you need some targets. So I actually don't think you play Punisher. You can, though. Will you be making a tier list of the best hand traps and board breakers for the new format? Probably, yeah. How long till you think Solemn Report gets banned? Unfortunately, I think that card will not get banned. And it's very telling. We looked at the OCG Metagame Report earlier. People aren't even playing Solemn Report anymore. They're just playing Solemn Warning and Solemn Judgment. Like, I think, unfortunately, these cards just don't really seem to have priority right now for Konami. But I agree with you. I think just siding counter traps for going first is or at least my opinion is that that's an incredibly boring aspect of side decking when any deck just gets to play more Omni Negates basically for going first. But I don't think that is very high on their priority list right now when they're also releasing Solemn Report on top of it. Have you tried Elf Node yet? If yes, what do you think about it? Should I invest in it? My first impression of Elf Node is that it's pretty powerful, but it is basically the opposite of my style. Like it's a pretty full-on combo deck. which I'm just not a huge fan of. If you like that playstyle though, I think it's going to be a solid deck for a couple of months now. So if you like the playstyle of the deck, then I think it's not a bad deck to pick up now. Because if you pick it up now, you're gonna have a decent amount of time to play the deck, because there's gonna be more support in Chaos Origins. It is pretty expensive. It is pretty expensive, but like, if you like it and you can afford it, then I think it's not a bad pickup. The Fallen Elf Node seems a bit more mid-range. A little bit. Just a little bit, yeah. What do you think of Archmage? I think it's alright. Not the greatest, not the worst. Alright, Branded is kind of cooking Cool Tune here, it looks like. How could this happen? I thought Cool Tune was the most toxic deck they ever made. They didn't even have a hand trap. I think they had Ash on Q. Brick XTD? No, they didn't break. Ooh, I think they're just top deck Driver. Awesome. That Driver? It looked like it. If Pendulum is as toxic as you say, why isn't it winning YCSs? Because toxic does not always equal good. Something can be completely unfun and still be bad. Just like Cool Tune then? No, Cool Tune is good. How viable is it to side deck extra deck monsters in decks like Branded? Side decking extra deck monsters is okay in general, but only if they have a very specific purpose for a specific matchup. So I think you need to have a very specific idea of why you're side decking an extra deck card. Just like Man. Yeah, Man is a better example. Like Man is really toxic because the entire strategy of the deck is negating every card your opponent plays. It's just not good to actually see competitive play, but that does not make it healthy. At least in best of 3. In Master Duel, it was running pretty rampant. Do you think Man has also fun gameplay elements? There are fun gameplay elements in Man, yeah. I think recursion in general is a fun gameplay element, and Man has some of that. The problem with the recursion in Man is that what you're recurring is negation. So that's awkward. But I'm a big fan of when decks have like recursion in them, which Man technically does. But I mean, I feel like that's always the case in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, you'll always have, certain decks will always have fun and cool elements to you, and then you'll dislike other elements of a deck. I couldn't name a deck that has like I can't name a deck right now that has nothing in it that I dislike from like recent years. Or I can also not name a deck that has nothing that I like. There's always a deck where there's something fun about it and there's something not fun about it. It's always more, you have to see like the full picture and then decide like, okay, is this fun or is it not fun? Yubel, Snake Eye, dude, both of those decks, even Yubel and Snake Eye, have fun elements to them. And K9 piles, like there's always something fun in there somewhere. Like I think Izuna and Lupus are fun cards to play with. I think the Yubel Grave Squirmer is a fun card to play with, for example. The pushing stuff into the spell trap zone and summoning it out is a fun mechanic in Snake Eyes. There's cool stuff going on in a lot of decks. It's just, you need to take a step back and look at the full picture and be like, is this healthy or not? As the full package. Snake Eye Fire King was unironically fun. Yes, but that is something that I also, we've been talking about this a couple of times recently, but I think in general, how fun a deck is to play genuinely is not my #1 measurement on whether I like a deck or not. And I think that's not the case for a lot of people in the community, but the way I look at it is like, how fun is a deck to play against? Because most decks, if you're pulling off the shit that they're supposed to do, are fun. Like every deck is like fun if you're doing your thing. Most of them, at least. There's some that are not that fun, but like there's mostly a couple of like, most decks are fun when you're playing with them. But I think because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a two-player game, what people very often forget is how it feels for the other player. Do you think Prime Kashtira was fun? Kashtira format had this awkward element of, if you didn't have an out to a Rise Hard, you just lost. That aspect was kind of awful. Okay, Cool Tune loses 2-0 here as well. Yeah. The problem with this entire thing is that that's just subjective, right? Like I do acknowledge there's a branded mirror match. Okay, let's wait. Is Ireland continuing? Not yet. Let's skip the branded mirror, just because we've seen branded in the previous round. Radiant Striker meets Clowns! Okay, I'm watching Clowns. If you're honest, B2B is exactly the same. If you don't have an out, you just lose on the spot with many decks. I think starting a sentence with be honest and then saying B2B is the same as a Rise Heart is crazy work. That's gotta be rage bait. That's rage bait to the point where I'm going to stop talking about it right now. Clown Mitsu, all right. Clown Mitsu, you better not get rolled with that. Oh, there's Tanky. That's a starter for Clowns. Prayers, no tribute. Yeah, they both don't want to get rolled. So this adds typically Clown Crew Flare, which is reveal itself in hand, add a Clown Crew, then discard a card. Which means that if you get rolled here, you just cry. There is an Ash Blossom in Brandon's hand, so we can Ash the Saji, I guess. Oh no, the player going first has Ash and the player going second has Ash. I wonder what's gonna happen. I'm on the edge of my seat. Okay, don't activate Clown Crew Flare and then read it yourself. That scares me. We're getting Clown Crew Rehearsal, which is the one that tributes and then adds, I think, 2 cards. You do have to discard for Flare. They forgot to discard for Flare. Right? You do have to discard for Flare. I think they did that now. And now we tributed Habakiri for Rehearsal, right? And now we get to trigger its effect. So that's the quick play spell that summons from extra deck. Gonna summon the Fusion and the Exceed. Gonna summon the Clown. Tribute summon for those two. Draw 2 with the Clown and use both of their graveyard effects, right? Where did the rituals go? They used the Flare to put them back, right? After it was tributed? Wait, but that means they didn't tribute the Habakiri. Well, we go ahead and search the continuous spell and the trap. Toast, thank you for the 22 months. And Adrian Nixio, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Do you think there will be more Destiny Hero support in Beyond the Brave? I don't know. I thought I would guess no, because I feel like the stuff we just read looks good enough. But there could be more. I wonder how Clown bridges into Mitsu and vice versa. It might just not bridge. It might just be a matter of, well, you draw a couple of cards here and there. Are we in end phase? 1, 2, just 2 draws. Could be 3 draws, shouldn't it? They use Ashland. Oh, they can actually bridge. You're right. Well, but they have to do that before they use any of the Clown cards, right? So it's Mitsurugi bridging into Clowns. Mitsurugi can bridge into Clowns, but Clowns cannot bridge into Mitsu. Classic Mitsu. All right, we're in the end phase. We drew a bunch of cards. We have our Clown board. Everything is good. Life is good here. And then we have Radiant, Sky Striker, Mitsurugi on the left, which is going to be a strong deck into this. We let pre-prep resolve. We have Ash Blossom in hand, but we're going to hold it for something else. We let them add Mirror and Habakiri. Oh, also, I have a question. You need to help me figure something out because I'm not sure how to feel about something that happened yesterday. I opened I got the legendary modern decks yesterday, 3 of them, and I don't know how likely that is, but I opened 3 of them and I got 2 starlights, which I think is pretty lucky. I don't know what the odds are of actually getting a starlight in those packs. But hear me out. Okay, hear me out. Both of my starlights were X-Saber Gothams. So, am I lucky or unlucky now? Because I have no idea. Because that's the worst starlight you can get. That's less than $10. So, I genuinely, I don't know how to feel about it. So, am I lucky or unlucky or both? Both? Okay. I mean, it's still a pretty card. Yeah, but dude, the Sky Striker alt art reinforcement of the army would have been so sick. How much would they cost if you sell them? The Starlight Gothams is like less than $10. I'm just gonna keep it, but yeah. The Sky Striker reinforcement of the army is literally $150. As well as I think Camellia Starlight is also over 100. They're crazy. I love the clown deck, man. I love the clown deck, man. We just need we need more decks that don't rely on Omni Negates. Is all there is to it, dude. Albior, thank you for the 3 months. I don't even care. I don't even care if it's a deck like Clowns that just has crazy grind game and draws a bunch of cards, or if it's a deck like the new Ritual of Light and Darkness and whatever. We just need. I think that's what I figured out for myself for what I want from Yu-Gi-Oh in the next couple of years. Is I just want less negation, dude. I just want people to play their decks. I just want people to resolve their cards. That's what we need, I think. Because then we can that's the only way we can actually break boards and play engine versus engine is if cards resolve. And this goes for in engine as well as non-engine, right? Like whether it's the hand traps that people play or whether it's the boards that people end on, I just want there to be less negation. Like cards can be crazy. Cards can be powerful. I don't care. But make cards resolve, dude. I don't want to watch my opponent play and make a powerful board and then activate my 2 starters. They both get negated and then I'm like, all right, let's go next. HCKO, thank you for the 38 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Always a pleasure to have you on the Card Guessers. Okay, activate Mitsurugi Mirror, Chain Bell, Chain Linkage. Cards resolving gameplay is fun, sure, but when the best decks don't end on negates, they win in other ways, and staring down something as simple as IP Futsu prayers and being unable to beat that is just illusion of gameplay anyway. There's unironically no deck right now that looks at IP Futsu prayers and is unable to beat it. I think if you're unable to beat, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, but if you can't beat IP Food Soup prayers, if that's your example, then that's you who can't beat it. That is not an illusion of gameplay at all. That sounds like a fun gameplay experience as hell. If you're telling me there's a world without negates and you're playing against IP Food Soup prayers every round, I'm taking that in a heartbeat. I'm immediately taking that. And I'm winning that tournament. I'm telling you that much. If that's what I'm worried about every turn, every round. If there's no Ash, Impulse, and Mitsurugi trap behind that, bro, I'm chilling. I'm completely chilling. I'm bad, so everything scares me. You think ideally all hand traps should be gone? No, I think, unironically, and I mean this, I think if the decks in the game change, then people will stop playing this many hand traps. I think the reason that people play this many hand traps is not because they want to, but because they are kind of forced to. I think that, can they make that Vower Rune? I think they linkage this turn. Is this still the same turn? I don't think they can make that Vower Rune. I think they're locked by linkage. What was I about to say? Hand traps. Yes. I think hand traps, like, and when I say hand traps, I'm referring to like the negation hand traps. I'm talking mainly about Veiler, Imperm, Ash, maybe Bell falls into that category. Like those cards in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, they feel relatively low impact and are not actually that desirable to play. At least for me, I'm not happy when I have to play those cards, because typically when I draw those cards, I feel like I'm playing this mini game of trying to negate my opponent's starter, and that feels like something that's very much out of my control. It feels like there's not much skill involved with that, and I don't really want to do that. The thing is, if you give me an alternative way to win, like if you give me another strategy that doesn't involve negating my opponent's starters, I'll take it. I will. Okay, they're fixing that thing with the thing. I'll take any opportunity to not play those mini games if they exist, right? But they don't always exist is the problem. Because there's a couple of decks in the format right now that simply will do so much, and they will do unspeakable things to you that you simply are forced to hand trap them. And if that wasn't the case, if the decks in the game were a little bit less powerful, so essentially what I'm trying to get to is you don't have to ban the hand traps to make that happen. What you have to do is you have to create an environment where those hand traps are just not the ideal way to go about it. And you're like, what you want is a deck that is inherently like relatively fair, but just good against hand traps. Something like, and it's weird because they've somewhat tried to do this recently, but just not, they haven't done it properly. But an example of this was Pure Yummy. Pure Yummy was a deck where hand traps were not good against it. The board was breakable. So if it was just a format with decks like that, I would never play cards like Impermanent Veiler. Like I would just not playing those. I would just not be playing those cards. I would be playing other cards for those matchups. The problem is that those decks at the moment are more the exception than the norm. because that's usually not the only deck in the format, like Pure Yummy as well. Like, and also Pure Yummy had some exceptions, like Herald of the Arclight, which is not a Yummy card, but did kind of like ruin the Pure Yummy deck in the beginning, but eventually was banned, right? But Pure Yummy, it didn't take long for people to figure out, like, well, these Yummy cards aren't properly designed, so I can just put Yummy into anything. And all of a sudden, it's no longer the fair and the pure fair Yummy deck. It's just Yummy Mitsu, Yummy whatever, you name it, you know, and Yummy Tri-Brigade, whatever. And like all of a sudden, we're back to the board that auto wins, right? And you're like, oh, well, now I can't use board breakers anymore. Now I have to go back to hand trapping, right? Or you have other decks in the format that force you to play hand traps, so you can't actually just like enjoy the gameplay against the Pure Yummy deck because you just don't have the board breakers in your deck because they suck against everything else, right? How can you make a deck good into hand traps when almost every effect in the game has a hand trap that stops it? It's not that hard, actually. It's something where you just make it so that the cards do more than just their effects. For example, in Pure Yummy, if you normal summon Cupsy and you activate the effect, if that gets ashed, the Cupsy still does something after because you can turn it into a Link 1. So, like, the card does more than just the thing on summon, right? So what you have to do, in my opinion, as a card designer in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you have to make more cards like that, but you have to make sure that those decks' end boards are balanced. That's what they failed to do with Yummy. With Yummy, if they just put harsher locks on Yummies, it would have been such a healthy deck for the game. If the best case scenario for hand traps is that they're not played, doesn't this mean they're toxic? No, it just means that they are kind of bad inherently. Like hand traps, and this might sound crazy, but I don't think that like cards like Valor and Imperm are in a vacuum like good Yu-Gi-Oh cards. You just go -1 to stop one card that's going to stay on the field. Like they're not going to be, they're not high quality in that sense in a vacuum. You just play them because they're the best thing you have for what you need. Like there are decks in the game that you need to stop from playing, otherwise they will literally FTK you. And so you play bad cards essentially. And that's the gameplay that you get from it, is it's gonna feel bad. Because you play bad cards. Which is also why when the game was slower, these cards were played a lot less. I think the main reason why people played Effect Veiler in the beginning was because it was a format where Heavy Storm was legal. And to an extent also there was formats with like Cold Wave and such. So you needed something in case your opponent like blew up your traps, but typically traps were better than Veiler. It was essentially like traps were better than Veiler in most cases, unless you got Heavy Stormed. So you played Veiler as like a backup maybe. But it wasn't it wasn't because the card inherently was strong. So yeah. But I don't think it matters that much. I think hand traps are actually not that hard to get rid of the format if they want to. Like if they want to get rid of this hand trap gameplay, they can, and that's what's frustrating to me, is that they just don't want to. Apparently they think someone throwing Ash and Impulse and Veiler at the first 3 cards you play in a turn is somehow healthy. Which is sometimes frustrating to me. Because if they wanted us to stop experiencing that gameplay, they could. All they have to do is make decks with lower ceiling, but that play well into those hand traps, and we would stop playing those cards naturally. They wouldn't even have to put them on the ban list. Like, I'll happily remove those cards from all of my decks tomorrow. I'll be happy about it if I don't have to play those cards. Like, and I think that's the case for a lot of people. Like, give us fairer decks going first that are resilient to hand traps, and give us like higher quality cards for going second, and I'll happily remove all those hand traps from my decks. What's the meaning of ceiling? Ceiling is a term, I don't know if it's exclusive to Yu-Gi-Oh or in card games or whatever, but like ceiling refers to how much your deck can do, basically, like how powerful your end board is, and like just, yeah, how much your deck can do, basically. So like the decks with the highest ceilings are like the combo decks that like make a board that insta wins the game, right? That's what you would refer to as a high ceiling. And a lower ceiling deck is a deck with like a smaller end board, like, I don't know, a Draco Tail deck, or like the Clown Crew deck, or like, for example, Mitsurugi Yami has a higher ceiling than pure Yami because the board is bigger and you can do more things in a turn and stuff like that. Quick play spell breakers, trap cards, and all engine are my favorite ways to play the game. The unfortunate reality is that those strategies have not been viable many times in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't even think it needs to be all engine. I think it's completely fine that non-engine is part of the game, as long as the non-engine that people play is fun. Because there's like definitely there's non-engine that is not the same level of fun as other non-engine, right? Like if I look at a card like Forbidden Droplet, that card to me is significantly more fun than when I look at Droll and Lockbird or Dominus Impulse, right? Like and this is also why I was so positive when I saw Fedralis Harmonia, because that card is very powerful, but I don't view it as a toxic card. I guess for some people, and that's once again, the term toxic is subjective. Like some people feel like Harmonia is toxic because it's just that powerful, which is also fair enough. Like sometimes a card can have healthy interactions, but so many of them, or is so good at it that it still is toxic overall. But yeah. Harmonia is toxic because it outprices 90% of players. That is a non-game design related aspect of it, but I do agree with that. Do you think Genesis format fixed the imbalances between decks? I think Genesis format fixes two things for me personally, which is why I've enjoyed it a lot whenever I've played it. On the one hand, it does lower the ceiling of decks significantly, which is, I think, the most important thing to turn the game more healthy, is to reduce the ceiling. And it has also heavily disincentivized people from playing like the negation non-engine, because all of the negation hand traps have points in Genesis. So the game, like, it's just, in Genesis, cards resolve more often, which is more fun to me. So, like, essentially, that's the thing, right? I think most people would agree that modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks are too powerful. And then, like, and that the gameplay that stems from negation hand traps is not the most fun. At least I think those are two pretty cold takes from what I'm hearing in the community, right? Like I engage with the community a lot, and I think most people would agree that a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh decks do too much, and that like just negating starters isn't the most fun way to play the game. And the problem is like, who's the culprit, right? Like, are the hand traps the culprit because the hand traps existing forces Konami to make more powerful decks, or are the combo decks the culprit? And I think that part is subjective, but ultimately I feel like the people do agree on that underlying problem for the most part, I think. And I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's a little bit of both, but I also think if you design decks properly, then people will stop playing hand traps naturally. You can definitely disincentivize the use of cards like Imperm if you just make goods, if you just make decks that are good into it. My issue with it, and the reason why I'm not sure when and how it's gonna happen, my issue with it is that like, in order to make sure that more fair decks see play, I think you have to more aggressively ban stuff. You have to more aggressively ban stuff, because otherwise the new stuff is just not going to have a chance, right? Like, it doesn't matter if there's a deck in the format or if there's a deck that they make that's fair and balanced and that people don't have to play hand traps against, if it's just going to get destroyed by, I don't know, Elf Notes, which is just synchro combo 48 steps off of one card, makes 7 interruption board or whatever. So they need to use the ban list more aggressively if they want to make that happen. And I think the TCG is doing that to an extent. The TCG has been more aggressive recently, in recent years, which has been good. But the problem is that the ones that are designing the cards are the OCG designers, and they have not been very aggressive on their ban list, to say it lightly. They haven't done shit, pretty much. Like, the OCG ban list has literally been, for the longest time now, just like, ban the stuff that came out last year so people buy the stuff that comes out this year. Pretty much. They want every player to have a chance to win, even with bad pet decks. Yes, that seems to be a part of the philosophy of the OCG. The OCG seems to prioritize, like, it's almost like they just look at like win rates for decks instead of like fun. Like, fun doesn't seem to be an aspect in the OCG like gameplay design team. It really feels like they just don't care about how the game feels to play, but rather just like, okay, does this deck have an appropriate win rate or not? Yeah. Dude, Irish Nationals. What? Where's round 3 for Irish Nationals? Nothing's happening. We see fun from our perspective. I mean, yeah, that is the thing, right? There's definitely people who enjoy that as well, which is okay, right? It's just, at the end of the day, everyone has their own individual idea of what fun is. Do we know why they didn't just make the ban list universal 1-to-1 between TCG and OCG? Yeah, we know that because we have common sense. Like, the formats are not the same. They are on different release schedules. We have different products, we have different cards, we have TCG exclusives, we have OCG exclusives. So, of course, right, we have different ban lists, and that is good. It's good that we don't have the same ban list. I do not want the OCG ban list, please. But we had the same ban list years ago. Yeah, and that was bad. So they changed it. Ooh, okay. This is an interesting interaction in the end phase. We have Shizuku. We have Shizuku activating Chain Harmonia, destroying the Shizuku, sending Malong. Now Malong is going to try to bounce the set card, but we chain linkage. The only problem here is that double Fuba is active. Would you take a universal ban list in exchange for simultaneous worldwide release of product? In theory, yes. But in reality, no, because that would mean the OCG would make the ban list. And there's nothing that would scare me more. If you told me like worldwide releases, same ban list and everything, but like we get a good ban list, then I would take it. But I'm not, as it is right now, that's not how it would go, and I do not want any of that. OCG card design and TCG ban list. How about that? I mean, yeah, I guess. Maxi is fine in gold format. That's true. I think I don't really understand the problem with just making new versions of cards when they're obviously outdated. Like there's Yu-Gi-Oh cards that have been made in 2011 or 2010, like Maxi and Droll and Lockbird, that are so powerful nowadays. It feels like a no-brainer to me to like design a new version and get rid of the old one in a format where, in a game where we have no rotation. It feels so easy to do, and it would make the money. Like everyone would buy the new version of Droll and Lockbird. And it takes them ages to even make something that's remotely close to like Max C. And for Droll and Lockbird, it's the same thing. Like, why is it taking this long? Like, why not just take this card that, like, because the thing is this, right? Once again, Droll and Lockbird, as polarizing as the discussion around the card might be, the underlying situation is that people do agree on it. Like, people do agree on, well, Droll and Lockbird is really powerful. Droll and Lockbird is also not fun, but it appears to be necessary against certain strategies, right? That is something that most people agree with. Some people just reach different conclusions. Like some people say like, hey, I understand Droll and Lockbird is powerful, but I think we need it because otherwise I'm scared of what kind of decks would be played. And other people are like, I don't like Droll and Lockbird, I want it to be banned, and then they should just hit the strategies that are too powerful because of that, right? That's the thing, right? Like people are technically on the same side, but they just don't agree with the solution, right? Some people think Droll is the solution to the problem of combo decks existing. Then other people say like, no, Droll is not an appropriate solution. We need something else. The reality is, if they make a more healthy version of Droll and Lockbird that still does the job of keeping combo decks in check, but is not as unfun, everyone is happy. And everyone buys that new card. Instead of just having this old card from 2011 or 2010 running rampant that they make no money off of. I mean, yeah, they reprint it sometimes, but like realistically, like everyone has access to Droll and Lockbird for dirt cheap. Oh, yeah. Is the Irish national stream ever gonna continue, or is it cooked now? Why do we need to keep combo decks in check? Is that rage bait? That's rage bait, right? Yeah, that's rage bait. Okay, next round we have Cool Tune versus Luna Light. Wait, they already won a game? Okay, Luna Light's going first. Oh, I see. I see why they won. The opponent had Ash Blossom going first. Wait, why did you... What combo is this? Uwa against Luna Light. Okay, in draw phase. How does Luna Light win this game? They don't? Oh, they impulse the only starter, I suppose. Okay. Oh, dude! Underneath the Ash Blossom was a Droll and an Imperm. I didn't see that. I was wondering how they got this far, but then passed to a single Ash. It looked like there was one, like, card in the graveyard. But there was actually Imperm, Droll, and Ash. Okay, now it makes more sense. All right, awesome. That must have been a very enjoyable turn one for both parties. And now we summoned our one starter. We got hit with Dominus Impulse, and now we are getting completely cooked next turn. Okay. Awesome. Is it correct to impulse Q over Cool Tune Synchro? No, they probably didn't know that you could impulse the Cool Tune Synchro. Definitely not correct. I left for a while. Where did the scuffed everything go? This is not Irish Nationals. This is a VOD of the Australian Melbourne Victoria State Championships that we're watching in the breaks. But yeah, this one had a little bit better of a setup. The Irish Nationals has been on a little bit longer of a break right now, so maybe they're fixing some stuff in the overlay, is my hope. Because it should have... I feel like it should have continued a while ago otherwise. Do you like Retaliating See this format for Cool Tune? I used it with Elf Note and it felt really awkward. I'm not a big fan of it. I think it's okay, but I'm not convinced. Because it's only good if they start with Cool Tune Synchro or Overtake. The Chaos Angel line is also just good. Yeah. Retaliating can be a breaker. It can be used as sort of like a board breaker, yes. The problem with that is that they will know you have it, which then means in return, like when your opponent knows that you have Retaliating See, they can use the Cool Tune Synchro in a spot where you don't want to Retaliating See yourself, right? Because let's say you're playing, I don't know, let's say you're playing a deck that needs the graveyard a little bit, then you're just like attempting to do something with the graveyard, and then they activate Cool Tune Synchro. Well, if you now chain retaliating C, you're gonna like macrocosmos yourself, right? I love droplet crown into boards right now. Activating a searcher into RS, they let it resolve, then you crown them with quick effect prior, so you just get a search into a negate and you stop the roll. They can still roll you though, if they chain Cool Tune Synchro to your crown, right? They can even negate the crown if they want to. But they can, because crown only says you can't respond with monsters. So you can just activate crown. Yeah, you activate crown, they chain Cool Tune Synchro, and then they change roll. But then I guess they negate their own Cool Tune Synchro. But yeah. How much is crown now? I don't know, actually. Round 3 of Irish Nationals in 10 minutes. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Bro. How is our... Do we have anyone in chat who is at Irish Nationals? When did you guys start? If round 3 in 10 minutes is... It's 3:30. So 3:30. Well, they are an hour behind, so it should be 2:30 for them. It started at 11:30. Okay, 11:30. That's pretty late start. How many players? 200 players. So it's what? How many rounds of Swiss? 11 or 12? In your opinion, how will they be able to print a fair version of Droll? We've had a long discussion about this on stream at some point, like a while ago. We came up with something that I thought was pretty neat. I don't remember what it was. I think, like, basically, if I remember correctly, we designed a card that worked similar to Nibiru, where you discard it, and then it does more the more times your opponent has searched this turn, right? Because what I wanted to achieve with it was I wanted it to make your opponent think about what they do even if you don't have it. Because one thing I really dislike about Droll and Lockbird is this, like, this property of you activate your first card and then you know immediately do they have Droll or not. You don't have to worry about it anymore, right? Like, you activate your first, like, reinforcement of the army, and then you say on res anything, your opponent says no, and then you know, okay, you can go crazy. You don't have to care about it, right? So what I wanted to achieve was I wanted to make a card that makes your opponent think about what they do, even if you don't even have it. Like Nibiru, for example, forces people to play differently even when you don't draw it because they don't know that you don't have it. With Droll and Lockbird, it becomes super obvious. Right? With Droll and Lockbird, it's like, okay, I did a search, they didn't roll, so they don't have it. Nibiru is something that every combo deck in the game has to respect and play some lines differently because it could exist in your opponent's hand, right? So that was my goal with the replacement for Droll and Lockbird. So I made, like, when we made a custom card for it, it was something like discard it and then do something depending on how many cards your opponent has added. And it was like, the more cards were added, the more things it would do. Right? Like, it was like, if your opponent has only added once or twice, it would do something very small. If your opponent has added 3 or 4 times, it does something more powerful. If they added 5 or 6 times, it does something even more powerful. I thought that was a really cool idea. I thought that was neat. What's your opinion on Striker Mitsu? I think it's solid, but you better not get rolled with it. How good is Cool Tune? It doesn't seem that great. I think Cool Tune is pretty good, but I do think Cool Tune is also a little overhated. I know it's an unpopular opinion, but I think Cool Tune is overhated. I think what people really hate is the hand trap gameplay that it provides, but the deck itself I think is fine. Playing against Cool Tune is not fun. See, I guess that's where just like our experience like are different because I don't actually hate playing against Cool Tune as much as people say. Like I've been having an okay time against it. I would rather play against Cool Tune all day than combo decks to be honest, but that is subjective. I'm mad about the extra deck rips. Yeah, the extra deck rips. I think those they could have just left out of it because those they aren't even good. Like they typically don't matter, but they have the potential to be pretty frustrating. I dislike a lot of aspects about it still, but since I've changed my mindset into the format, it's way more manageable. Cool Tune itself is very manageable. I think it does suffer from one particular problem as well, which is that like the cards that are good against Cool Tune are not necessarily what's going to be good into the rest of the format. It depends on how the format is exactly going to turn out. But if you have decks like Elf Node in the mix, then you're still going to be forced to play some amount of hand traps, and those are just bad into Cool Tune. I would hate playing a YCS filled with Cool Tune mirrors. Dude, if the format is just Cool Tune, then you don't have to play Cool Tune. There are decks out there that beat Cool Tune. They are called floodgates? No, they are not called floodgates. What do you think about siding out the Tenpai cards for gimmick puppets? It depends what your goal is. If you're trying to lose all of your friends as fast as possible, then that sounds like a good idea. But other than that, I don't see how that sentence even makes sense. Biggest problem of Cooltune is reframing, Rose Whip, and potentially Gravity Collapse, so nothing new. I think non-engine is Yu-Gi-Oh's biggest problem right now. There still is a bunch of floodgates and toxic cards that they need to get rid of. I think in most decks, the engine are fine. Not every deck. This is not true for every deck, but I think in general, I think it's just generic cards rather, not just non-engine, but like some generic end board pieces as well that make certain decks go over the top. I feel like it's always the same story for over the last couple of years, where they make a deck and the deck itself is actually quite cool, but then in reality, when the deck releases, it's not being played the way that they imagine it would be played, because people just slap the most powerful non-engine and generic endboard pieces into it that they can, and that's what makes it too powerful. This happens with so many decks. Like, they spend a lot of time designing new decks, and then it doesn't end up mattering that much how much time and effort they put into the design, because all that matters is like, hey, which generic floodgates can I play within this? Which generic endboards which generic cards can I end on? And that's that. And often this is cards from like 10, 15 years ago that are responsible for why people hate a deck. You can also see that in Genesis. Yeah, no, that was my point with Genesis earlier as well. I think the reason why Genesis is fun to me right now is because you just play more engine versus engine Yu-Gi-Oh! Even with modern decks. And I don't care that it's modern decks. I don't want gameplay from 10 years ago. I just want more engine versus engine. They can be modern engines. They can be powerful as hell. I don't care. But I want to resolve my cards. Okay, Lunalight is going first here into a Fuba, but looks like they have a pretty strong start by fusing Martin into Perfume Dancer. So they can definitely end on Ligers here. The question is, how many cards do they have to give? Irish Nationals is back on. Oh, okay, we can continue this later then. Oh! The life points are fixed! Let's go! Actually watchable, maybe. Opium. The camera also looks better. It looks like they spent some time to fix it. Oh, dude, why did I say that? Okay. It was just a small lag. It's all good. It's all good. I thought I jinxed it. They still got 2 different fonts for the life points thing and everything, but whatever. I can forgive that. The life points are not flickering anymore, and the camera is actually pretty good. We can't see the bottom player's spell trap zone, but we just hope that it's, I don't know, a deck where it doesn't matter. Branded. We knew that already. What is deck 2? Okay, this is going to be, we're going to be really happy as whenever it's Branded's turn, because we're going to be able to follow very well. Oh, no, no, that's the worst case scenario. It's Sky Striker. They need to spell Trap Zone all day long, dude. They're gonna start activating spells. We're gonna see none of them. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. No, disaster. I mean, I'm good. God bless you, Dean, for playing Sky Striker, but we're not seeing any of your spell cards. Yeah, that was Shark Cannon. They banished Shark Cannon with Are we in the end phase? That's weird, because I'm pretty sure Art has Imperm in hand. Why did bro not set Imperm? It's Spark? Oh, maybe it is Spark. I just assumed it was Imperm because Trap in Branded, but maybe it is Spark. Yeah, you're right. Could be Spark. I think you're right. Dude, it even got worse. It got worse. We can't see any spells. How are we supposed to watch a Sky Striker game if we can't see the spell Trap Zone? Guess the card live? Dude, we're playing Card Guesser. Something has happened. We've activated something. Reinforcement of the army? No, Radiant Typhoon Chant. Okay, well, that was exciting. I was wrong, though. Oh, let's go. They fixed it. That's unfortunate, actually. I kind of wanted to play Card Guesser more. Bloss. This is winnable for Sky Striker. Space Typhoon on Fallen and the Virtuous. That's going to be 3 spells in Grave. Chain Linkage. That's an expensive linkage, too. Does Linkage have a Starlight in the structure deck? The Legendary Modern decks? Can you pull Starlight Linkage? Yes? Ooh. Well, can't ash that one. Can't ash that one. Not Starlight, just check. Okay. What is the condition for Spark? The opponent has to have activated something in hand or grave, right? So Sky Striker, in theory, can play around it pretty well. So Sky Striker can technically just ignore a Spark, which is neat. It's just like Izuna, okay. Ooh, Eagle Booster. That's good here. I think Branded is down to just Spark as disruption, nothing else. We got Rindbrum, but Rindbrum doesn't actually interrupt. We can Cartesia. We can Cartesia with the Albaz, actually. To make Albion into Mirror Jade. That's possible. Is Spark just compulse if you set it? No, it doesn't bounce. That's Spiral. Spark is banish. So for the Spark, but Spark is like if you set it, you still have to wait for your opponent to activate an effect in hand or grave, right? No? Or yes? Why are 5 people saying no, 5 people saying yes? Dominus Spark. No, you can just banish it. Oh, okay. During the turn in which your opponent has activated a monster effect in hand or grave, you can activate this card from your hand. So if you set it, you can activate it at any time. Target a monster your opponent controls, banish it. Then if you have no traps in your grave, your opponent can special a monster from your hand. Okay, so that's the drawback. And then if you activated this from your hand, you cannot activate Earth, Water, Fire, Wind. The drawback was different than what I had in mind. Yeah. It's Honestly, in that case, I'm a fan of setting it. I don't know why we kept it in hand there. Player on Duster. But how likely is game 1 Duster at the moment? Like, really not. All right, Albion has been outed without it hitting the graveyard, which is neat. There's still going to be a couple of end phase effect here for Art. We did send fusions to graveyard with the quick play spell, so Cartesia and Ecclesia will go back to hand. So there's still a lot of follow-up here for Branded. It's not over yet. It's actually potentially still pretty difficult for Sky Striker because Ecclesia and Omega are going to come back. It's actually quite annoying that Shark Cannon is the card that got banished by Omega. Because that would be a really good Shizuku search here, so we could interrupt the graveyard resources, but that being banished is quite annoying. Cannon's, yeah, Cannon is pretty good right now. Cannon is pretty good right now. Where's this live? It's on Twitch. I think Sky Striker is surrendering here due to the amount of follow-up. Yep. I mean, hey, Sky Striker has a good grind game, but the branded grind game might be something else, dude. The grind game for branded is something else. So branded takes game 1 here. Be right back. Give me 1 second while they side deck. All right, what are we working with so far? We're Radiant Typhoon Vision, Chain Linkage in draw phase, I assume. And then engage first action. Didn't get ashed. Awesome. How is the branded matchup into Cool Tune? It's quite solid actually for Cool Tune. For branded, I think it's definitely winnable. Can you show us your shirt? It's the one that Emre gave me. The I love Yu-Gi-Oh. I think it's about even, which is not bad for the best deck of the format. Probably having a 50-50 matchup into it's not bad, definitely, and it's pretty skill intensive too, I would say, which is good. Is Harmonia legal? Yes, Harmonia is legal. I think it's games like this one where the Radiant Typhoon cards are actually a little awkward. Like when you already have your engine going, they don't provide you that much. Which is also how I felt about it when we played the deck in Master Duel last week. It was a little bit awkward. It's cool if they are your starters, but when you already have everything, like it's a little annoying. What are your thoughts on Doom Z with their latest support? I think it's solid. I think it's like tier 2. Thoughts on Mitsu Striker? It's good. I don't think it's better than Pure Sky Striker though, but that's maybe I'm biased because I like Pure Striker more, but I feel like Pure Striker is better at wanting to do the same thing, but Mitsu Striker has some advantages when it goes second. I think. That's the third engage. They added it back with Kagari, so not that much of a shocker. Mitsu Striker has the issue of more awkward draws, yeah. You have a couple of, like, it's basically, Mitsurugi is very two-faced in that sense that sometimes you draw prayers and that gives you full access to your engine and multiple spells in grave. Or you draw Saji, Murakumo, or Mirror or whatever, and it makes your hand awkward. Any hero Giga Chads? You mean any heroes or Giga Chads? I think we've seen some Giga Chads, but no heroes yet. Oh. Don't die on me, live stream, please. Camellia Pass. All right. Well, I see a lightning storm in Mitsurugi's hand, in Branded's hand, so that's gonna be rough. We have 5 sets. Do we have a way to counter lightning storm? Or are we just getting destroyed by that? Looks like we're getting destroyed by it. Because if we had like a way to stop it, we would have already used it. Is this the kind of decision that makes you want to go second? There's been matchups where I picked second with Sky Striker post side deck, like the Sky Striker mirror match, for example, because I just don't think going second in that is a big deal, and I would rather dodge the risk of Lightning Storm. than trying to go first in the striker mirror. Like at the regional, my last regional with Sky Striker, I did go second in the mirror post side, but in other matchups, I think you still pick first. Against branded, you could consider it. The branded board is breakable for Sky Striker, especially if you assume that they're gonna have some dead cards in the mix, like Mulch Armies and stuff. Oh no, the stream is struggling. No, stream! Stay with me! Ooh, Crown is nice. On Camellia, though. Chain Fallen and the Virtuous to destroy the Camellia in response to the Crown. Chain Linkage. Ooh. Watched any of the Australia stream? Yeah, we've already watched a little bit of it. We're gonna watch more in the upcoming breaks for this one. It had some fun games, I will say. We saw a clown crew game that was awesome. All right, Lemniscate actually returns our back row to the hand, which is something that Lemniscate can do against Lightning Storm, is you can return your own cards to the hand. So we're gonna basically, in terms of just raw card advantage, not even lose that much to this Lightning Storm. We lost Lemniscate, Crown, and Linkage versus Fallen and Lightning Storm. So just like a 2-for-3 trade. And we have an unaffected 0 on the board right now, which is going to make sure we survive the turn, essentially. So not the worst here. And we do have some follow-up in hand, hopefully. I wonder why Sky Striker didn't go for Shizuku in the end phase, but I guess, I mean, keeping Camellia on the board is kind of a disruption with linkage, right? Because when you linkage away the Camellia, you can use the graveyard effect, which is not bad. The 0 does have a pop here, so I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't use the 0 pop on the Ecclesia Synchro to stop the Cartesia from coming out. Oh yeah, it is crowned. Yeah. You know, I forgot about that. I talked about it like a minute ago, and then I instantly forgot. TTBBBMMM, thank you for the bits. Appreciate that. Do you think Crown flopped? No, I think Crown has been a pretty well-received card. I think most people are a fan of it. It sees some play, not overwhelming play, but I don't think every single staple needs to go into every single deck in order for it to be considered like a success. Ooh, with the Overframe Mirror Jade, let's go. Why is Crown banished? Why is 0 banished? I think maybe Dean, because I feel like when they activated Crown for the first time, they targeted their Camellia, so they might think that Crown targets. It's funny because they didn't activate Zero. They didn't even chain Zero to Mirror Jade, which kind of indicates to me that like they understand it's negated, but then they don't understand it's unaffected. That's weird. It's because it's the overframe Mirror Jade. Oh, that makes so much sense. Yeah. The overframe overrides the Forbidden Crown. Yeah. It doesn't say it's unaffected by the effects of your opponent's overframe cards. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, all good. Got it. When do we get overframe Crown to counter that? Maybe soon. Crown would have been such a sick overframe. How long until it's accepted game state? Dude, I've just like accepted that when I'm watching a tournament from home, there's nothing I can do about it, so I'm no longer losing my mind over stuff like that. It's like, yeah, mistakes happen, dude. If they're gonna fix it, they fix it. If not, then they're not. I don't know. I'm not gonna lose my mind over it. I'll just look at the game from now on and see what happens. If they got a judge watching who's gonna fix it, then they're gonna fix it, but because technically it's not that hard to fix. They would just bring back the Zero, I guess, but no. It does make a big difference here, to be fair. Like if they had Zero on the board at the start of the turn, they were looking pretty good. I mean, the branded player has Mercurier in hand, so they were basically just forced to use that really early. It looks like they're playing in someone's living room, so there's probably no judges. Dude. Whose living room looks like that? Maybe he didn't chain Crown. Definitely chained Crown. The Crown was activated for sure. But I feel like what happened was when if I saw it correctly, I think Dean when he activated Crown, he pointed to the Camellia. So I think they were just under the impression that Crown targets. Is my best explanation. That's all I got. I think they thought that Crown targeted. But then they would have activated Zero. Yeah, that part I don't really know. Maybe they only play one Rose, and when the Mirror Jade was summoned, they didn't want to like lose the one copy of Rose to the Mirror Jade banish if they chained to it. But then again, they could have just used it on the Ecclesia synchro. I'm not sure. I really don't know. How's it going? What we're feeling so far? We haven't seen that much, to be fair, because we're only in round 3. Round 1 wasn't streamed. Round 2 was a little scuffed because it started late and they had some technical issues. So this is technically the first round we're like properly watching. and it's Striker versus Branded, so which is a fun matchup. So far I'm having a good time. Still no day 2 stream tomorrow. I might be able to stream a little bit of the day 2 tomorrow. I'm not sure yet exactly. I guess you'll see tomorrow. But there's a chance that I'm gonna be live tomorrow for day 2. Because like my fiance's birthday is tomorrow, so we were originally planning to do some stuff, but she's a little sick right now, so I'm not sure how she's gonna feel tomorrow. If she feels fine, then I'm not gonna stream because we're gonna spend the day together. But if we can't do anything, then I might stream a little bit. This reminds me when the Spanish casters went to eat and did not stream a round of the tournament because of it. Wait, what? Are we looking? Cool Tune wiping the floor? So far, Cool Tune has lost every feature match it's been in. We saw Branded 2-0 Cool Tune and we saw Doom Z 2-0 Cool Tune. But those were feature matches from Australia. But the Cool Tunes have not been taking over so far. Do you think Branded deserves any hit next ban list? I think Branded is not really that problematic right now, personally. There's a few things I would be okay if they did them. Like, for example, I think limiting Branded fusion would be reasonable. I think, personally, my favorite one would be getting rid of Sanctifier, because I feel like Sanctifier is not really important for Branded anymore. I didn't even play it, and a lot of people are not even playing it, which you might wonder, like, hey, why would you want to ban a card if not even everyone is playing it? I would like to get rid of Sanctifier just for good measure, because the summoning to opponent's side of the field is toxic. But in general, I don't really have an issue with Branded. I mean, it's won 2 nationals already, so maybe if they want to hit it, I'm not against it. Like, I don't think it's unreasonable. I just think like the play pattern of Branded is fine. Why not ban Branded Fusion to nerf Draco Tail as well without hurting the deck that much? Yeah, that was my idea behind limiting Branded Fusion, because I think pure Branded doesn't care if Branded Fusion is limited. I think it does care if you ban it. I think I'm not even that big of a fan of Branded Fusion, but I'm not sure if they should just remove that aspect of the deck entirely. I'm not completely opposed to it, actually. Like, I wouldn't hate if they banned Branded Fusion, forcing people to be more creative with Branded. Also opening up, like, maybe I think at the point where if they ban Branded Fusion, they can actually make like more Branded support, because the deck is now inherently more balanced. I wouldn't hate it, actually. I don't know, Branded Fusion seems like a balanced card. I don't know if balance is the right word for it. It's definitely a very, very powerful card that warps an entire deck around it, and I don't know if that's healthy, because Branded has a lot of really cool cards that just don't see play. because they're not fusions. Like a lot of the like synchro lines and stuff like that conflict with branded fusion, and like that one card being so powerful has basically dictated how branded was being played forever now. I'm a Master Duel player. How does branded work without fusion? So the current TCG version of branded, the one that Art is also playing, does not rely on branded fusion, because the new Albaz support actually leans pretty heavily into like level 8 synchros as well. So you typically just like summon a couple of level 8 synchros and send your fusion monsters to the graveyard from the extra deck directly. You can still fusion summon, but mainly with Cartesia. And the deck still plays branded fusion, but typically searches it on like a follow-up turn, not on the first turn of the game. This end phase about to slap. Uh-oh. That's a lot of end phase effects. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Ecclesia returns. Oh, we drew Droll for turn. It's a little late. I was about to say this matchup is so fun if no Droll is involved, and then they drew Droll, but it's later in the game, so maybe it's fine. But the thing is, like, Branded is already looking pretty good here, going into this turn with Ecclesia on the board already. Ooh, is this just Dogma? Oh, okay. Hard make Dogma. You don't see that every day. That is unaffected here. And we can take away the Ray out of the opponent's graveyard, I guess. But, I mean, 0, if it tags out, can just summon another Ray, so... Both branded lists that won Austrian and Swiss nationals actually still focused quite a bit on branded fusion. Yeah, they started playing like branded sword again to make the branded fusion line better. So like ultimately, because that was one of the issues that I also mentioned when I played branded, right? We talked about this. I said like, hey, branded fusion doesn't feel great anymore. So there's two ways to go about it. Either you lean more into not branded fusion, or you go back to a version of the deck where branded fusion feels better again. And so, and I think it's kind of sad that like the lines or the decks gravitate into the direction of we're gonna make branded fusion better again. Because I think the synchro part from branded is incredibly fun right now. What does sword do? So if you play branded sword, you have a much stronger branded fusion line because you send Albion the Shrouded Dragon at some point in your combo. That sends branded sword, and branded sword adds back Fallen of the White from your banish to your hand that you sent with branded fusion earlier. Oh, Ash Blossom. Can you see Albaz being semi-limited or limited? Fallen of White? Yeah, I guess. It's not the worst card to limit. Semi-limit doesn't do much because they play 2. I think limiting the Fusion Albion also makes some sense to hit the grind game a little bit of the deck. if you limit Fallen of Albaz, you can only play one or the other one. No, this is not Duel Links. Right? Or wait, how would that work? Oh yeah, no, it does work like Duel Links in that case, because they're the same card, right? If they semi-limit Fallen of Albaz, would you have to choose like 1-1 or 2-0? That's funny. Why are we slowly losing the spell trap zone again? I don't know. I'm just happy I can see some of it. Halt by the Grave on Mirror Jade. Now, there's no timer on the screen anymore, so I can't actually confirm how much time is left in the round. But it feels like, since the game one was also pretty grindy and long, and you know, no droll or anything involved, so they actually played the game. This feels like it's a candidate for going to overtime, especially if Striker wins this one. But it's looking good for Branded right now. I thought the ban list went off of the printed card name, but I guess maybe not. We've never had a situation like that before. I don't think we've ever had a situation like this. I mean, the only other cards that have the same trait are what? Legendary Ocean and the Harpy Ladies? Are those the only other cards that are treated as another card? Oh yeah, Fusion Substitute. Fusion Substitute. Yeah, but no, none of those cards have ever been on the ban list. It goes by printed name, but in practice it makes no difference when it comes to deck building. Well, but it would make a difference for Fallen of Albaz, right? Like if they semi-limit Fallen of Albaz, then it matters whether you can still play, you know, the Fallen of White. That would make a big difference in this case. Going to Mexican Nationals today. Wish me luck and success. This is probably my last event playing Draco Tail. Good luck, Draco Tail Duelist. If you're playing Dark Magician, can you only run 2 because Dark Magician of Destruction's name becomes Dark Magician on field or grave? No, that is not the same. There's a lot of cards that can take the name of another card while you're playing the duel, but that has no implications for deck building. As long as the card is considered a different card when you're building your deck, it's fine. The thing specifically with Fallen of White is that it says this card is always treated as Fallen of Albaz, which means it's also treated that way when you build your deck. So essentially, from just a deck building perspective, Fallen of the White Dragon and Fallen of Albaz are the same card, so you can only play 3 copies in total of it. But if there's just another card that says, while I'm on the field, my name is this or whatever, that doesn't matter. You can play multiple copies of those. Is that different than the red Suship? I think so, but let me just quickly check. Suship, what is it, Shari? No, Shari is the vanilla. Shari Red. Yeah, no, Shari Red says this card's name becomes Shari while in hand, deck, or grave, or on the field. Which means it's in deck building, it's not treated as Shari. It's the specific wording of this card is always treated as. When you write your deck list for a tournament, will you say 3 Albaz or 1 Albaz, 2 white? You have to say Fallen of the White Dragon. When you write your deck list, you still say you still write the name that's printed on the card. Of course. You do have to say like 2 Fallen of the White Dragon, 1 Fallen of Albaz. Not 3 Fallen of Albaz and then play whichever one you want. It's like if you want to play Legendary Ocean, that card is treated as Umi, but like you still on the deck list you write Legendary Ocean. But it's always Fallen of Albaz. It's yeah, I mean technically you could probably die on that hill when you're arguing with a judge, but you're not going to win that judge call. It probably says somewhere in the policies that the deck list goes by printed card name, and then it's solved, right? How in the world are we still in game 2? This is branded against Sky Striker. Where did you think we would be? Is this top cut? No, this is round 3. Imagine they sent you an OG Albaz on card market when you pay $50 for a Fallen of White. Yeah. What do you mean? It's always treated as Albaz. Where's the time? The timer used to be where my face cam is right now, but I'm not blocking it. There is no timer anymore. They don't have it on screen anymore. It looked pretty bad, so I assume they just decided to remove it. I think it's time now. Yeah, I think it's a double loss. Yeah, they don't seem happy about it. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun, but this matchup, you gotta play it really quickly, or you gotta know really well when to surrender, I guess. But it's tough. They need to include their win-loss stats. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I'm assuming these two are 2-0 because it's only round 3. Typically they will feature the undefeated players in the earlier rounds. So I would assume that they're both undefeated still. Well, now not anymore. But yeah. Did they time it in game 2? Yeah, unfortunately. It was there before at some point, or am I tripping? You might be mistaking it with the Austrian coverage that we're watching, Australian coverage that we're watching, because they have the win and loss records on the screen here. Yeah. All right, well, we got no breaks here. We're jumping into the next game. This is game 3 between Lunalight and Cooltune in the Australian State Championships for Victoria, Melbourne. And it's Lunalight going first. They've been hit with just an Ash Blossom and a Fuba, I believe. So they're now still going. But I think there's a judge call right now. Okay, now Masquerade. How many Liger Dancers is Luna playing right now? Surely all 3. It's weird because I've talked about this with a friend who's playing Luna Light for like cool tune format. Playing a 3rd Liger Dancer is not actually like if you really care about the Crackle banish, right? Here's the thing, right? If you care about Crackle banishing your Liger, you could play 3, but you also need 3 Leo Dancers then, because if you don't play 3 Leo Dancers and only 3 Ligers, then they just banish your Leos instead of your Ligers. So that doesn't really help. And if you want to play both at 3, that takes a lot of extra deck space. So you need like 6 slots to play 3 Leo, 3 Liger. The issue with that is that you still get destroyed like a high amount of the time, because if you play 3 Leo, 3 Liger, what ends up happening is that Clip has a very high chance of hitting one of them, right? Because that's 6 cards out of 15 in your extra deck. If they hit one of them, they can just take the other with Crackles, right? Well, Crackle is just nuts. Crackle is like really good against Luna Light specifically, yeah. In a lot of other matchups, it's actually not that important. Like I don't summon Crackle very often, but it's in certain cases it's really good. Isn't there some new fusion that can banish 3 cards out of your extra deck in one go? Yeah, the new invoked stuff is pretty crazy. The moving background looks a bit like they have lethal in Master Duel. True. Chunky Boy, thank you for the Prime. Also, TC Time Strike, thank you for the Prime as well. Welcome back to month number 3. Once again, if you have a free Prime available, it would mean a lot to me if you spent it on the channel to make the work and time worthwhile that I put into the channel. And if you enjoy the coverage. Yeah, we do still have Baguska in TCG. That's awkward. That's really good against Cool Tune as well. But first, we're going to see a Dugaris. They do need to draw a card for the Fuba, right? Yeah. Extra deck rips are so lame. Why do they print more of those things doing that? Bro, they just like refuse to make stuff that isn't negation or extra deck rip or something like that. It's just too hard, apparently. Okay, Fedralis goes crazy here. The Tracker and Mirrorix, thank you for the primes as well. Appreciate you guys. Ooh. Oh, the Serenade Dance. The Serenade Dance discarded off of the of the Dugaris. That's nasty. However, Fuwalos is active, and Cool Tune, of course, plays a lot of hand traps typically. So, I mean, we've already gotten hit with a bunch of them, though. We've already gotten Ashed, so they can't draw another Ash. We've already gotten Fedralist. We've already gotten Ogred. They can't activate Imperm right now because Fedralist is on the field. So the only thing they can really draw now is like Valor. Discard Ash. What did they Ghost Ogre? Masquerade. That makes sense. send Wolf. What, are we adding that back with Black Sheep or what? Bro, draw your Fuwa cards. They keep forgetting. Like, if it wasn't for the Lunalight player reminding him, he would have, like, not drawn, like, 3 times already this turn. Why did the Luna player not use Ash for Fuwa? They probably didn't have it yet. They drew with Dugaris, so they probably drew into it later. Is this live? No, this right now is a replay or a VOD of what happened like a couple hours ago. Not yesterday, but this was basically Saturday in Australia. And Australia is like, what, 8 hours ahead of Europe? 9 hours sometimes? I don't know exactly. Depends on where you are, I guess. But they are quite a few hours ahead of us, so their Saturday is already over. Oh, I guess Ghost Bell was still missing. We've had Ash, Ogre, Bell, Fedralis, and Lunalight is still going. But now, maybe not anymore. I thought Austria was next to Germany. Yeah, it is. Wait, we do have Wolf. Ooh, but it only makes another perfume. Once again, reminder to draw for Fuba. Seba Viking, thank you for the 23 months. Welcome back. Cool Tune, the thing is, like, Cool Tune can out Liger. It's not super easy, but it's possible. So if you have to give your opponent too many cards just to make one Liger, it's not likely to succeed, at least if they know what they're doing. Here's Veiler. I mean, yeah, Cool Tune is like one of the worst decks to push into a Uwa against. Banish for Drawless. I don't know if they drew for that one. I feel like they didn't draw again. Now they drew, but that was per turn, I think. I have no idea if they have enough cards. But yeah. Loudness plus RS plus B2B outs double, but that's a crazy investment. Yeah. Oh yeah, Imperm was missing, so we Imperm on our turn. I mean, friggin' Lunalight was hit with every single hand trap in the universe in this match. So yeah, they weren't really playing. It's kind of impressive how far they got through all the early ones that were thrown at them. But the thing is, like, they also don't draw a card next turn. Are removal heavy decks naturally good versus Cool Tune? I would say so, yeah. Removal is good against Cool Tune. It's not even so much about making them unable to play, but Cool Tune just has limited amount of like bodies available per turn. It doesn't really spam super well. So if you can get like meaningful removal on like 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 bodies, like it's going to be really hard for them to establish anything major. Book of Eclipse, when there's 3 bodies on board, is pretty annoying, actually. I mean, they're going to draw 3 cards in the end phase. Why did okay. Why did we summon Mix? And then also no face down attack position goes crazy. There's no way you're passing to 1 Book of Eclipse. I refuse to believe. No way, dude. And I gotta grab my food from the oven real quick. I'll be right back. Why are you guys saying accepted game state? Oh, did they draw after Dugaris? How is this game still going? Bro drew? Oh, God. The judge caught it? Oh, okay. The card that they drew didn't matter? Okay. Insane clip banish? They did hit Liger Dancer. Dude, that's so cringe. It was the only card in hand that they didn't play it? Okay. Irish is back and game 1 is already over due to quick scoop. Oh no! Okay. Well, my bad. So... Memento hella based. We just ignore the fact that they lost game 1 in lightning speed before the coverage could even put their deck name onto the thing. But apparently Cool Tune has won game 1. Insta. Cool Tune has a clip in hand. I think at least there's a clip, but with what? Oh, with mix. Ooh, okay, that's risky. They can go clip with mix, make track maker, which is going to search follow-up and destroy the horse, which is probably the correct thing to do here. But any card, literally any card in Memento is going to extend through this. Any spell card, any other, like, the Gatic, everything, dude. Let's see what clip can do here. Wait, what? Did they not? Why did they not make track maker? They swapped and used Rico instead. Oh, okay. Oh! Don't tell me that's a one of. Don't tell me that's a one of. That might be a one of. That's usually a one of. I don't know if it is at the moment. Yeah, but they combo here anyways. They combo. Sandwich, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Do I need to read the Memento cards? Bro, you're like 2 years late to this endeavor. I love Memento. I think the only problem with Memento is that the turns take so long. But the thing is, like, if the turns didn't take so long, it wouldn't be so rewarding to play. Is weird. But for a combo deck, I still think it's well designed because, like, yes, it takes a while, but the end board is typically fair. It does depend on if you mix it with anything like the Fiendsmith version and stuff like that, then it can become kind of cringe, but in general, like, Memento itself is pretty awesome. Love that deck. I also think Memento has the objectively healthiest way to play around Nibiru as a combo deck which is literally just like it freaking makes SP Little Knight to save 2 cards of your end board when you get nipped, which is awesome. Pure memento, that is. If once again, if we ignore Caesar via Fiendsmith. You can also make Ripper. Yeah. It's always the hybrid stuff, the generic stuff that ruins everything, man. Zach, thank you for the 32 months. Welcome back. Any cool matchups? I'm just tuning in. My favorite one was not from this tournament, actually, because we're only in round 4, but we've been watching matches from Australian state championships in between, and we saw a Clown Crew Mitsurugi deck earlier, which was awesome. I think it lost, though, but alas. Is Clown Mitsurugi a good meta call? Probably not. It sounds like fun. Can Clown Crew bridge into Mitsu? No. But Mitsu can bridge into clowns. It'll be able to when we get the contract witch. Well, I mean, clowns can't bridge even with the witch, right? Because you can't activate the effect of it. Wow, Proxy F Magician? Wait, hold up. Hold up. Oh. But we're not bridging into freaking Magistus Spenta right now. Please. I don't think so. I think it's just a way to turn... We're turning 3 bodies into a monster negation, right? Which technically any deck can do that, right? If you have to have 3 bodies, and one of them needs to be a spellcaster that you can turn into Artemis. You play Vision as well. It makes sense in Memento because Memento has a lot of quick plays, right? You got Bone Party, you got Fusion, you got the Goblin Biker one. Perulia for turn. Heck. Wait, is that even good? Because doesn't the Magistus say negate and then you can destroy another card? Which means that they chain Cool Tune Synchro now to search. Then they make a Synchro and then the Synchro gets popped. Dude, the phase of realization right now was crazy. All right. Didn't even trigger Rico. Pop a back row. Ah, Bloss. Ah, Bloss. Well, to be fair, they weren't winning that even if the card resolved in this one. In this one, I'll give it to you. The Ash didn't matter. I didn't know it doesn't target. Well, no, the Magistus negate is like Varudras, right? You negate and then you can destroy another card. Memento is based. So the Radiant Typhoon Vision makes me think they are on board breakers, because Memento can also fit super poly targets. So it would make sense, because from what it looks like, it is basically pure Memento. I mean, they play the Magistus in the extra deck, but that seems to be like a route they're just taking with pure Memento. So in pure Memento, we could definitely be seeing super poly. We could be seeing Droplet for sure. Not the worst cards into Cool Tune for sure. Eclipse has historically often been played in Memento, yeah, because it can dodge negation with it as well. Yeah. Are they in a classroom? Someone earlier said it's in a university thingy. I don't know, but for smaller nationals, it's often in smaller locations like that. It's not unusual. How is Fedralis? Is it overhyped? I think Fedralis is really good, but as always, I think people were making more fuzz about it than they needed to. Like, yeah, it's a good card, but it's not like that crazy end-all be-all solution to every situation. The most important part about Fedralis Harmonia is that it doesn't actually negate a card, so typically when you activate it, your opponent keeps playing afterwards. And some people see that and then think that that means it's a bad card, which is not necessarily true. Dude, every time the stream freezes for a second, I'm afraid that we're done. Dude, wait, was that the assigner to 2 from 5Ds? Did I see that right? That's based, if true. Get 1/2 or no balls. Who has those tattoos? It's all the... Which one is that? It was just there again. I saw it. Which one? Oh, look, we're drawing a Molchami Fuwalos for turn. That's so awesome. Actually, you know what? That Fuwalos is not bad here. Drollin Lockbird. Oh, Drollin Lockbird. It hurts. It's so bad when they start with Q, man. But we're drawing Fuwa for turn, actually. It's not that bad. I actually don't know if we should have given them Fuwa for turn. Let me normal summon in defense mode real quick. Have you ever tried Memento Yubel? So what you're asking is, have I ever tried to make a cool deck less cool by pairing it with a completely not cool deck? No, I haven't. I've only played Memento. But just out of interest, what do they even have to do with each other? Like, how would that even work? What's the synergy? Yeah, Yubel is too cool to be splashed into other decks. Dude, unironically, I think this Fuwa is better than Forbidden Crown right now. I think. Why are we? So we just chained Cool Tune Synchro to negate the Fallen with Zalen, but we could have already done that. We didn't have to chain the Cool Tune Synchro to negate the Fallen. Because the Fallen was chaining 3, we could have negated it already. But now Anguish resolves, dude, Memento might win this. Memento might genuinely win this. They're gonna have the horse. They're gonna have what was it, Sleepy already in hand? If they synchro summon here, we draw a card. There is a Fedralis Harmonia, which is pretty good. Back to back, we draw a card. Draw a card for the Fuwa, don't forget! It's not over yet, though, but if this draw is any sort of breaker, I think they win. Because there's Clip still, and there's B2B, but if those do anything, then we do draw more cards, right? Okay, we're resolving Anguish, and we searched the big guy already. Okay. Okay, summons back Trackmaker, but did not synchro. Also didn't activate Trackmaker's effect on summon. But does use clip instantly. Why would you activate clip to make that Loudon's War? Could have just made it with B2B. Ooh, okay. The horse back to hand, combined creation, creation king banished. Would you have banished Forbidden Crown in bottom deck, Fuba? I think it was fine to just let them draw Crown. But I think giving them Fuba was not correct. I think that was the worst option. Hey! Whoa! Wait. Oh yeah, we had no play. Oh, dude. Unfortunately, there was no way that that was the right way to play that turn for Memento. Like, here's the thing, right? Because they, like, when the Zalen was on board, we normal summoned Anguish, which is fine. But there's no way you chain Fallen at the Virtuous to that, because the way I feel about it is like when they chained Remix to Anguish, it was probably because they wanted to negate the Anguish with Zalen, which from my perspective, you just let him do it. You just let him do it with the with Memento. He just got a free win because his deck, dude. You guys can watch like the most interesting game of Yu-Gi-Oh ever, with a lot of decisions being made that could have gone either way, and you'll just say like, damn, dude, this deck's so toxic, man. The 100% Memento could have won that game. But that's fine. I don't expect you to understand. It's no problem, dude. I think that was a game where both players could have played a lot better. Doesn't Zalen negate and destroy? Yes, it does, but that's the point. You want the Zalen to destroy your Anguish. That way Sleepy is life. That is the point. So that's why when you go Anguish and they go chain something else so that I can Zalen, you let that happen because you don't care about your Anguish search. You care about summoning your Sleepy. Especially since the Anguish, what it added was combined creation. It was the 5k thingy, right? We already had the horse. Like apparently we had Anguish, horse, and Sleepy, and we just somehow we cared about the Anguish search. Why? Right? I just mean they misplayed like crazy and still won at the end. It's because both players didn't play well. Like, yes, if both players make mistakes, then one of them has got to win, but they weren't handed the win just because of the deck that they played. Like they played a deck, they went first, they had an okay opener. They didn't maximize on their interruptions, but the opponent also didn't play super well into those interruptions, so it was good enough in the end. I like, which is often the case with Cool Tune. Like Cool Tune forces people to play better on Cool Tune and also the opponent. Like, yes, but inherently, just gaining information on your opponent's hand doesn't automatically make it so you play everything perfectly and stuff like that. Was it pure Memento? Yes, it was pure Memento. Memento is the exact kind of deck that can thrive in a Cool Tune format, but you have to play the deck very well. Memento is hard to play, yeah. So I don't really blame them for it. It's fine, but I do think that game was potentially really interesting if sequenced a little bit better. Honestly, I think there's even a world where you end up like using Cool Tune Synchro on your using Fall into Virtues on your own card at some point. Oh yeah. Memento is super heavy combo, and I don't know in a world of Cool Tune combo decks are the best. Memento is, I wouldn't say super heavy combo, but the thing that's hard with Memento, I think Memento against Cool Tune, unironically, you might be better off going second when you can actually like dodge their shit. Because when you go first, it's just a matter of can you play through their hand traps, which is going to be like a Gamba, right? But in it, or rather, like, yeah, in the sense that like Memento is pretty good at beating the Cool Tune cards, but it's not very good at beating all of the non-engine that Cool Tune gets to play, right? Like Memento has a hard time sometimes when you try to start playing and your opponent has like 2 or 3 hand traps. That can suck for Memento, absolutely, right? So yeah. Why exactly aren't we hating on Cool Tune? Oh, because we know how to play the game, Nesh. Or some. Are we going back to Australia? Oh yeah, we can. I have issues with Cool Tune, but I think the hate is excessive. Yeah. Cool Tune has toxic elements to it, but overall, I don't think the deck is outrageous. I think the most annoying part about Cool Tune is that it's a hand trap deck. To me personally, I think the deck itself is fine, but it just like plays an excessive amount of hand traps, and that creates some unfun game states. But that I don't really think that's exclusive to Cool Tune. That's just any one card combo, efficient one card combo deck these days. Like people will play against Cool Tune, they'll go second, they'll open 4 hand traps and 1 normal summon. Then Cool Tune will look at their hand, then they will activate or summon their 1 play, it'll get Veilered, and they'll be like, damn, perfect information is so toxic. They knew exactly what to negate. when in reality, like that Veiler is being used on the first play every time in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyways. Like that game would go the exact same way, even if they didn't know you had only that one play. It's like, yeah, okay, dude. Oh, we got a Power Patron deck here. Rolling a high number. Yeah, guys, there's no cool tune involved here, so the gameplay is going to be very healthy and awesome now. Watch this. Veiler the non-finito. I feel like you should Veiler the Medius. I feel like not Veilering Medius is crazy work next format. Or this format in general. Oh, Power Patron. Oh, Shade the Obscure. Oh. All right, well, here's some healthy gameplay of the current format because at least they don't know the opponent's hand. They don't know the opponent's hand, so it's fine if they make an FTK board. It's all right, dude. It's all right. Isn't this deck like 3 Omni Negates as an endboard? Yeah, I was being ironic. I was being sarcastic. I was the clown player. Is there any way to watch your reaction to my game? I mean, yeah, you can watch the VOD, I guess. But I think I was a little distracted during your game by we were talking about something else. I forgot. It was cool though to see the deck. Can you put your camera on the right again? I don't want to keep switching it because for Irish nationals it needs to be on the left, and here I'm not covering anything, so. I'm sure Will is really happy right now because at least they didn't look at their hand. Josh is on sarcasm mode. It's just hard for me because like I genuinely feel like the Cool Tune games we've seen today have been the healthier games of the stream so far. Like every single Cool Tune game, I feel like there was some interesting stuff going on, and we were talking about options and things the players could have done differently. And I don't even love Cool Tune, but it just from my experience, in theory, it's got some toxic aspects, but in practice, the gameplay just hasn't been that bad. Have there been any Cool Tune mirrors? I don't think so. Are we checked out because of Pen? No, I'm watching. Isn't the patron level 11 or not? No, they're all 10. Oh, okay. I thought for some reason I thought the bigger ones were 11. What's the end board? Dude, I don't know, man. How am I supposed to know? All I know is that it's been almost 10 minutes. How do we out this nonsense? I don't know, but I can tell you they have Droll and Impulse in hand. So we just watched all that for nothing, I think. Yeah, Power Patron has Droll and Impulse. And I'm pretty sure that combo could have been done better, but oh, we drew Fuwa for turn. That's fun. I think we should spend more time complaining about Cool Tune. Two things can be true. Yeah, they can be in general. Well, they bricked four hand traps and a field spell. What do you feel about the format after a first look? I feel like we need. We don't need a ban list, but I would really enjoy a ban list that handles some non-engine in the format. Is my bigger problem with it. If they ban Rosewhip, the format is fine. I think banning Rosewhip would be important to give a chance to board breaker strategies. But the thing is, with board breaker strategies, it's also really dependent on. Oh, we drew a yummy monster. Dude, the gameplay that these decks provide, man. Bro, what do you want me? What do you want me to commentate, man? What am I supposed to say, dude? What am I supposed to say, man? What are you drinking? Water. Oh yeah, that's probably more interesting. Sparkling water, actually. Oh, they have Called by the Grave. But there's an imperm. They can't called by the grave that because imperm is not a monster. And they cited in solemn warning. They impermed the non-finito, but they still special this one. Did they not trigger the power patron? Oh no, that's the elf node one. It doesn't trigger on an archmage summon. But it's going to trigger now to draw 2 and discard 1. Yeah, so what's going on right now is we're trying to figure out if Power Patron draws the cards here to auto-win the game. Discard Shade the Obscure. Do they even need to draw anything? Well, they don't have to, I think. They already have a combo. That's why they discard Shade the Obscure. Yeah, they drew into Solemn Warning. The Elf Note Power Patron must be Josh's favorite because it draws cards. Do you joke? You're probably joking, but that is the one that I find the coolest for that reason. Any interest in elf nodes? Interest. I don't know. I mean, you can just watch this game and pretend that all of the purple and black cards are white instead, and then it'd be an elf node game. Is Power Patron legit? It feels a little bricky to me. I don't love it, but it's not. It's viable. Yeah, it is. It's a viable deck. So can Power Patron just play Spark and Impulse? And songs? That's awesome. So happy for them. Non-finito is Earth. Yeah, you're gonna lose out on some lines going second if you use it, yeah. I'm surprised the Yummy player hasn't scooped. I mean, it's game 3. You might as well see if your opponent messes up the combo or something. There's an Nibiru, so that's why. Bro opened Called by the Grave and got hit with Imperm Nib. Was it even correct to imperm the non-finito if you have imperm and nib? Can't you just wait against this deck? Can you just wait until the very end, imperm Varudras and then nib? Oh wait, no. Yeah, no. The Archmage sets the counter trap. Yeah, you can't do that. Dude, silly me, dude. I thought you could put thought into it and actually find a choke point. No, never mind. That was silly of me. Yeah, my bad. I take it back. Of course, they got a counter trap they can activate on turn 1. Yeah. I apologize for my foolishness. Where can we see this? I looked for it but can't find it. It's on YouTube. The channel is called Thomas Wayne. That was Fallen into Virtuous and another card. Is Charlie doing well? Yeah. He woke me up early today. Like 6 in the morning or something. Well, he's doing well. Okay. After all this, we go Dugaris Pass into a Nibiru, but we have Solemn Warning, Called by the Grave, and Fallen into Virtuous. So we're going to see if that's going to be good enough, I guess. Could very well be because Yummy cannot use Marshmallow right now. They have Marshmallow in hand. They can't use it. That seems like a premium target for Fallen into Virtuous to me. Okay, we don't. Guess you could also fall in that. I don't really understand why we use Warning first. But okay. There's Fall. I'm not tripping. There's Fall into Virtuous set, right? What the hell? If you're gonna do that, you might as well fall into Virtuous the Camellia and then Warning the Snatchy so it's not properly summoned. And to not get the field spell for free. Sorry to be annoying, but in that channel, I can only find Australia nationals, not Irish. This is Australia that we're watching right now. Irish nationals is on a break right now. We're watching the VOD from this one while we're waiting for the next round for Ireland. The Irish nationals is only on Twitch, not on YouTube, from what I've heard. What do you think of pure power patron after watching some gameplay? It's impossible to say. It's impossible to say. From watching it, it feels like any other modern Yu-Gi-Oh combo deck. It didn't look too hot into Imperm Nib right there, but I don't know if that's because they didn't play it properly. It's hard for me to say. Oh shit, Illusion Gate. What are they going to steal from their graveyard, you think? Does ignoring summoning conditions mean that you can take a monster that was not properly summoned beforehand, by the way? I actually don't know this. Like, can they take Albion? No. Okay. I love how there's 20 people in a row saying no, and then someone still says yes. No, you're all wrong. I know better. Ignoring summoning conditions means it summons no matter what. No, I think the reason is that a summoning condition is like referring to a text that is on the card. Like, you can only summon this with polymerization, or this card can only be special summoned in this way, or by attributing that, or something like that. You're ignoring that, but the card not being properly summoned is not a summon condition, I think. That's a game mechanic. It's like that card has not been properly summoned. That's not part of its summoning condition. Yeah. Like, summoning condition is anything that is written on the card regarding on how you summon it. The follow-up is Fallen Pop the Pendulum? Probably. So they didn't draw for turn, right? Because of Dugaris, they just added with Albion in end phase. It's a fun use of Fallen and the Virtuous in the Power Patron deck, that you can pop your own scales. If Illusion Gate's activation is negated, can you use a second? Yes. It says on the card, you can only apply this effect once per turn. Once per duel. You said you got scared. I read the Clown Clan ritual after I searched it. Low-key, it was the first time I properly read the cards 3 runs in. That's why I was scared. I can tell. Ireland is back? Okay. What do we have? Huh? The stream is literally gone. Hold up. Oh, okay, it's back. Okay. Oh, dude, we have a classic matchup again. We have deck 1 against deck 2 another time. Classic deck 1 moment. Ooh, we start with Musket plus Sanct. That's pretty good opener. Magical Musketeer. I mean, that's got to be a Fiendsmith deck. Why is everyone playing deck 2 at this tournament? I feel like so far it's been pretty 50-50. Like half of them were playing deck 1, the other one were playing deck 2. Pretty split. Not a very diverse format though if you only have 2 different decks. Oh no, they should not have brought Magical Muskets onto the stream. The deck name doesn't fit into the box. It's Jover. I don't know why, but the typing in real time is hilarious to me. I mean, it's probably just like a one person production. And I think the reason they're only doing it during the match is because they literally don't know what they're playing. Like they figure it out while they're watching. It's like, okay, normal summon a Magical Musketeer, and then you know it's muskets. Why are the zeros different? Dude, don't get into that too much. We've spent time earlier analyzing this overlay. It's awesome. Look at the LP next to the life points. It's great. It's phenomenal. They got different fonts on everything. The 8000 on the left is a different font and different size than the 8000 on the right. The zeros are different. Literally the LP in the overlay is different, which is awesome. Like literally, this 0 is a different 0 than this 0 in the 8000. It's great. We had a game earlier where the camera was shifted and the spell trap zone of the bottom player wasn't visible. So I said, I hope they're not playing a deck with a lot of spell cards, and then it turned out to be Sky Striker, which was awesome. They're doing it for free, so cut them some slack. Oh no, I'm having a good time. I don't care. Realistically, this is Striker again, no? I think it doesn't necessarily have to be Striker, but I do think the introduction of Cool Tune into the format is going to make it so we are going to see more board breaker decks in general. So it could be anything. Radiant Typhoon. We've seen Memento earlier on some quick play spell breakers as well. All right, so after, you know, the Fiendsmith Musketeer combo takes a while, but at least it's literally Caesar SP pass. That's manageable for most decks, I suppose. And now the camera died. Okay, never mind, we're back. All right, Sean, let's see what we got. Don't draw Fuva for turn, though. Out of Extravagance. Wait, this could be Radiant Typhoon. Or Mitsu. Could be Exosister. Very technically, it could even be... Okay. They're saying Mitsurugi on the cover. They are very convinced that only Mitsurugi plays it. Or they know more than we do. Okay, there we go. There's Aramasa. That is bad news, because that is very bad against Caesar. That is very, very bad against Caesar. Unless we play Wosu. That is not Wosu. That is Murakumo. Oh no, dude. The camera is bad this round again. It keeps lagging. Activate ritual. They gotta have droplet. Please tell me you have droplet. You gotta have droplet. There's no way you don't have droplet. Yeah, we got droplet. You have to send a monster though. Yeah, we sent both. The field is so tilted. No, that's on purpose. That's part of the show. Dude, Murakumo out of nowhere. Next slide. Dude, you know what's funny is like, if the camera lags like this in a format where there's a bunch of decks where you can just like have secondary engines in it, we might just get jump scared where like it's frozen, and then on the next slide, all of a sudden there's a Yami combo in there, or all of a sudden there's a Dragoon. You never know what's gonna happen. Draco Tail seems gone. Draco Tail is pretty gone, I would say. Like, Draco Tail just doesn't benefit from anything in Blazing Dominion. It can't play Fedralis. It can't play Dominus Spark. It doesn't have the greatest Cool Tune matchup. I don't even know if it's got a good Elf Node matchup. Or Doom Z. I don't know about those matchups. But it just gets nothing. It gets no new tools. It can't benefit of any of the new non-engine. It's just... Please don't hit Draco Tail cards. Dude, if they're going to hit Draco Tail even further, it's going to be completely gone. If anything, low-key, they should get rid of some branded cards and bring back some Draco Tail cards, if anything. I blame Farfa for the camera quality. Dude, Farfa isn't even from Ireland. Is Spark so good? Spark is pretty good. It's not like the most broken card ever made. I would say Spark overall is way healthier than Purge and Impulse, in my opinion. But it's just the fact that like Draco Tail just doesn't get anything new from this set, not even a small like new non-engine or whatever. And every other deck gets better in some way. Is Spark the third best Dominus trap? Yeah, easily. Ooh, Fiendsmith Kyrie, dude. They're on some based shit. They're in their based era right now. Holy. This is a Fiendsmith deck, dude. This is an actual Fiendsmith deck. That's awesome. Magical Musketeer might not even be a good description of this. I think this is just a Fiendsmith deck. Bronas, is that you? it's Irish Bronas. Holy based. Don't say that now that they made the text fit. Yeah, they gotta say Magical Musketeer Fiendsmith, and then the overlay implodes. Can Power Patron also play Spark and Impulse? Yes, apparently yes. At least they don't have to fit the German names. I don't even know what Magical Musketeer's German name is. Check that real quick. Magical Musket. Magical Musket. Okay, it's not that far off. That's actually not that bad. It's just Magischer Musketeer, which is pretty much the same. That's not bad. We've had worse. If Kyrie halves the battle damage, would Prosp halve it further? Oh, I think so, but I'm not 100% sure how that works. I don't know. I don't think I've ever encountered a situation where that happened to me, but I think so. No? It's funny because there's always multiple different answers in chat for this, which is like, it's funny to me because some people clearly answer without knowing, which is, it's okay if you don't know, just don't say anything. If you know for sure, then you can say it. And if you don't know for sure, then you don't have to say anything. In Gem Knights, having the effect damage is only applied once, so I assume it's the same with battle. That's a fair assumption to make, but I don't know for sure, which is why I'm saying I don't know for sure. You only have once. Okay. No! Don't lag like that. Hello. Okay, we're back. Okay, we're playing into the Futsu. Why is the Futsu not activating? Is the Futsu negated? Ooh, there's Rex. Slideshow Gaming. No, Rex is gone. Oh wait, no, it's just in hand. He's reading it. It's back. Saved. Dude, what's gonna happen on the next slide? I don't know. Don't die on me, stream. It looks like we are using Futsu on Saji. At least both players have fun. Yeah, dude, they're playing Fiendsmith, pure Fiendsmith against friggin' Mitsurugi. That's a good time. Stream! Don't go into the light! Stay with me! Don't give up! No! Stream is a Malice player? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? I mean, if they're streaming from a if the tournament is happening in a university, then it makes sense that they have bad internet. It was the same thing when I still went to university. Maybe they got some microwaves there. That definitely doesn't help. You went to uni, what did you study? Why do you sound so surprised? No, I studied software engineering. And yes, I finished it. So you can fix the stream? Yeah, that's how it works. Do you keep up with it? Not super frequently. Like every once in a while, I'll read or watch something about it, but yeah. Are they playing in some dude's house? I mean, the university probably belongs to someone, so yeah. Yeah, they are. What is this on? I can't find it on YouTube. It's only on Twitch. So I assume we impermed the IP Masquerena? No, we didn't because we have Ghost Ogre. That's nice. That's pretty sick here, actually. It's so fun to me when Ghost Ogre is a good card, but not because it, like, just destroys a starter in a certain deck, but rather because it actually, like has a cool interaction where it destroys a certain card that because it's no longer on the field is gonna give you an advantage. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. How many musket cards are they playing? Well, I don't know, but it looks like they're just playing a bunch of normal summons for Light Fiends that generate some advantage. Yeah, like IP Masquerena, Gigantic, True Light. The ones that are like actual choke points, not just like, oh, they activated their starter, Nightmare Pain. Let me Ghost Ogre it real quick. All right, Engraver sends Murakumo. Yeah, Albaz as well. This matchup is pretty fun to watch. Yeah, that's what happens when both players are playing a deck with no auto-win endboard. It's pretty awesome. Not sure what the best course of action is here for Fiendsmith, honestly. I don't know if they can go for game. Chaos Angel seems like a neat play as well. To get rid of the Futsu forever. Oh, they still have Sequence available. Okay. Oh, but there's a... Did they hard draw that or search it? To be fair, Droplet saved the game. Caesar sometimes auto-win. Yeah. It turned into a better game because they had an answer to Caesar. Otherwise, that would have been a pretty one-sided match or game. That is true. The only bad part of the Musket Fiendsmith deck is that it's one of the Please Don't Fuwami decks. Yeah, if the game's power level would be lower in general, I would just say for the sake of decks like that, we should just get rid of Fuwa. Like if decks were doing boards like this one, then we would not need Mulch Armies. You don't think that Pure Mitsu has toxic non-engine? Oh, I do think that Mitsu has toxic non-engine, but the non-engine is not or the deck is not responsible for its non-engine. I don't think. I don't think you can blame Mitsu for the existence of like Dominus Impulse. Isn't it the same for Malice? Yes. At the moment, yes. I have been saying this about Malice recently. I've been saying that since Whitebinder was banned, the problem with Malice is no longer the Malice cards. The problem with Malice now is that it's a combo deck that can do 8,000 damage easily, but it also draws a bunch of cards. And it plays Shifter, Dimensional Fissure, Mistaken Arrest, Dominus Impulse, Ash Blossom, and Droll and everything. Which is the more frustrating part about playing against Malice nowadays. And Spark. But I don't have an issue with Spark. Not just ban every Malice card. I mean, look, I'm not gonna die on that hill. If that's what they want to do, I'm down. Does the stream not have a timer? Nope. Do we have a properly summoned Rex Tremende in rotation? I think we do, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's going to be unaffected by Murakumo. Is the Mitsu player just using the legendary Dex 26 if so wholly based? I think there's a couple cards that are not from the deck, like that Ritual looks ultra rare to me, but in general, I think like 90% of the cards they've played so far are all in the legendary modern decks. It is genuinely like, it's crazy how close you can get to actually building like a super meta viable Sky Striker or Mitsurugi deck with just those legendary modern decks. Like, and I noticed this for the first time in practice 2 weeks ago when I played the Dortmund regional, because I did not bring my Sky Striker deck to the event. It was we were doing 2 events on 2 days. Like I was playing a regional on Saturday with Branded, and I didn't have a good time on Saturday with Branded, let's say it like that. And I didn't feel like playing the deck again on the next day. So I wanted to play Sky Striker, and a friend of mine just had the legendary modern decks with him, and I was able to basically build Sky Striker just from that. Like I borrowed like maybe 10 other cards or 5 other cards, I don't remember. The rest was all from the legendary modern decks, which is awesome. I like literally I think my deck had Desires, which is not in the legendary modern decks, I believe. So I had to find someone who could give me Desires. Yeah. Wosu! Not the Wosu! That's mean. Why would you Wosu the Rex Tremende? That's the one card you should not be allowed to Wosu. That's crazy work. What rarity is Camellia in the legendary modern decks? Every legendary modern deck has an ultra rare Camellia, but you can also pull, I think, Secret Rare or Starlight in the promo pack. Like every legendary modern deck comes with the 3 decks, and then you also get a little promo pack with, I believe it's 3 cards. And there can be a Starlight version or a Secret Rare version in there of Camellia. So Camellia comes in technically 3 different rarities. I think it comes in Secret. I know you can pull it in Starlight, but I think it exists in Secret as well. Yeah. All Secret Sky Striker can continue. You can't get Lemnis Gate in Secret, right? And you also previously you couldn't get Linkage in Secret, but Linkage is in Secret Rare in the legendary modern decks as well. So you can get Secret Rare linkages now, which is nice. I played Ka on Striker yesterday and he cut Camellia. Do you agree with that? In pure Striker, you can. Absolutely. I summoned it once during the regional. No Secret Amatsu either. Oh yeah, I think that one doesn't come in Secret, unfortunately. Yeah. How would you make your branded deck better? Will we look into it once again? At some point, I want to mess around with synchro branded, but probably not this format. I think in terms of like the standard branded deck, the ones that have 1 nationals looked pretty good to me. I don't know if there's much you need to. Oh. Uh-oh. Ireland? Oh, Ireland is back! Oh, never mind. Ireland is struggling. Hey, doggo! Oh well. Oh well. Did we see any aircraft? Not yet. No, not yet. Yeah, the Wosu was in the main deck, which was kind of crazy. So they were ready to answer that Caesar no matter what. Dude, recent broadcasts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 streams today already. So apparently this has been a recurring issue. Oh, they're back live. Let's go. How many rounds left for today? They are playing 7 rounds today, and this is round 5 that we are seeing or not seeing right now. There's 2 more rounds after this, if we can find, if, you know. Ah! 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 Why is there prayers and a futsu on the board randomly together? No! Please let me in! I want to watch Blazing Dominion format! Okay, gamers, we're going to give them a couple of minutes. We're just going to finish this feature match from the Australian State Championships that we started watching earlier. We'll wait a few minutes. Hopefully it'll be back by then. So this is still the Power Patron versus... What is going on now? Good. Hello? So this was Yummy Fiendsmith being stopped by Warning and Fallen and the Virtuous. And now Power Patron is kind of like running on fumes with the follow-up. They're banishing the top 3 cards face down to turn that Pendulum Power Patron into the corresponding Synchro Power Patron. Yeah. And then they can use that to add that from extra deck back to hand, which was that the effect of the Junoldo? How good is this Power Patron deck? It seems alright. Nothing crazy, but not bad. The Terminus spell is pretty crazy. I don't know how I feel about the randomly banishing the cards in your deck part. It's like Pot of Desires, the archetype, which is kind of wacky. Will played 5 minutes at most this match. Dude, it's crazy. We're 35 minutes in, and I genuinely think Will has like literally like a minute. 2 minutes of playtime in this match so far. All right, shake the hand, Will. You've been part of this How long? This was 36 minutes? Yeah, you occupied about 2 of those. Well played. All right, is our Irish national stream back? It is back. Let's go. Hello. All right, we are in game 2. Oh, that does not look good for our Fiendsmith duelist. We are Mitsurugi is up 1 game, and in game 2 it looks like Magical Muskets didn't really have a play because they got nothing on the board. We imperm a IP Masquerena, and now we still stare down Murakumo and Futsu. There is a Retaliating Sea in Graveyard for Sean. I'm not sure how good that is against Musketeer. I mean, they saw Fiendsmith Sanct, right? And against Fiendsmith Sanct, it works. Did Fiendsmith blind second? Honestly, maybe. Could also be that. I was just assuming they would go first because they went first in game 1. I don't think they blinded second, though. But it's not impossible. We couldn't... I can't tell you because we couldn't see. For reasons. Retaliating Sea is so annoying. It solos my Azamina. Yeah, dude. No one feels bad for you at all. You've come to the wrong neighborhood to complain about that. The problem here is that Mitsurugi has crazy follow-up basically guaranteed from that Futsu. There might not be any more interruptions here because the IP, I'm pretty sure the IP was hit with Imperm. So Fiendsmith can play here. But we need to clear the board and somehow survive the follow-up. And we also need to discard a card for the Murakumo here. It's pure Azamina, not Azamina as an engine. They're based. Okay, fair enough. I'll give you that. Oh, they did blind second. Wait, Lightning Storm. They did blind second, I think. When the spider comes to TCG, are you going to mess around with Eniacraft? We do have the spider in TCG. It came out this week. Yeah, eventually I will mess around with Eniacraft again. I thought it was fun. Did you see the price of the clown main deck monster? Yeah, I saw. I saw it because I picked up the core for Clown Crew. And I mean, I think it's just the nature. It's funny because I suppose it means we can't ever have nice things because everything is low rare for Clown Crew, which means that everyone thinks it's going to be a budget deck. So a lot of people wanted to pick it up, and now it's no longer a real budget deck because the super rare is like $3. I mean, still you get the entire core for like $20 still, but yeah, it's still cheap. How much is it? I think the Clown Crew main deck monster is like €3 or something, which is not bad, but still, yeah, it's fine. It's $1 on TCG Player. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't check TCG Player. I just picked them up from Card Market. But clowns need Spark and Harmonia. I'm sure you can get away without them though. Like if you just want to have a competent deck for like locals, I think it can do that. How many do you play? I think you play 3. I think you play 3. Okay, looks like we just did huge damage there. The match over? It should be 1-1, but I was just wondering if they have time left still. Because they both looked over to the side to the judge saying something, I feel like. And now, are they siding or like, are they preparing for another game or what? It did last a while. It did last a while, but I don't feel like it's been 50 minutes. I feel like they should have some time still. And they are siding right now. They are siding for game 3, so it's not time yet. Six minutes left for game 3. All right. If you say, if it's in Twitch chat, it must be true. Can you bring up a stopwatch next match? We should just like note when it starts to ourselves. Like someone should type it in chat and then we'll pin it. And then we'll know when 50 minutes are over. That sounds like a plan. Prayers tribute Habakiri. Nice Ash Blossom in hand, dude. You're gonna have a great time. Wait, there's Purge and Ash though. Is that Purge, Ash, Imperm, Magnum? Is that Magnamut? Are we letting them resolve? I think they have Purge and Ash. Yeah, but the problem is if you purge the prayers, you can't Ash the Haba because you're purge locked. And if you Ash the prayers, you can't purge the Haba because they got no cards on the field. Also, there's a Bestial in hand. There's a Bestial in hand, which makes the purge so much more awkward. Oh, this is bad. I don't think we should have let all this happen. I don't know how I feel about that because your hand traps are gonna trade really poorly. Wait, is that Imperm or Spark? Oh, that's Spark. Dude, Spark is throwing me off. Spark looks like Imperm. That's a good Spark, isn't it? Spark, Banish, Murakumo, or Futsu goes hard. Dude, having to discard for this Murakumo sucks. I feel like here's what you do. You let the ritual resolve. They summon Futsu, and then you just ash the thing in the graveyard. Okay, end phase Spark kind of nice here. That's good. Will they ever reprint Harmonia in less than a year, or are we doomed to $60 per copy? I mean, it's hard to make an exact prediction on it. I personally think they will reprint it in less than a year, because recently they've been reprinting quicker. Oh, I don't think they have a play. I think it was all hand traps and fallen. I think they drew a second copy of... Yeah, nah, they don't got it. Oh, man. That sucks. I think not using Ash Blossom or Purge on... When they go Prayers, Tribute, Habakiri, I think you're supposed to Ash the Prayers. I think you're supposed to Ash the Prayers. They get Habakiri, but Habakiri alone, Engrave, does not guarantee a play. So, yeah. Oh, dude, it froze immediately after the match, which is good. Because right now I don't care, because there's a break anyways. Now, right now, the stream can be frozen right now, as soon as it continues once we get back to the next round. But okay. All right. Let's see when the next round started here. This was round 5. Let's see what we got for round 6. Hey, Josh. Okay. Branded versus Sky. Ooh, it's Josh on Sky Striker Radiant. Let's go. My goat. I mean, what else would Josh play? Such a classic Josh deck, dude. Ooh, Josh didn't get rolled. Let's go. Thoughts on Cianos and Striker? I'm not convinced by that card. I don't think it sucks, but I'm not convinced. Yet he still suffers from Ash Blossom. Yeah, that's also typical Josh. 3 spells engrave, activate engage. Wonderful. Let's go. I also think Ash on Radiant Typhoon cards just isn't correct against Sky Striker. All clowns are out? No, we're still missing. There's more clown cards coming in Chaos Origin. Pendulum will come out in 1,000 years. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's annoying. One of the one of the Clown Crew cards is a V-Jump promo or something like that. I don't know, like premium pack or I don't know what it's called. But it's not, there's 2 new cards in Chaos Origin and 1 other corresponding card in another product. We have no idea when we get those. I hope they put it in Chaos Origin. Oh, such a wonderful opener. 0 set 5, let's go. Goated. All right, let's see what Branded can do into this. Branded, I think, is a decent matchup. It does have a decent matchup into Striker because it grinds really well. Set activates Super Poly. I think there's no Ray in the graveyard. Discard Nadir Servant. Golden Sword Soul. Oh, just Mud Dragon. I thought we were going to see a Mirror Jade with Albaz, but it was just Golden Sword Soul. That sucks. They do have Branded in High Spirits, so they can definitely play. Oh. Never mind. We do a little bit of ashing going first. And therefore, we do not have to play Yu-Gi-Oh! With our opponent. Isn't that great? All right, let's go. We do some ashing going second, and that's gonna be hand looping ourselves because they drew the Albaz already. Awesome. A story in 2 parts about why Ash Blossom has not aged well in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's go. Thoughts on if your opponent controls more cards, claws on hand traps? Yeah, in general, I feel like I would be a fan if they made like dual purpose cards where like if you're going first, they're not completely dead, but they also don't contribute to like creating interruptions. More Kitus. Yeah, like head to Draco Tail, but even in engine, I would like that. Even even outside of engine, I mean. Thoughts on Appliancer in this meta? I think it's underrated. Dude, if you held a gun to my head and told me to tell you one appliance or card name, I couldn't. So I don't have an opinion on that. Telephone, I'm pretty sure that's a friggin' Morphtronic that you just mentioned. Has anyone played the pure Power Patron deck yet? Yes, we saw one. It was the worst feature match of the day by far. It was basically, it was 37 minutes and there was like no Yu-Gi-Oh being played. How was Blazing Dominion? Not too different from beforehand. You guys are gonna hate me for it again, but I think so far the Cool Tune games have been the more entertaining ones in the stream. Like essentially the games I've enjoyed so far were the ones where it was Branded, Sky Striker, and or Cool Tune involved. Those were the fun games. The Cool Tune verse the Cool Tune verse Memento game was interesting. Yeah. Those were the more interesting games so far. The Doom Z one was fine. Yeah, the Doom Z one was a little scuffed because it was the first one of the day and the overlay was a little scuffed, but the Doom Z Cool Tune one was fine too. Because it's the decks you like. Well, yeah, but they are the decks that I like because I find them interesting. And I find the gameplay that they provide interesting to watch. So it kind of is natural. Like I like them because I like watching them. What happened with the Power Patron match? Power Patron went first, I think played through a hand trap, made an auto win board that took like 10 minutes to make. Then the opponent drew a card for turn, started playing, got rolled after the first search, and immediately scooped it up. Game 2, the opponent bricked, but had like 4 hand traps, so they stopped the Power Patron player's turn. Then they drew a Yummy Monster next turn, and then the Power Patron player immediately surrendered. And then game 3, Power Patron got hit with like Nib Imperm. So that could have been an interesting game, but then they had Solemn Warning, Called by the Grave, and Fallen at the Virtuous to stop the Yummy player from playing the game again. And then they had like follow-up next turn. So it was like the Yummy player literally played for like 2 minutes in a 37-minute match. So, yeah. Has Solemn Accusation showed up on stream? No. And I don't think it will. Like, that card reads incredibly broken in certain situations, but honestly, at the moment, in most cases, Solemn Warning and Solemn Strike are better cards. If the goal is to stop your opponent from playing, then those are just more effective. I think Solemn Accusation is only going to see play in a format and index where you care about Lightning Storm. Oh, we ashed the Fuba. That's peak gameplay. Ooh, I think they have Solemn Accusation in their deck actually right now. This is the first one I'm seeing. I don't know if they're going to draw it or not. I see it in the deck. But this is a deck that cares about Lightning Storm, so it does make sense in this one. Had to leave for a bit. Did they ever fix the problems with the Irish National stream? They fixed some of them, not all of them. The stream has been fine for the most part, but just now during the last round it died once, and then we had to wait a bit until it was back. But the overlay is a little bit better now. So basically, as long as the stream isn't dying, it's been completely fine to watch. Josh is playing with the quickness. I mean, yeah, you kind of have to if you play Sky Striker. Please pronounce the new sub's full name. Moo 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 cow cow moo. All right, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you. First Yu-Gi-Oh player to get it first try. Is that a Yu-Gi-Oh players can't read joke or what? Kind of, right? All right, we got 30 minutes left here for game 3, so it looks like they can properly play this one out. We can end phase Shizuku. What do we not have in the graveyard yet? Like Hornet Drones for follow-up. Widow Anchor shouldn't be in grave. Lemnis Gate you can't add. Lemnis Gate is in grave, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Solemn Judgment. Ooh. I mean, that's a good card. That's a good card, especially for the grind game, but you don't want to start your turn off with it necessarily. Are you allowed to check your deck before activating a card to make sure it's not illegal? No. Which decks are you considering for nationals? If there's no ban list, it'll probably just be Cool Tune because I would be too scared of Naturia Rose Whip to play Sky Striker. Probably. Maybe. If we do get a ban list and they ban Rose Whip, then I would very heavily consider Sky Striker as well. Those are my top 2 at the moment in my head. I mean, of course, if there is a ban list, I don't know what else is going to happen on it, so I can't really say. No Brandy? No. I like the branded deck, but I don't prefer it over Cool Tune and Sky Striker. But yeah, most likely it would be one of those 2. Do you trust Konami to actually have the foresight to ban Rose Whip, though? Yeah. I mean, they banned Harpy's Featherstorm before we got Radiant Typhoon, so I think it's not unreasonable to expect. It's banned in Master Duel as well. Like I think that's reasonable. Being a plant enjoyer sucks so bad, man. Yeah, I told you this like for 4 years. When Clown local gameplay? As soon as I get my hands on the cards, I'm gonna probably mess around with it. Yeah, maybe next week. You did this to us. I've not forgotten the Rika tutorial. Well, if you've not forgotten it, then you will remember that it was a how to beat Rika tutorial. So do you see any Rikas topping in modern Yu-Gi-Oh? No? Well, weird. Must have worked. Josh hates vegan. No, dude, I hate plants so much, I only eat them. I eat nothing else. Imagine that. Are you really vegan? Yeah, I am. I am. And that is the reason, by the way. If anyone ever asks, that is the reason. What about birds? Yeah, dude, fuck them birds. I still don't eat them. I guess I don't hate them that much. I once saw Josh eat an entire 60-card combo slop pile in one go. I'm still scarred from that event. Since when? Since when I'm vegan? 6 years or something? 7 years? Okay. I'm pretty sure it's 6 years. 6.5. Ah, dude. Dude, imagine they knew when I turned vegan because I've told the story before and they specifically waited for this moment to ask me this because they knew I was going to say 6-7. I would respect that. Smith John, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. Yes, I will eventually play any aircraft. The problem is there's a lot of decks I kind of want to play right now, and I don't have enough time. I'm not going to locals as much, which is also why we haven't had locals recordings and local streams much recently. Because I'm having a pretty busy month because we're moving at the end of the month, so we're like preparing stuff for that and renovating the new place and everything. So it's been busy. I haven't been able to go to locals. So as soon as I start going again and I get my hands on all the new cards, then I will try to record more of like Enya Craft, Clowns, but also the new meta decks. Like I want to do all of it, but I don't have the time for it right now. Was it for health reasons? I don't know the story. There's no like crazy story to it. I just don't want to eat animals is the thing because I like them. It's not that deep. So no, it's not for health reasons. There's unfortunately more than enough ways to still eat unhealthy shit. Even as a vegan, I figured it out. You love animals, name every animal. Hamilton. All right, Striker wins, based. Do you consider committing to the Worlds race next season? Dude, I mean, this one hasn't even finished yet, but if they don't change the system, then probably not. Okay, there should be one more round here. All right, we've got Elf Note branded. Oh, that's the Albaz version of Elf Note. Interesting. Elf Note branded versus Radiant Typhoon. The system is more about spamming regionals than anything else. We've talked about this on some recent stream in the beginning, but yeah, the problem with the current Worlds point system is that regionals give way too many points and are way too important. And it's super volatile and super stressful because you got to travel to like all of the opens. And just for like some context, like the French Open with, I think it had like 1,200 players and I didn't go. Cause I don't remember what it was. I couldn't, or I didn't want to, or whatever. It's like, it was 1,200 players. I think it was the same weekend as a Duelist Cup, actually. It had 1,200 players, which is 150 points, which is more than what you get for winning 2,500 players YCS. Winning a YCS gives you 96 points. And I just think that's crazy. And if you look at how many points a YCS gives you, if you look at the standings right now, in a hypothetical world where a person has the best season of all time that's ever happened in Europe, if you win all 3 YCSs in a season and you win nationals for 128 points, you are not even in like the top 20 right now in terms of points. Because of how many points people grind from regionals. It's completely absurd. If you win 3 YCSs and you win nationals, that gives you like 420 points. You're not in top 16 with that. You don't make it. Not good enough of a season, bro. So yeah, it's not ideal, to say the least. What was this opener for Elf Note? Did Elf Note just basically brick and only open the Albaz, or what was going on there? Elf Note does feel kind of bricky to me. They got like a bunch of engine requirements, like one of Fortuna, one of the Trap, stuff like that. Did they? Okay, we're gonna Fedralis Harmonia the Megala. That's good. I've been testing Elf Notes and Master Duel. It is the case, unfortunately. Dude, I don't know why, but I was under the impression that the Doom Z and Elf Note decks were gonna be cool. But now the more I'm seeing of them, the more it just feels like the most standard combo deck design. Because I think it's because the underlying mechanics are kind of unique. Like the Elf Notes switching the positions with each other, I thought was kind of fun. And Doom Z ranking up with the equip spells was kind of fun. But then when you watch the decks, it seems like that's like literally like 1% of the gameplay is that. And the other rest is just like, yeah, okay, your combo, you're trying to pull off your combo to win the game. You got like a bunch of engine requirements, so both decks seem like they brick a fair amount. And just like, yeah, try to push your combo through the opponent's non-engine, and if you do, you win the game. If not, you don't. So I've personally been a little disappointed by the Medius decks. Not in terms of power level, but in terms of how fun they seem. They're like the classic, like, fun for one player decks, right? Like if you're doing that stuff, they're probably fun to play. I can see it. Like if you're doing the Doom Z combos, or if you're doing the Elf Note combos, I'm sure you're having fun. I just can't bring myself to like that stuff. Reading the Doom Z trap really made the light leave my eyes. Yeah, the Doom Z trap's crazy. I still think all of them are more fun than any of the Diabellstar decks. Yeah, I could get behind that. They probably are. They probably are healthier than those. So overall, you could still count it as a win because we're moving in the right direction, I suppose. It's just not, I guess. So okay, I feel like if we compare it to 2024 archetypes, yes, I'll give it to you, right? I'll be like, yeah, okay, compared to 2024, this stuff is cooler. But I don't think if we compare to 2025. Like if we compare to like Draco Tail and Pure Yummy and Pure Mitsurugi, well, to be fair, those decks, you know, they weren't always played in their pure form. But just in terms of archetype design, I think it's like if I had to rank the last 3 years, I would say 2025 had the best designs in that sense. Radiant Typhoon 2, yeah. 2025 had the best designs in that sense. Then 2026 and then 2024. So it's still better than 2024, but it still feels like a step back from 2025. To be fair, you love Draco Tail, so maybe a tiny bit of bias. Dude, this is a subjective, of course, yes. We're talking about which designs I like. So I'm biased towards the designs that I like. What do you mean? Is the Radiant Typhoon chant package necessary in Striker or is pure better? Necessary, definitely not. But I do think it's been good when I played it. My biggest issue with not playing the Radiant Typhoon cards is that you kind of have to play Desires, and I really don't like that card. I've been playing it, I've been accepting it, but I've not been liking the fact that I needed to play it. But I still feel like you need to play it in Pure Sky Striker. Maybe not, I don't know. Isn't Chant just to get 2 bodies for Camellia? Yeah, Chant is really high quality. You go Chant into Eldam into Swen, and then you get Radiant Typhoon Vision. That gives you 2 bodies for Camellia, and then you activate Vision. You have 3 spells engraved. It's really good. How's the new format looking so far? Personally, I've been enjoying the Cool Tune games, at least watching them when it's not been Cool Tune mirrors. Haven't enjoyed much of the Medius lore. Like, we've seen a Power Patron game that wasn't great in my opinion. This Elf Note deck is the first Elf Note deck we're seeing, and they didn't draw any Elf Note cards, or at least not any of the good ones, so hard for me to say. What deck will you try from the new Master Duel pack? We'll probably play most of them at some point. I definitely want to play some Elf Notes. And see how it, like, plays. Let me quickly check. The stream's still down. Oh, no one said anything! There's an Elf Note on stream right now. No one said... Oh, it's lagging. And they lost game 1 to Megistus branded Draco Tail. Oh, dude, we're back to PowerPoint presentation. That's not good. We can't watch it like that. Dude, it's literally 1 FPS. Is this Josh's internet? No, my internet's fine. This has been a problem with the Irish University internet for this stream. So we have Draco Tail Flame. We have Secretarion Dragon as well, which is exceptionally good against Elf Notes because everything is Spellcaster. So we do have Ghost Ogre for that. That's neat. To get rid of the Secretarion, I assume? Yep. We still get the effect, though. Brings back Frixel. Frixel activates. Why is there... Oh, because the Elf Notes probably went first, right? Because they lost already. They lost the game already. Dude, this might be the fastest feature match we've ever seen. Dude, we just started. All right, well, good job, Elf Notes. Good job, Elf Notes. Let's go. That's a record for today's stream. That was a fast 0-2. Nice. Love me some Draco Tail destroying some Elf Notes. Let's go. All right. Got another Elf Note over here fighting for their life, but it looks like they bricked going first. So Radiant Typhoon basically got to make a full board. So the cool thing here is we can play in the standby phase after the Omega has returned. So we can, it apparently stole a Phonics from the hand, but now that we have the Phonics back in hand, we can activate quick play spells and get the Phonics out of the hand to then shuffle the Omega into the deck and also get, well, I mean, this game's over. Even if they didn't have a starter last turn, so even if they drew a starter now, like they're not going to break this. The live one is Irish Nationals. What's this one? This one is Australian State Championships. And they are, this is a VOD because they are like 8 or 9 hours ahead from where I live. So this is day one. This was their Saturday, which is already over. But we're like rewatching a bit of it in the breaks, basically. Oh, they drew a starter. I wonder if that's going to resolve. They can use Omega to chain block here because they didn't get rid of it in the draw phase with the Phonics. Wait, it actually resolves. Why did you why did you let the Omega stay on the board if you're not gonna? Okay, dude. I was over. There's another MST in hand. I was over here saying like, I wonder if that's gonna resolve because I was sure they were gonna stop it, but they just have one MST and the other two are just quick play spells, and they didn't get rid of Omega beforehand. Awesome. Okay, well, Terminus, send Power Patron, add Medius. Wait, you can special Medius with that? No, okay. I thought. Well, yeah, but Medius is just gonna get Ruined. Oh, I think they drew OG Albaz as well. Round 7, what a grind game. This is round 7 in terms of the 7th match of the. This is not turn 7. They're not keeping track of the turns on the top left. Just to clarify that. What turn number is this actually? I think it's turn 3, right? I think it was Elf Notes going first, but they bricked. Well, they just had the Albaz cards, right? And then they passed over, and now Radiant Typhoon made a board, and now it's turn 3, and I think they drew the Terminus, so they now have a starter. Oh, we're using Fallen and the Virtuous to revive, not to pop. That's interesting. Why not? Okay, we get Varurund on Ecclesia. Okay. Is the Elf Note Power Patron... Is the Elf Note Power Patron a quick effect on both turns to Synchro Summon, or just your opponent's turn? Both. Okay. Alright, Fallen to pop the Albaz. Rosea triggers. We can technically still use Medius in Graveyard to go full combo here, right? If we have a monster in hand. Technically. Depending on what the last set card is. If the last set card is a quick play spell that can trigger the Phonics, then it's Jover. Oh, wait. Lucina, last card. Huh? Well, hold up. Doesn't this mean they had either Lucina or Terminus in hand already turn 1? Let me just quickly, let me just really quickly check what turn 1 was. We'll get, because I'm confused. Hold up. Fallen. Oh, no, there's a Fuba involved. There's a Fuba. Okay, now, okay. Okay. My bad. He just made, it was Omega Pass and then Fuwa. I see. Okay. And now the Lucina activates, it gets crowned, and that's game. Okay, I see. All right. Okay, cool. Brick notes. All right, do we have a play in game 2? Naseem, thank you for the first time Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Reminder, everyone, Twitch Prime is free and makes Streamer Man really happy. So if you appreciate the stream, then consider using your Prime on the channel. All right, we have a starter in game 2. Let's go. That's good news. For one of the two duelists. We get the Elf Note Power Patron. I believe this means we have other engine in hand, right? Because you wouldn't do this if you didn't have other starters. Because you're going to put this in scale now, and now you need to special summon another Power Patron to draw cards, right? Yeah, we have Regina. Send Lucina from the center to summon. Fiestor, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. We're going to go Chainlink 2. Yeah, Chainlink 1 Regina to summon. Chainlink 2 Power Patron to draw. Draw 2, discard 1, I believe, and destroy itself. Which is then... What is that one's extra deck effect? Just search for an Elf Note? Bro, stop drawing Fallen of Albaz. Add from grave. Ah, okay, so we're just going to add the Lucina back from grave. Oh no, we forgot. Is there a reason to not add it back, or did we forget? Asking for a friend. They forgot. Okay. Special Tinia. Tinia is going to place the spell. We haven't used the Sterilitia yet to bring back the Power Patron, which makes me a little nervous. Because don't you normally do that here to make like Crystal Wing? To insulate your combos? Or am I missing something? Is the crazy new Elf Note Synchro out? No. The Elf Note Synchro 10 is not out in TCG yet. That is in 2 months. Yeah, here's the Crystal Wing. I'm not sure why we make the Tinia before, why we summon the Tinia before making Crystal Wing. Seems weird to me. Now we have the spell. Now we get the trap. What is the trap is like you send an elf note card away or something, then you reborn an elf note, and then if you control a synchro, you can negate a card. Right? Yeah. Yeah, pretty sure it was there. Yeah. And now we go into Albaz. I will say I do think the Elf Note deck is a little bit more manageable and reasonable in TCG without Baron the Fleur, but it still is pretty powerful going first. But it is a lot more reasonable without Baron. Yeah, I wouldn't mind if they got rid of Omega, honestly. So we have Crystal Wing Monster Negate, we have the Elf Note Trap to negate a card, and we have a Solemn Warning as well. So I don't know if Radiant is going to be able to play in this one. They need a crazy hand for this one. Because Lightning Storm and stuff, they can negate it with the trap. But you can dodge it with like Droplet or MST or something. Is the Tinia hand rip main phase only? No? Oh, awesome. So you just hand rip in draw phase. Cool. Ooh. Ooh, wait. Super Poly in response to that is pretty good because now they can't dance. They can't dance because there's no one to dance with. Okay. That's good. That also means for now they can't use the trap to negate because they don't have a synchro. Oh, they can revive though. Oh, Fallen Revive Crystal Wing is nasty work. Right. I think Radiant Typhoon drew Mandate. Okay, Fortuna apparently is weaker than Mud Dragon. Didn't know that. I don't know why we didn't discard for... they might just not have engine at all. Oh, solemn warning. Does Typhon still lock you if it gets warning? I actually don't know. But bro does not have engine. No? Okay. That would have been a crazy bluff. Imagine they just bluffed into that solemn warning and now they just start summoning like Swen. That'd be the kind of play that makes you look like an absolute genius if it works. But then when it doesn't work and your opponent just doesn't have warning, you look like an absolute fool. Bro, they looped the vision out of the hand. It was the only it's not even a starter, but it was the only playable card essentially in the Radiant Typhoon's hand. That's so unfortunate, dude. They forgot to return Omega. Yeah. I think the sets for Radiant are the Trap and Mystical Space Typhoon, so this should just be over. I don't even think they can draw a card with the Trap because there's no Radiant Typhoon card in Grave. So I think you just go next, yeah. Let me quickly check if Ireland has continued. Nope. Yeah, Elf Notes got lots of fun stuff like Omni Negates and Hand Loops. They do Omega and Tinia is 2 random hand loops. Pair that with Crystal Wing and the Trap, and you're in for a good time. And Dragster, yeah. At least Baroness Band? Yeah, at least Baroness Band. Ooh, fun card! Let's go! Hey, yo! Good stuff, dude. Well played. Well played. They got Regina in hand. Does Regina have to send to grave? As cost, yes. Okay, so we have to chain it to the dimensional fissure here. Unless you have an elf node spell trap. Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, no, dude. I'm actually in so much pain. There's so many things that just happened. Number one, called by only works here because they discarded the same copy of a card. Number two, I'm pretty sure Elf Node Branded has a Mulcharmy in hand and forgot to use it. Number three, bro also has Drollin Lockbird in hand and can't use it because Dimensional Fissure. Bro, they just got this Dimensional Fissure plus called by just took 4 cards out of their hand, basically. My God, that's disgusting, dude. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, there's Eldam. Brother in Christ, man. Yeah, but Rotary though. Dude. That was funny. I think keeping Fuba against Radiant is a bad decision. It depends on what you have in your side deck and how many cards you need to take out, but I don't hate Fuba against Radiant. It's not great, obviously, but realistically speaking, you will get your card back always because they always want to make the link too. And then it like discourages your opponent from doing Megala and Totem Bird. So typically it's just like, well, it's an upstart goblin, but it stops your opponent from making Totem Bird, so it's not terrible. Of course, there's always the risk that you draw it like during your turn, so it depends what deck you're playing. Like if your deck draws a lot of cards, then maybe not. But I think it's not unreasonable to have Fuba in your deck. What is unreasonable is drawing Fuba and then forgetting to activate it when you summon a monster onto the field. That's not great. Wouldn't recommend that. You can just add the trap with Sven or Crocea and make Totem Bird instead of the Link 2. Yeah, you can, but then your opponent still gets the card back. They still basically didn't lose a card from activating Fuba, and they forced you into a weaker board because now you don't have the trap face up on the field, so you can't draw a card with it, and you didn't make the Varurun Link 2, and so your board is weaker, and you didn't search another card. You skipped on another search with your Sven or Crocea, so it's fine. Like that's only because it doesn't like auto win you the game against Radiant Typhoon does not automatically make it a bad card. It still has uses. Like if you open it, it's a fine card. It's just you have to check how many other cards do I want to side in? Are they maybe more important? And do I want to take the risk of like drawing into this card? Can Fedralis Harmonia destroy any card? No, right? It destroys a monster. Oh, I think I think Paul forgot to activate Harmonia on effect of the link. Yo, Elf Gaming. Elf Gaming. Dude, now there's a judge call too. Yeah, he doesn't get to activate the thing now. Elf is losing. I mean, the thing is, like, we've seen a couple of Elf notes on stream today, and they've been very consistent at doing that. Which is good news, I think. At doing what? Losing. Is Josh an elf hater? I'm a combo hater. You know this about me. What's your most and least favorite archetype from Medius Law this format? I think my favorite is Art Mage, because that seems like the least auto win combo deck to me. But I think, what's my least favorite one? I don't know. Probably Pure Power Patron. Doomsy is cool, except for the Colossus trap. That's really bad design. Yeah, Doomsy, it's between Doomsy and Art Mage. And then I think it's Elf Note and Power Patron are like the bottom two. Essentially, all you have to do is rank them from most combo heavy to least combo heavy. Then you have my list. Doomsy's pretty cool going second with all the pops. I can see that, yeah. I mean, yeah, bro has, if I'm seeing it correctly, it's Fuba. Dude, normal summon Fuba is crazy. Yep, awesome. Okay. And now we wait for round 7, because that's all of the matches from Australia that we can take a look at. Actually, no, that's not true. I think we skipped like the first one. Or I think there was a branded mirror match that we didn't watch. I guess we can pull that up. BJ Toba, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. Appreciate your support. Oh, dude. So the first round was Branded versus Cool Tune. We watched that. The second round was Branded versus Branded. We skipped that one. Let's watch the Brandies duke it out. Okay. Wait, I missed the game. Well, okay. Well, I don't want to watch a game where I know who's winning already. So Frankie won game 1. Let's see what happens in game 2. Wait, why is the timer at 50 minutes? Did they start with a game loss or something? Must be. Oh, now, the score wasn't reset. Okay. Is Irish Nationals Day 1 over? No, we're waiting for the next round to start. The problem with that is that currently the stream for Irish Nationals is dead. They seem to not have internet right now. They've been having some internet problems, so I can't guarantee that we're gonna see another feature match. Do you have the link from the stream? Which one? This one I'm watching right now? I can link you, yeah. The other one is offline right now. Wait, no, they're back up. They're back up. But they're still on break screen. So this is the stream for the Irish Nationals, the link right now. And the channel for this one is called Thomas Wayne. I can also link you that one. There you go. Those are the two streams we've been watching all day. Okay, looks like a good start for Frankie here in game number 1. We did Ash the Fualos, which you know this about me. This is my favorite thing when it happens. I think Yu-Gi-Oh is a little bit too easy when you're going second. So you should be playing with 4 cards more often, breaking a board. All right, we are in main phase 3. Add back Cartesia, activate Titanic Clad. Wham, send Springen's kit, so we get back Blazing Cartesia. I mean, this is all you ever need when you play branded. We got the whole gang right there. All right, let's see. You think branded needs to be addressed with how much it's been winning recently? Personally, I don't hate branded, but that's still, I mean, that doesn't mean it doesn't deserve to get hit. I'm just trying to think, like, I don't think they need to kill it. They definitely don't have to kill it, because I think I enjoy branded in its current state. Like, if you look at this end board, like, this is absolutely a beatable end board. This is something that you can win against. It's not the most unfair. I think it's fine. Overall, I think something small for it would be okay, like limiting branded fusion, which is not a big deal for it. It hits Draco Tail more than branded. I think maybe limiting Albion, the fusion Albion. I think that could be reasonable. This is with 0 interruptions too. Yeah, they went uninterrupted, and this is the board that they make. Like, I just think it's fine. But I wouldn't be upset if they decided to hit it in some way, shape, or form. they make a board and go plus 50 in the end phase with more plays in the opponent's turn. That's the problem. Well, like, going first, the majority of the things that you do in your end phase are adding Ecclesia and Cartesia back to your hand, and then, like, the board actually is built in the end phase. Like, you get Quem, and you get, like, the Fallen and the Virtuous in your end phase. I don't know how that's the problem. Branded plays Yu-Gi-Oh! I like that. Yeah, I'm surprised you like Elf Notes so much. Or rather confused, because it doesn't really do that. Irish Nationals today? Yes. This is not Irish Nationals. This is from Australian state championships. But we are soon going to watch the last round of Irish Nationals because that's currently on a break. Currently, the stream is running. But they're on the break screen. I have it up on the second monitor so we can switch over as soon as they continue. But at the moment the stream is running, it's not lagging either. But they're on break. I like the swap stuff and the quick synchros. I don't like the negates. Yeah. Unfortunately, the negates are like 90% of winning with elf notes, it feels like. Or 95. Branded's one of the most fun decks I've played recently. I love that you can use flex spots to play the deck to your playstyle. Yeah, modern day Branded is pretty cool. I played it too. I liked it. It was fun. It didn't feel oppressively powerful or anything like that, but it's pretty neat. It's also not a deck that you just like slam 20 hand traps into because it actually doesn't function if you draw that much non-engine. I think that's cool about it too. So like it's usually a pretty high engine deck that's pretty grindy, but still doesn't end on like the craziest boards. I think all that is a pretty healthy concept. So I don't actually mind if they leave Branded untouched, personally. So what wins here, chat? Rarity 4 Alt Art Cartesia or Starlight OG Cartesia? What's stronger? What has more aura? I really like the Rarity Collection 4 alt arts, but I hate how they're only available in QCR. I wish they had other rarities for that. I'm not a big QCR guy. The only like QCRs I'm somewhat frequently using is the Nibiru alt art because I just like that one, and it's also not available in another rarity. and the rarity collection raise that I have. Irish started. Ooh, okay. Oh, we've got a good one. We have a cool tune mirror match for round 7 of the Irish Nationals here. And we are tuning in the perfect moment when we see Trackmaker being summoned. So we're going to look at the hand for Jack here. Because we put Rotary and Q on the thing. Fuba and... Wait, no, this is not right. That's not a cool tune card. That's Draco Tail. Oh, okay. Besides... No, wait, that hand sucks. They can't play. Oh. All right. Before anyone says anything, all right? Before anyone says anything, I want to bring your attention to the fact that they could not play the game no matter whether they looked at their hand or not, okay? The fact that they looked at their hand doesn't change the fact that they couldn't play, all right? But because I know you guys were going to complain about that in a second. There's people who literally had it typed out already. I'm sure of it. And the next card on top was the first one they flipped over was Fuba as well. Are we still doing Q before Rotary? Yeah, it's a mystery to me, guys. This is one of the most basic things about Cool Tune. When you synchro with Q and Rotary at the same time, for the love of God, put the Q on a lower chain link than the Rotary, so that you can look at your opponent's hand first and then make the decision of what card you're banishing off the top of their deck. What if they Ash Rotary? Dude, you can just put Trackmaker Chainlink 3. Just put Trackmaker Chainlink 3. If this Fuba draws a single card, I'm losing my shit. I'm actually losing my shit if they give this Fuba a draw. Okay, they chain it here. This is in chain. This does not give a draw. Going second, you can do Q last in chain because resolving both is more important than correct top deck. Yeah, okay, sure. But like, I'm talking going first, obviously. This is why Cool Tune is the most miserable deck to go second against. See, I told you! I told you someone was gonna say it! I told you someone was gonna say it! Oh my god. And I know they mean it too. This is not rage bait. I know they mean it. Are they wrong though? Yes, they're wrong. They're obviously wrong. Oh man. Oh. See, they activated Ash going first. Cool Tune is miserable. I'm losing my mind, man. Why didn't the branded guy concede yet? Maybe they're trying to get a double loss. I don't know, dude. But they're just gonna they are getting OTK'd this turn. To be fair, knowing that he didn't have starters is very useful for the future. Oh yeah, I'm sure in a deck that doesn't look at hand, when you pass to your opponent and they don't play the game, you wouldn't be able to figure out that they don't have a starter. You need to actually look at their hand to confirm, to make sure that they're not holding Branded Fusion, Ketu Draco Tail, and Rahu Draco Tail for next turn right now. You would have no idea. It could be anything. Q means they can't hope to top deck a play that feels pretty bad. They're dying this turn. Any Yu-Gi-Oh deck kills you if you don't play the game for an entire turn. You're dead against every deck. If every deck in the game murders you on a turn like this, all right? It doesn't matter. Chat rage baiting Josh so hard. Dude, no, that's the thing, right? Maybe you're just making fun. Maybe you're just having fun right now rage baiting me. It's possible. But there's a lot of people online who are serious about this. And genuinely, like, it's hard for me because I love discussing like the balancing in this game, but I feel like there's just no foundation to discuss like the game if that's the like standpoint that we have. When I feel like people, I don't have another explanation other than people don't actually, there's a lot of people in this discourse who don't actually play the game. There's no other way to put it. It wouldn't change your mind if they saw their hand had one starter and they just hand trapped it. I just have a lot more of an issue with perfect information than you do, I guess. So my argument for that is that in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, if you draw one starter going second and your opponent has a hand trap, you are fucked no matter what you play against. It does not matter whether it's cool tune or not. In most cases, Yu-Gi-Oh players these days are heavily incentivized to hand trap or negate the first thing that you do. And the problem with that is the hand traps that just negate starters. That gameplay is miserable. I agree with you, but that gameplay doesn't really change that much if they don't know your hand. Like, yes, in some cases, in very fringe cases, they're gonna like second guess themselves or hold the hand trap for another choke point. But if you draw one engine card and you're going second in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, you lose the game against most capable Yu-Gi-Oh decks, especially if they draw a hand trap. So you dislike Cool Tune, you just don't think Rotary is the problem? No, I don't dislike Cool Tune. I dislike the trend of negation hand traps. But those are not exclusive to Cool Tune. Stop molding over Cool Tune. It has a toxic playstyle. No one likes it. I'd rather play versus a full negate board versus Cool Tune bullshit. Well, I think you're just an idiot then, to be fair. Like at this point, all I have to say to that, I think you're an idiot because you would rather play an unwinnable game rather than a game that's winnable. It's just dumb. It is literally just stupid. If you agree with that take, you do not play competitive Yu-Gi-Oh because you're not winning ever. This gameplay so far, by the way, has been ass. There's been no Cool Tune card played. Josh defending Cool Tune to death must be studied. I don't even like Cool Tune that much. I just find it super weird how people like respond to it being in the game. I think it's so over, like it's such an overreaction, and I'm just so confused about it. I'm genuinely confused about it. I don't get it. It's just toxic playstyle. I think it's completely reasonable when someone says, I don't like Cool Tune because it looks at your hand. Or I don't like Cool Tune because it has extra deck rips. I think those statements are completely fine. I think people are going to a length of hating Cool Tune that I find completely unreasonable, because people say shit like the thing that you just said of, I would rather play against the board full of negates rather than Cool Tune. That's what I'm taking issue with. That's what I think is weird. I think it's completely fine to say like, yeah, it looks at hand. I don't like that. I wish that didn't exist. That's reasonable. That's all right. But that's not what people are saying. People are going online and saying like, this is the most toxic deck that Konami has ever made. I would rather play against full power Yubel going second with no hand traps rather than playing a game against Cool Tune. And that's the thing that I find weird. That's my point. All right. My point is not that Cool Tune is giga healthy. My point is that the things that people are saying to hate on Cool Tune are completely insane. You're still losing if you go second with no hand traps versus Cool Tune 2? That's not even true. That's not even true. Cool Tune is weak to board breakers. Plenty of decks have a great Cool Tune matchup that don't even play hand traps. Oh yeah, I just think it's weird, man. I just think it's weird. It's the internet. There's no room for nuance. I guess that's what it is. Like, because I'm sure I'm not alone with feeling that Cool Tune is not the healthiest deck, but I would still rather play against Cool Tune than Combo Slop. Like, look, I'll take it for an entire tournament. Like, I'll play against 15 Cool Tunes in a row rather than playing against like Combo Slop. But that is subjective, I suppose. And no matter what you say, there's always going to be someone who disagrees with you. But I just don't get it. So it's okay when they see your only starter and they negate it immediately? Brother. You haven't even listened, have you? You just put words into my mouth and pretend like that's what I said and don't listen to all the counter arguments to that. Brother, have you ever tried going second into a modern Yu-Gi-Oh deck with one starter? It's infuriating that you think that's the problem. Like, I dare you, draw one starter going second against Yummy. Draw one starter going... Even Draco Tail wins if you have one starter going second. Like, you're not... like playing the game. Because every Yu-Gi-Oh deck uses their hand traps on the first shit that you do. You have no idea how many times my Lucius has resolved when it was my only play and they only had Impermanent Veiler? Yeah, sure. In that very specific scenario of Dracotail Lucius, because 5 mana exists, they might decide to let it go through. And if they know you don't have 5 mana, sure. But because of that one fringe case existing, does not mean that it's inherently the most toxic shit they've ever made. Is it worth playing Mourner over Impermanent Cool Tune? No. Mourner sucks ass. Another thing to consider is that Cool Tune is basically immune to hand traps besides Droll and Fuba. First of all, not true at all. And second of all, I would argue that decks being resilient to hand traps is a good thing, because that's the one way they will get us to stop playing hand trap slop decks or hand trap piles. They need to make more decks that are good into hand traps so people stop playing hand traps. Because they're not banning frickin' Effect Veiler. But Cool Tune itself is a hand trap deck. Yeah, and that's the one, that's also something I don't like about it. I don't like that it's just like 18 hand traps. I think that's boring. But I don't think that's Cool Tune's problem necessarily. I think there's a lot of other decks like that. Every branded player is a millionaire. How do they have all the overframe? The ultra rare Mirror Jade isn't that expensive, is it? I mean, it's not cheap either, but it's like, what, 80 bucks? It's not that crazy to have it. Or not that unreasonable. 60? Yeah, you don't have to be a millionaire to have an overframe Mirror Jade. The overframes are surprisingly cheap. The ultra rares, yes. I mean, I guess it's because the collectors are all hunting for the Starlights. So the Starlights are really expensive. Also, the Starlights are disproportionately hard to pull. But I was expecting the ultra rare overframes to be worth a little bit more, right? You pull 1 in 3 boxes. So yeah, I guess it's because I guess this is the thing. When there's a lot of good cards in the set, it's just the individual ones are not going to be that expensive. Don't talk about overframes. Keep being angry at chat. I'm not even. No, I am angry. You're right. But I'm just trying to understand it. But I think it's just that we fundamentally disagree on what makes a Yu-Gi-Oh deck healthy and what makes it not healthy, which is ultimately okay to disagree on, I suppose. I was just trying to understand it. And then I just get mad when people make points that I feel like make no sense and they should know that they make no sense. But I guess it's not that obvious. I think you do understand why the deck is disliked. No, I understand why the deck is disliked. That's the thing I said earlier, right? I get it. I understand. I know that there's aspects in the deck that I also dislike. I just feel like if I'm looking at the deck as a whole, I still think with all those toxic aspects in it, it still is a healthier deck than a lot of other decks that we have even right now in the format. I acknowledge it has toxic traits to it, but I still think it is not nearly as toxic as any combo deck. Like any combo deck that aims at making an auto win board going first, I think is more toxic than Cool Tune. Because I think there's a difference between like any combo decks, like look at it from this perspective, okay? Like a combo deck is aiming to win the game on the spot by just making a board that the opponent can't beat. So it doesn't even matter that they look at that they know about your hand or don't know about your hand. They just make a board you can't beat. And Cool Tune wins the game by looking at your hand and then interacting with it in a winning way. Or at least that's what it's trying to do, right? That's the goal of every deck, though? No, it's not. No, it's not. Not every deck makes a board that auto wins the game. Draco Tail doesn't do that. Radiant Typhoon doesn't do that. Sky Striker doesn't do that. Pyramitsu doesn't do that. Those decks don't make a board that instantly wins the game. Interactive decks can still be unfair, I think. Yeah, absolutely. It's not the discussion, though. Hand knowledge is the strongest interaction in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's why K9 was such an issue. Dude, first time chatter, man. I'm about to lose my shit, dude. Oh, it's so hard, man. It's so hard. It is so hard. Dude, there's people out there. Can you imagine this? How do you not lose your mind? How do you not lose your mind when there's people out there who think the problem with K9 is that Noroi looks at your hand, dude? How can I even, like, where do I start, man? Like, where do I start with someone who is so far away from understanding this game? Like, we might have to start with the rule book, dude. I might need to tell them about how many life points you play with in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, we gotta start at the very beginning to fix that gap in understanding of Yu-Gi-Oh! Man. Like, it's tough. It's tough. Okay, why did bro allow them to make Zalen with Phimena in hand? What's the plan? Are we using Phimena at the end of the main phase so that the Zalen can't immediately activate? So what was the hand? Is Phimena, 2 Draco Tails, Albaz, and Droplet? Cool Tune also can't lose going first. It is FTK. Bro, if I'm telling you right now, I'm banning you if they win this game. And I'm telling you right now, they win this game if they play it properly. This is completely on the Draco Tail player right now. Yeah, this is the Draco Tail player's fault, by the way. This is 100% the Draco Tail player's fault. Why? You let him look at your hand. You have Phimena and 2 Draco Tails. You let him make Zalen. And people are going to be like, ah, look, Cool Tune is so toxic because the opponent let them make Zalen with Phimena in hand. instead of winning the game. How could he have stopped Zalen? Okay, so the Cool Tune player made Track Maker with Q plus Rotary, looked at the opponent's hand. The opponent's hand is 5 mana, 2 Draco Tails, Droplet, and Fallen of White, which is pretty much the perfect hand here. And then they just do nothing on res after they look at their 5 mana, and then the next thing the Cool Tune player does is make Zalen and negate the 5 mana. Instead of just using 5 mana, getting Arthalion, bouncing the Track Maker, reshuffling the deck as well, so that they don't know what they're gonna draw after they used Q already. God. I can't believe Cool Tune would do this. Yeah, it's crazy. I think some people are just bad at the game and look for reasons to complain when they can't win with their skill. Now you said that. I would never say that. I think the 2 Draco Tails they had were Urgula and... Was it Urgula and Frixel or Urgula and... It was not Pan. If it was Pan, I'd lose my mind even harder, but it wasn't Pan. Can't wait for the ban list where Konami agrees with me. Dude. I'm banning you anyways. I'm tired. I've never seen Josh ban anyone. Oh, it does. It happens. It happens. I'd lose my mind if I wouldn't. We can all agree K9 is toxic at least? Yeah, because Nora looks at hand. That's insane. How could they do this? I'd rather play against Ripper negating all of my hand traps than Nora looking at my hand. This is the most toxic thing that's happened in this game so far, by the way. The Ash on the Rahu. But we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. you won't stop talking about it, so it balances out. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, it's my job, I guess. When did the Josh and Ash beef start? Oh, a while ago. We've been beefing. Did we? Why is this Zalen? Okay. No, I don't have the energy for this. But guys, the only way they could know to Ash the Rahu and Solemn Judgment the Lucius is because they looked at their hand. They looked at their auto-winning hand that they then just misplayed with. And then they negated Rahu and the Lucius with Solemn Judgment and Ash. No other deck could do that. No other deck would have the audacity to use Ash Blossom and Solemn Judgment. Would you still recommend crafting RB Sky Striker? If you like the deck, yeah, it's fine. But Josh RB looks at hand and it rips a card out of it. Yeah. Oh no, Clip! Clip banish SP Little Knight! How could it do that? Oh my god. Oh, that's the most toxic thing I've seen all day. How can I recover from seeing this? My eyes hurt. The Solemn and the Ash were fine, but Clip? Oh. No, Clip was too much, dude. How could they do this? Not the Clip. Yeah, in OCG this is extra toxic because SP is limited. Good point. Yeah, this making Loudness War is probably going to be game. Because now the Titanic-clad can't summon Albaz. Because then Mix will pop it, and this protects Zalen too. Yeah, Cool Tune wins. But not because the opponent threw this game, definitely because it's just giga broken. Definitely not because the opponent just forgot to use 5 mana before Zaylin hit the board. It's because the deck is cringe. Also because Clip banished SP when they were locked into level 8 synchros. Clip was too much, man. How far are you in One Piece? We are on Whole Cake Island right now. All right. That was the last round for the day, yeah. Dude, even with the forgetting to activate the 5 mana, that was still a more interesting game than all of the meatiest decks we've seen today combined. But who am I telling this? You guys all understand it, right? We are all on the same page when it comes to this, of course, as we've learned today. We understand each other, chat. So, yeah. We are, but please explain again, dude. No, there's no chance. There's no chance. You guys are way too good at rage baiting me, is what I will tell myself. I will tell myself that you all agree with me, and you're just rage baiting because you think it's funny, right? That'll let me sleep tonight. All right, gamers. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you took something away from the discussions as well. If anything has been taken away from these discussions, then I hope it was interesting to you. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I might be live tomorrow. Once again, I don't know yet. We might be watching day 2 together. I'm not sure yet if I'm gonna have time tomorrow. I'll let you know tomorrow, or you'll see. I'll either be live tomorrow or I won't be. I don't know yet. But we might see each other tomorrow, or we might not. If not, I'll be live on Monday. Yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. And